Kia ora tātou, welcome everyone, we'll get underway. Can I preface our discussions with the point that we've got a very long way to go in terms of submissions over the next, hopefully, day. So can we be, again, as succinct and economical with both with our comments and with our questions as we can, because we don't want to be here, I don't want to be here on Friday. So we're now on to page 5 of the list, and we're on to street lighting, LED street lighting. Page? Oh, I'm just thinking of this list.
What is it? What page is it on? 49, thank you.
So have we done State Highways request for improvements?
We've done it.
Oh, so is it?
We did it yesterday.
Is that one that you went through while they were doing another one? By any chance you were
I have no idea, Councillor, but did we? No, I don't think so. We went through it.
I don't have any more minutes for that one. No one had any comments.
I went through it, no one had anything.
Well, it's Mosgiel. I think if anyone knows
Right, we'll
Mosgiel,
come back. Can you remind me in a minute and we'll come back to it. Right, so street lighting, LED. Okay.
Well, sorry, just on that one, we were advised by the Dark Skies group when they came and submitted that they had a amber narrowband LED available to trial. Is that being trialled in conjunction with staff?
So at the moment, the staff are just pulling together all the options for a report to council for consideration before we look at any procurement options. So but that's certainly on the list. And also a number of different types and styles are being trialled in New Plymouth and Auckland at the moment as well too. So rather than actually needing to trial everything ourselves,
Yeah, cool.
We are looking at other options.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Park.
On that, and would it be safe to assume that, to expect that information as it comes from ourselves or from other agencies will also include the obvious cost differences of the one that is going to be the preferred option?
Yes, there'll be full cost options because, of course, there are also other technologies in addition to the lights, such as automatic dimming, whether you control it at the light or centrally, etc.
Thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, look, all I was just going to ask the question was, could we make sure that we don't go and put a whole lot of LEDs in that are completely hopeless for at a contradiction with our dark skies? And I just don't know whether we need a motion to say that or whether we'll just...
I'm not picking up what you...
Councillor, I think what you were trying to say is that we need to ensure that the lighting provision in the city actually reflects what it is that we want to achieve in different areas for the city. So we need to be looking at it as a whole.
Okay, nothing more on that. Okay, we'll go back to Councillor Wilson.
Apologies if I'm late on the
Which one we...
It's the State Highways request for improvements, and this is
yep.
certainly one of those aspects is the Mosgiel interchange where you come up over the Saddle Hill rise, and there's queues often right up the hill now at peak hour traffic because of there is only one way into Mosgiel for that way, and with the railway lights it is not working at all effectively. And I think my fellow Mosgiel light colleague would confirm that. There has to be some work done as soon as possible. I know NZTA are trying to do it, but I just want to make sure that we are on board with them trying to get that intersection to work. It's not all of their intersection that's a problem. And it may be exacerbated further as countdown, if those other lights go to in and countdown. But so in order to do that, do we need to put funding in there, resourcing, or what can we do to ensure that we can get that working better?
So the NZTA obviously is aware of the issues, but of course changing that intersection has ramifications for the rest of the roads around that. I don't have to hand the detail on the timing for them looking at that picture. It's not so much a resourcing issue on our side, it's also as much for them prioritising. I do know that they've had discussions with the rail about potentially changing the time of the trains going through there, etc., because there was a conflict with peak traffic flows. So, but we will follow that up.
Well, this relates obviously to the tertiary working parties, and there are two of them, and the work that's been done with consultants to come up with a plan for improvements. And we know that part of that would be expensive, well, all of it would be expensive if it would have been done in one big hit. But clearly that's not likely to happen in the short term. But I think it's important that we do incremental things as part of regular street works when we can, especially around the areas where the university has identified some real pressure points. And one of those is by the IS building, leading to clubs and societies, where there's a lot of foot traffic. And the other even more important one is the one by the, whatever it's called, Congress building, where the one that no longer leaks, where there's that traffic flow down towards the other side of the tertiary campus. I don't know what it's called, sorry. Yeah, and I hope that some attention can be given jointly with the university, who have shown their bona fides by saying they're prepared to open their chequebook as well, to get some work done that's complementary to the wider plan, but actually make some improvements about student pedestrian safety and traffic safety generally on certainly those two and whatever other areas that have been identified by various working parties. Is that likely?
So there will be a report to the next Infrastructure Services Committee to provide the council with a full picture of the options that have been identified, including some timing around water and waste services works that will be occurring around the Clyde Street area, and confirming the council's priority areas such that we can go and secure it. So whilst there's been a lot of discussion about contributions from the Polytech and the university, we do need to confirm and quantify those.
And that will be at the next?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess mine, it's not really a budgeting issue, but it just struck me when listening to the university submission and in the context of the bus hub proposal and the ORC's work on that and the medical sector and the work that's happening there, the Polytech and university ambitions and the scale of work that we're proposing in our CBD. Ruth, do you have any comment on how well connected those conversations are at present, and whether or not there's anything that we should be doing around this table to empower staff to further connect that work?
Having the central point of coordination for the central city work, I think, will be the main impetus for actually ensuring that those conversations are coordinated and there's appropriate oversight. At the moment, as you say, there are a lot of conversations happening, and we need to improve how they get pulled together and how they're reported.
Councillor Wilson. Right, Councillor Calvert.
Could we, as perhaps an add-on to that report, which sounds like it's getting long already, also have some reporting back from whatever the working parties that Councillor Benson-Pope's talking about and things, because the rest of us, it would be good if we could get up to speed about what conversations have been being had between these parties before we suddenly get confronted with a let's do something and to fit in with those plans. We don't know what the plans are, so if that could come as part of that report, is that possible?
Those reports need to go through the other ones, that's why. Can I clarify something here for Councillor Calvert's benefit? The conversations that are held in the tertiary sector steering group and that sort of thing inform the staff conversations that Ms Stokes is talking about. They're not going to be independently reported back here because they're not finalised at that point. They are contributing to the other work that's happening, and when the reports that Ms Stokes is referring to come through, they will incorporate all of that thinking. So we're certainly not going to expect staff to be reporting on every level of conversation back to council before the final report gets here. It's just a waste of resource. But I do urge, and I think I've picked it up in your answers, Ruth, at various levels, for various reasons, council recognises the need to improve the amenity, improve the streetscape, etc., in that area. And I think, on the one hand, we need to be coordinating the planning with those other institutions and agencies, and on the other, working out just how much resource and how efficiently we can apply it to that, because we'll be doing other things, and it'll be a matter of when we're doing something, we certainly can't throw all the money that it needs at it right now, but we can be, if we're clever, whenever we're doing something down there, we can contribute to whatever it is. But you know, even in our discussions around behaviour issues in the North End, it's recognised that enhancing the environment would be very beneficial to encouraging the best behaviour that we can expect. So,
I think, though, Your Worship, that I may have heard Councillor Benson Pope incorrectly, but I thought he was encouraging our infrastructure people to start carrying out a plan that we don't actually know anything much about, do the beginning things towards a plan that the rest of us don't necessarily know towards what. So,
I'd just like to note that the Tertiary Precinct Development Plan was agreed to in 2008, and it is on our DCC website as a partner, and it's all within that plan that this work is intended to be. And I've just sent you a link.
Thanks, Your Worship. I was a little bit perplexed about Murray Brass's submission on behalf of the university when he talked about concern about the planning decision associated with the Wycliffe Press building site, converting into a car park. And I'm sure we don't need to remind them that there is a process if you're not satisfied with a consent. There is a process, an appeal period, of which you can lodge an appeal and challenge conditions. So, but he comes from a planning background, but maybe that needs to be passed on to them from the hierarchy.
He was the head of planning at another council, so he knows the process very well.
Is this the one that Councillor Benson Pope has some wonderful photos he wants to share with the
transportation infrastructure.
Oh no, still.
No, we've done tertiary sector, precinct safety. Right, nothing on that. St Clair Seawall. Councillor McTavish.
I just wonder whether, in the answer to this one, Richard, whether it would make sense to put in the link to the the spot that's going to have all the updates on it. This is St Clair Seawall Ocean Beach investigation stuff. If you put into the response to submitters just the link through to the URL where the updates are going to sit.
Yes, we can. So we're working through that with Biz at the moment. We can certainly add the URL in there. Yep.
Yeah, Richard, I know we talked about it last week. Richard, we talked about this last week after Bill Brown's submission, but I'm just wondering if it's the time that sand sausages need to arrive and that sort of stuff, and in view of the fact that you can buy them in 20-metre lengths, I'm wondering if we could just think about what Bill Brown says in terms of the length of the sand sausages in place, and where he pointed out on the map that there was, in his mind, a shortfall. Whether there is or whether there isn't, I'm not sure, but it wouldn't hurt to have 2 or 3 more to put another 40 or 60 metres in an emergency situation if that was required. And I'm just wondering if we could think about that, or, you know, if experts say it's absolutely unnecessary, well, let that risk be on them. But I don't have a lot of uncomfort in buying 3 or 4 or 5 to have another 100 metres there if required. Yeah.
So we're relying on the advice of the experts in terms of the length required to ensure protection and ensure the intent of that original holding pattern's met through this work. And their view is that 120 metres would have covered the initial area. We've extended that to 200 based on their advice for further protection for those dunes. And at that point where it is finishing is the appropriate point to ensure that holding pattern continues to function. There is the possibility we could order and hold in stock further geo bags. Again, at this stage, there are significant costs with installing those around design, and it's not a case of just filling them with sand and placing them where where we need them. There's other options for emergency protection we've investigated, which were included in that email update around large concrete blocks. We've got a significant amount of sand available in the event there was a significant weather event, so we're comfortable based on our advice that what we're implementing is appropriate and what we've ordered is appropriate. From the work that's been done on design to date, the cost per metre of installing the full sand sausages as designed is around $6,000 per metre.
Councillor Wiley.
Richard, the access for the surfers to enter, you talked about a tyre ladder. Where are we at with that aspect?
Yes, so I met with the St Clair Action Group last Monday to discuss that. So their proposal that they put forward, we had assessed. There have been some concern or questions raised by the engineers just around how that would be fixed and what size and how safe it would be. And talking about potentially finding some other options with ramps or handholds further around the corner beside the pool. The group have still indicated a preference to trial a tyre structure, so we'll go back and work with them on refining what it is they need to try and get something in sooner rather than later. Obviously their intention is to have something in over winter.
So it's their preference, and they've used it before, or they've got knowledge about them?
No, that they haven't, and that's one of the things we've asked them to go and have a look at through their connections is where these things may be being used that we can have a look at, or contact a local council or someone. They couldn't give me anything last week, but we can still, I guess, push forward with the design. We've just got to make sure it is going to serve its purpose for what they're looking to achieve, and B, that it's safe, which is one of the concerns that's been raised at the moment.
Okay. You're doing a great job of looking after the immediate future. What about the longer term future? What's the process?
Yes, so that the $100,000 that I think will be discussed in a report, the proposed for the Ocean Beach or St Clair Ocean Beach review for long-term options will encompass the seawall as well as the dunes, and that's obviously going to look at the issue we've got where we are losing sand consistently out of that corner, the St Clair Pool corner, and what options there may be to try and design something that will encourage the sand to regenerate naturally in that area, because that's fundamentally the issue we've got there. So part of that study over the next year will be looking at all of those options around whether the existing wall needs to be reshaped, whether there are structures that can be placed, and we'll again rely on expert advice to pull together options for council to consider.
Perfect, thank you.
Perhaps I should share the meeting that Richard and I had with a visiting Australian coastal engineer who happened to be on holiday here and knew a local person, and asked to meet with us to just update himself and pass on his knowledge, and he had a good look right along there. And there were two conclusions that he came to. Firstly, there was nothing that he could see that he wouldn't have done. He was quite confident that everything that was being done was exactly as he would have done it, and indeed he compared a beach near where he lives, and I can't recall Cronulla Beach, that it was very similar, and said the same kinds of issues. The second thing he said was, don't think in year terms, think in 10-year terms. He said you might lose sand for 10 years and it'll just happen, and then it might come back for 10 years, but it's not something that just comes and goes. And the third thing he said after he'd finished looking at the beach, he just gestured over his shoulder and said, what you've got along here is nothing compared with the problems you've got in there. So it was a very interesting conversation, and it confirmed most of what we've been told by the experts that have are informing us. Right, Taironi breakwater. Councillor Noon.
Just the wording in terms of the comments, they probably could be just a little bit more positive. There is some action as we speak in terms of planning for this project, so I just thought instead of the council has supported this project, just say that the council support this project, and then in the second sentence remove should and when the project proceeds. It's just a little bit more positive, that's all.
Yep. That's good. Councillor Wilson.
On that, I thought we had put 50,000 in the budget and it was a carry forward, so I'm quite surprised that it's written up in quite the way it is, that it will be from within council's overall budget. I thought there was a specific funding for it. Is that incorrect? It's not working.
Get me? There we are. Is it? So the 50,000 in the current financial year, it's got an approved overspend status. So as soon as it's required and Port Otago have consent, then we've got the money there.
So the recommended action needs to be changed.
And just a question for staff: are we, and given the statements that the Mayor's just made about peer reviewing and the net effects of these actions, and considering St Clair, I'm just really nervous about this project still in light of what it may do at Harwood. Are we really confident that this is the best and only solution for this area and won't have implications that will cost us substantially elsewhere?
Can I just, before you answer that, sorry, through the chair, through
Sure.
the worship, this is not actually a council project. That's number one. Originally, we talked about owning the infrastructure. It's going to be owned by the community. In terms of a peer review, the Port Otago are going through that process more or less as we speak. It may take a month or so until they can get another marine engineer expert to give an opinion, but that is all in hand. So there is a peer review happening, is the point I was going to make.
That's it. No more speaks. Okay. Town Belt Traverse. I recall that these comments were made that some progress had been made in liaising with the Amenities Society on that.
Yeah, look, we've been too slow to respond to their requests that have been consistent for the last few years, but we're certainly engaged with them now on options which will involve both work within the reserves through the town belt, but there'll be some work through the transport safety area as well to provide better and safer access for pedestrians.
Great. Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I was just wondering, and I don't know what the Parks and Recreation strategy will look like, but is it possible that as a part of that it will have a list of whether they're initial actions or anchor projects or whatever, that this could be part of the discussion, that, where this could be discussed, potentially?
There is the option through what we bring back in the action plans to include initial actions. I would hope that even before later this year, when we've identified that we'll be bringing back those action plans, that we would have actually made some progress with the Amenities Society on this anyway. They have an annual event which is scheduled for November this year, the Town Belt Traverse, which is becoming more and more popular, which is the driver for us to work with them to provide some safer routes, and then make it a recreational opportunity that's not reliant on an event each year with traffic management, but is actually a safe route at any time for people to use, given its strategic location close to the CBD.
No, I certainly agree, and it's heartening to know that that can be dealt with in the first half of the financial year. Thank you.
Councillor McTavish.
I just wanted to clarify that there is in our environment strategy a potential initial action around the town belt, and I have connected the dots on, so put the environment strategy team in touch with Paul to discuss the scope of that, which is broader than just the traverse, but integrally related to everything that the Amenities Society is doing up there.
Okay, Aquatic Facilities. Community Gardens. Freedom Camping Bylaw Review. Councillor Benson.
I think it's probably appropriate, given that Richard's here, to actually reinforce the positive feedback that's come about the nature of the bylaw that he and his team drafted after the trouble that we had previously. It seems to be working really well. The signage is much better, and I'm not aware of, I mean, there are still number issues, volume issues, obviously, but I think it's an example of a job really well done. Thank you.
I think it'd be fair to say that the challenges around freedom camping are not peculiar to Dunedin, and the whole of the South Island is confronting various challenges. They're related and they're slightly different in different places. And I think that we will find ourselves revisiting this, but at a national or South Island level at some point, because either way, the provision of more and more facilities for greatly increased numbers is not sustainable, and nor are the greatly increased numbers. So it'll hit the wall sooner or later. Resourcing of existing sites, slightly different take on it. Councillor Wiley.
Just really highlighting the two community boards that really, or three community boards, but in particular Saddle Hill and Wakawai, and the issues challenged. The part that there is some, I guess the fortunate part, there is some infrastructure already in place, but trying to increase that. Richard, is there a way, so is a Freedom Campus essentially highlighting all our documentation where public toilets are and those, and showers and those sorts of things?
We do make an effort to identify where those facilities are. I think the communication around this is always something we could improve, and certainly highlighting, making sure we have every facility highlighted, at the same time being careful not to encourage campers to then congregate in those areas where it is not non-compliant with the bylaw. So we've got to make sure that the messaging around it's very clear.
Okay, and is there still, I know Jendi attended the conference in Wellington on it, is there still the adage with the companies renting the vans that if you take the toilet back sealed, that you get a rebate or a credit back? And so it's a case of actually there's a lot of vehicles that have toilets on board that are rented that aren't being used.
There is an opinion shared by some people that is the case. It's obviously one that's very difficult to prove because the companies won't tell us what they're doing. But I think there were two, out of that conference, there were two key issues that were discussed. Or there are a number, but certainly two that are of significant interest to us. One is the definition of a self-contained vehicle, which the New Zealand Motor Caravan Association are very keen to have reviewed in terms of the New Zealand standard, because the feeling is that there are now vehicles that are certified self-contained that are not what was initially intended when that New Zealand standard was created. And the second one is a real push to be able to, when tickets are issued, that it sits with the vehicle and can be recovered from the rental company, as opposed to the issue we have at the moment where once a visitor leaves the country, we really have no way of recouping that cost. So those two things are being pushed very strongly by the group that attended that conference, and certainly we would have an interest in seeing both of those things progress as well.
Okay. Are there any other areas that you would look at or consider that would need infrastructure, as in toilets or showers or...
Not at this point. We will be, I guess, presenting that full picture in the report back to Planning and Regulatory in June. At this stage, we've focused this season on the two sites we have, and I believe there was some conversation yesterday around the need to make some improvements up in Warrington in particular. We're working through those at the moment.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Peake.
Yeah, thanks, Richard, and community board out on Otago Peninsula. I was also very pleased with what's happening out there. However, in the comment, the second sentence of the comments about the opportunities to collect revenue income from camping may raise some comment in response, and I'm just wondering what was meant by that.
So there were in the submissions more than one comment around council generating some revenue from those sites. Now we will cover that off in our report back because it has been raised previously. So that's the view around whether it's a donation or a small fee. Previously we have recommended steering away from that because that really isn't the intent of freedom camping sites. But it has been raised by submitters and we will address it in the June report.
Okay. Garden plots. Living assets funding. Councillor McTavish.
Thank you. Rich and I have had ongoing conversations about this, and I do appreciate that we're not in a position to fully understand yet what outcomes we are getting in this area and therefore what the shortfall in our budget is. That being said, I do wonder, and this goes for a number of the things, a number of the comments, not just this one, but also a range of others where people are suggesting a change to the level of service or a concern about level of service or a concern about outcomes, whether we can indicate in the answers that we are going through the development of the action plans that sit under the strategy and that those will be out for consultation later in the year, and we welcome feedback as part of that process. Thank you.
Living assets funding. Mosgiel Pool. Councillor Vanders.
Given the relatively recent indications that we may have to spend significantly more on upgrading our drainage infrastructure, and given also that we have a potential risk in the sand sausage protection of the beach, I'm wondering, is the $6 million included in the 18-19 budget for the aquatic facility, is that something which is pretty much set in stone now, or if we find ourselves having to respond to climatic events or whatever before that, is that something which could be deferred or changed?
This is entirely a political call. At any point in time, you can move a motion to, until we sign a contract, you can move a motion to put in or take out anything you like. Once you, I would imagine the position the council's taken in the past is once it agrees with a community organisation that if they fundraise a certain portion, the council will put in a certain portion. In the past, you've taken the position that if they fundraise their portion in good faith, you'll front up with your portion. That hasn't happened yet, so at any point in time, this is a political call, and you get to make a political call and see if you've got support around the table.
So just to clarify, until we get to a point where a similar fundraising amount has been raised, our commitment isn't absolute until that point.
Sorry, your commitment is
not absolute until the point where equivalent funding is raised.
Look, at any point in time, a council can pass a resolution and council can then pass a different resolution. That's the same with anything that's in the budget. So all the way through, once you've got a contract that you've signed with somebody who's delivering, you know, no matter what the thing is, whether it's the seawall or the cycleway or roading, once you've got a contract, if you break that contract, there will be costs incurred. If you make an agreement with the community that they fundraise a portion and you'll put in a certain portion, if you haven't signed a contract for the build, you could break that too if you wanted, but there would be costs incurred. In this case, I would imagine, reputational costs and so on and so forth. This process, just like any others, these are budget lines, they are never set in stone. You can even cancel a contract halfway through if you want, as long as you're willing to face up to the financial consequences. This is a political call.
Okay, but we do effectively have a contract with the Mosgiel Aquatic Trust that if they come up with their half, we're going to come up with the other.
We're continuing to make good progress working in good faith with the Mosgiel Community Trust, exploring pool options and making progress in what can be delivered in that $10 to $12 million funding envelope that has been discussed around this table in the past. So we are getting closer to having a shared understanding, or we now have quite a good shared understanding of that, and have got a good working relationship with that trust.
If I could just add that, given the quantum, if a resolution was passed to remove that funding line from the long-term plan, we would need to go through a special consultative procedure.
Councillor Calvert.
Just the action, I'm wondering whether it should say that this outcome being sought is fully provided for. I don't, the $6 million was sort of, in some respects, a figure plucked from the air when it got in there, or it called itself a placeholder something, and I'm just wondering whether that's whereas the comment which says it's being talked about and the sum is included in the budget is fine, sort of the idea that it's fully funded perhaps isn't necessarily
those first lines are standardised lines. We'll make sure that that's covered off in that second part, that doesn't mean it's fully funded. When the $6 million placeholder budget was put in place, the conversation was that actually at that point in time this pool might well be going to be, that $12 million might be insufficient to cover it, and there was discussion about that it quite possibly needed more than $6 million in, but it was put in as a placeholder and that wouldn't breach financial strategy. The point that's now been reached is that if you decide to proceed with the pool, that is now an adequate funding amount.
I just wondered whether it might say provided for to the extent of $6 million or something.
We can fix that in the comments part. The first part, they standardised drop-down lines, so they're not able to be changed, but we can fix it in the comments part to make it clear.
I don't think it's quite right.
Motorsport Development.
Sorry, Your Worship.
Councillor Vandevers.
I was wondering, I know that we don't have and have no plans for a motorsport facility here, but we have had a facility of sorts in the Southern Festival of Speed. And I was wondering if the new layout of the motorway or if any other developments have happened that might compromise the possible rerunning of the Southern Festival of Speed.
Councillor Staines might.
I have a little bit of limited information, having been on the committee for that facility. The biggest issue we face is the change in safety rules for racing on streets. And so while the motorway has accommodated the ability for the circuit to work, so they've still got that exit that forms the exit to get round onto Cemetery Hill, it's really the cost of upgrading the safety requirements around the track to meet the new motorsport regulations that is the big issue. It can be done, but it's the money involved.
So are you suggesting that it could be done, but that the costs are prohibitive and we're unlikely to see another Southern Festival of Speed? Is that where you're coming from?
I think there may be some opportunities why Matty is running a Festival of Speed around streets and still can. I guess it comes down to the appetite of the organising committee here for the safety regulations, remembering that the course here is quite a big one, it's quite fast. And we wouldn't want to see something like Queenstown happen. But I personally think that it's something that would nicely match with the rally, making a whole week of motorsport in the city and could be quite a benefit. But as I say, safety issues are quite significant.
And just finally, perhaps you have some information whether or not any work has been done to recognise the tourism positive impact from having motorsport events in Dunedin.
Well, that could be a council. It might be more an economic development question, really, events.
So I should say that when the sport and recreation strategy and the action plans are reported back to council, I think that's probably the time for the councillors to have the discussion over what are the sports major events, etc., that they would like to support and what their priorities are for investment.
Councillor Wilson.
Well, I think I'd note that I think we do already support Otago Rally, and we should put that in there because I appreciate it's a different department, but and not only do we support it, I think, in the festival's grants, but I think the support we give through Fulton Hogan for fixing the roads after it. So I think we could be slightly more constructive about our response, that's all.
Parks and Recreation Strategy. Pest Management.
Well, this is just the same again. If we could add in reference to those action plans here, Richard, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
I went to Jeff Simmons' talk on Wild Dunedin. I'm just wondering, there's some really neat projects that are working throughout New Zealand and some of the islands, but are we working, have we got the best tie-ins with some of those groups that are working really well in pest destruction as a council, and should we be saying that we're going to be working with some of those groups better in collaboration where we may get extra funding for some of the projects we've got involved?
So currently we're not working as well with those groups as we could. Part of the new structure within Parks and Recreation includes a biodiversity officer role who will lead that work in identifying opportunities to I guess get better investment and use our investment smarter in terms of pest control. So there's certainly some gains we can make there, and we've started discussions with a number of those groups who are involved in that as well.
I think that's an action that I would love to see us, not only talking about, but actually having reported back how those work, because I think they're fundamentally fantastic investments in the economic development of the city, because from the Wild Dunedin Festival, I certainly see some benefits that might go way past just parks and recs. That would be interesting to get a cross-department look at that at some stage.
Right, Regional Facilities Strategy. Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just wondering whether reference to our support for the Regional Facilities Strategy could be added to the responses to each of the numerous facilities projects requests we've had come through, because it does obviously feed into whether it's hockey or football or whatever. That'd be good. Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Also, Richard, I take it there's going to be an understanding of whether some fields are basically worth taking out of play in future use for artificial.
So certainly one of the pieces of work we will be looking at is our sports field provision, and if we were to support a project such as the one Football South are currently working on, then part of that would need to be looking at what that means for our existing sports field provision, what we may no longer require given the amount of use a turf could take, and that all of that information would be provided with any report that came back to council.
Perfect, thank you.
So was that sports fields and reserves, councillor, that you... Yeah, no, that's all right. I just figured it was. So anything else on sports fields and reserves?
So is this the one that we do the hockey turf under, or was that under specifically? I'm sorry, I can't keep up with knowing whether... Is that a separate one, the hockey? Hockey, I think it's separate. It's separate, then we'll leave it to then, thank you.
in here. Yeah, it'd be good to do it now, I think.
Okay, so what's being referred to is the request for, from a combination of King's High School and the Hockey Association to partner with them in funding a turf at King's. That's the issue on the table. Yep. So, you mean if we're of a mind to... So, would someone want to lead off on this? Councillor Wilson.
I'm just wondering what method or how you see that progressing, or are we going to take an active role in trying to progress that? Presumably that's cheaper than doing the option that has before been on our books, which was we were going to do the whole turf ourselves. And so that response in the last line, there is currently no provision, appreciate that, but are we going to work or look collaboratively at how we can progress that idea, or are we not interested?
Well, well, I think the point is that that call has to be made around this table.
Yeah.
It's certainly not something that's the responsibility for that has not been given to staff. So we've got to make a call. How do we want to respond to that request?
Okay. Well, I suppose are we going to be in a position to respond to this request best, or do we have to wait for the previous topic, which is the Parks and that regional facilities to be sorted first? Which way do we progress this best?
This may be an instance of the cart before the horse, but if you look at the factors that we've got in play with the Otago Hockey and the King's High School proposal, is that we have a Sport New Zealand supports New Zealand Hockey's plan for provision. You have and their support for this proposal. You have the regional association, Otago Hockey, which is a very well organised and very strong, obviously, regional association, and their proposal is supported by Sport Otago. When we look at benchmarking numbers of players relative to turf, they certainly meet that. In fact, they will exceed that. So you've certainly got the demand has been certainly demonstrated within the city for this facility, and we have an opportunity where we can leverage Ministry of Education funding and third-party funding to achieve the delivery of a facility in South Dunedin. So certainly given that framework, given that there are a number of other councils that work in this sort of facility partnership space, recognising that actually councils couldn't and shouldn't actually fund all the necessary sporting infrastructure, given that framework, and whilst mindful of the funding constraints, if there was going to be a proposal put in front of you to support, given they've got funding, they've got support, it's supported by the national and the local bodies, it's supported by central government, this would be an ideal project for the council to support if it was of a mind.
Councillor Thompson.
There's a number of issues around this, and I have a foreshadowed motion that I don't want to put at this point because it may not be quite right, but it's to give a flavour of what I'm thinking, and I realise that's not the way you normally do things, but.
Well, we're in open discussion now,
okay,
so feel free, and then you might...
The flavour of it is that council support in principle both the King's Hockey Facility and the soccer turf, and continue to engage in discussions with both parties. That financial support be contingent on end-of-year debt provision being less than 220 million, and affordable through a further reduction in interest costs due to lower than forecast debt levels, and that spending be no earlier than in the 17-18 year and contingent upon approval in the 17-18 annual plan round. Now, there's a whole pile of ifs, buts and maybes in that, and it may be that the wording is not quite right, but I'm trying to get a flavour of potential way forward, and I could speak
Does
to
Arlene
that.
have that?
No, she doesn't, because I'm just trying to draft it, and it's...
Why?
Well, I was sort of thinking we could leave it till we actually got to the decision-making around, but I was trying to sense of objective flavour.
This is part, I see. Look, I don't see any downside in addressing it now. It's got a lot of contingencies in it. But
We'll show you ours.
Staff are asking if they can show me theirs.
We'll show you yours if you, Elsie's.
Can we actually have a resolution about spending money in next year's annual plan this year? So something contingent upon, so we're saying we'll spend money contingent upon it, something happening for next year?
That's for discussion when he puts it up. So
I was just meaning technically, not for discussion.
yes.
So I'm advised that staff have a proposed motion to go through you, apparently, that actually bears a remarkable similarity to this, so it may be better to leave it.
I was under the misapprehension that this was the one.
Oh, no, this is
So
just
there's
mine.
obviously more than one. Meeting of minds, obviously. Look, what I'm hearing, what we're hearing around the table is that there is at least a suggestion that we put up the proposal to support the request, and it's a matter of how that would be done within the financial parameters that we have. So can I invite you, Councillor Thompson, to speak to the, not to the technicalities of it, but to the virtues of...
Okay. Well, I'll break it down into three parts that we support in principle. I think one of the difficulties with, for example, the soccer turf is we're being asked in a submission to support in principle. Well, it's a bit like being a little bit pregnant. I mean, if you support in principle, you're sort of saying that we're going to give them the money next year, and you can't sort of you can't have it both ways terribly easily. But I think that there are a number of issues around timing. It's not entirely clear to me whether, for example, if the two bodies were to get together, they wouldn't be able to come up with some common usage. It may be that's not possible, but I don't know that. I think that the second part, that financial support be contingent on end-of-year debt provision being less than, I said 220 million, I'm not sure what staff are suggesting, but I don't think that we are in a position to, or should be, adding to our debt levels, notwithstanding the fact that our debt is significantly lower than we forecast it to be. If between when council staff did their forecast in the end of the financial year, and taking entirely into account Mr Mackenzie's comments yesterday that the one thing he can be certain of is that the forecast will be wrong, that it's clear that there is some further headroom, and that the cost savings associated with that, in other words, if debt were lower still, then you would have ongoing further interest savings that we've not factored into a budget. If that were to be the case, and we could assist with the provision of community facilities without adding to rates burden, I would be supportive of that, given we are so far ahead of our debt repayment target. And I'm also saying that, I guess I put the third part, that spending be no earlier than the 17-18 year and contingent upon approval in the 17-18 annual plan round, because it seemed to me that there may well be quite a bit of work to be done around those discussions and things. So that was where I was coming from.
So this is the resolution that we drafted in request to some councillors asking for something, should the mood of the council be to support this. If you can have a look at this and work out who moves, who seconds, and whether you want to make any changes to it. So this was the one we prepared earlier.
Increase the font size. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting it enlarged. Oh, Councillor Benson-Pope.
I've got no objection to the highly qualified motion that Councillor Thompson foreshadowed. But the only thing that bothers me about, I mean, we've certainly got to look at it, and the city lives on having facilities of this kind, and both presentations were very credible, but there's clearly a question about the location at King's in terms of big events, you know, having the extra needed, so we're told, third turf not adjacent to the others, I think is potentially quite problematic. I understand the issue about the catchment out south, but there is also the complicating factor of, well, what happens when another school elsewhere comes with a proposal like this, and you know, we're factoring ourselves into the school politics here as well, obviously. I wonder, so I'm asking if the mover would consider referring to a third hockey turf rather than necessarily the King's proposal, and then I'd be comfortable with it.
Well, if my motion were to be the one that was moved, I'd be perfectly happy to do that, because that would be part of ongoing discussions, I guess. But I'm not quite sure. I haven't moved it because I wasn't sure whether the wording was necessarily sensible. I was floating it as a possible way forward.
I see a problem in responding to a submission that was specifically from King's, responding with any response that specifically excludes them.
No, I'm not saying they should be specifically excluded. I'm saying we should be more generic in the motion that we're not constrained.
Well, what I'm saying is they've come to us and said, help us put a hockey turf on our land, and is it credible to go back and say, well, we'll put a hockey turf somewhere, but it might not be your land? I mean,
well, I think
essence.
That's perfectly credible if we're talking about the city's money, actually.
Right. Okay. Well,
is there a parallel one coming for soccer?
Well, I'd included them both in here because the reason I'd included them both was partly because of my lack of understanding of whether soccer has always indicated that their turf would be multi-use as long as they obviously got first use. And I don't know whether that's compatible or incompatible with, well, somebody may know.
Yes, so the view from staff would be that the two proposals are entirely separate, and it would be very difficult to have a turf that would service both. The other thing, I guess, to note is that this proposal is specific to King's Hospital funding, a significant part of the funding of King's. Football are not asking for any funding at this stage. They're seeking some support for us to continue working with them on developing their proposal.
okay, from a process point of view, I need this moved and seconded so that we can open up discussion. So are you...
Well, that's fine. This is dealing with the hockey one purely separately, and that's fine given what Richard's just said. So I'm happy to...
You're happy to move this?
Yes.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Staines, seconder? That's fine. Okay, would you like to speak to it again?
Look, it's... For me, I entirely understand we have a range of competing interests, but it's a bit like the aquatic facility in Mosgiel. To the extent that we can leverage off community contribution to enhance facilities in the city at a significantly less cost than we would if we were having to provide it ourselves, I think we should be trying to do that. I don't think we should be trying to do it if we were failing to meet our debt reduction targets. The fact that we are in fact not just meeting those, but we are substantially overachieving them, gives some room to consider these things. I don't think that you can simply not invest in community infrastructure of this kind for decades when you have clear evidence that you've got use levels from the community that are hugely above what the facilities are able to provide. And so, you know, these are opportunities to leverage off community commitment and to support community commitment. And I think that if we don't do that, we will end up ultimately paying for these things all ourselves, or we won't have the facilities that you would expect to have in the city. And so that for me is the reason. But it's contingent on being able to do it. And if as Mr Mackenzie says, the one thing you can be sure of is the forecast is wrong and it's wrong in the wrong direction, then it ain't going to happen.
In seconding this motion, I think the opportunity here, given that we have the financial flexibility as outlined in the resolution, is an extremely good one. Better, in fact, than the Mosgiel Pool, in that this is a 2/3 to 1/3 investment which is being proposed. And you know, taking into account the high pressure that is on the current hockey turfs, and the fact that Otago Hockey themselves have proved that they can manage their turfs. You know, they have taken loans from us in the past for their turfs and have always repaid those. So I think we've got a strong partner there, and Ministry of Education through King's High School has got to be a good partner. So I think the opportunity is too good to miss, but with the proviso that's in the resolutions in case we don't have available funds.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm very supportive of the concept and developing it up. Just a slight issue is that I'm also very aware of the South Dunedin infrastructure issues, and that I would rather see this tagged in some way, or ensuring that we're looking at South Dunedin infrastructure broadly when we make this motion. And it isn't tagged to it at the moment, and I think that if we lift up a substantial area of South Dunedin and want it to drain in again, that actually means that you've at 100% saturation. Actually, it worsens the problem. So I would prefer if we just add in a line, I'm asking the mover and seconder, that this development works in with waste and water services for stormwater and the capacity to mitigate any.
Project working with Water and Waste Services to ensure there was no unforeseen outcomes.
Well, and I'm happy for it to be across the council, because there are other issues that transport and getting kids to and from Queensland King's High School is actually an issue as well. So it can be broader.
Can you just draft it?
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor McTash.
Thank you. I just have a few questions again around the motion. They relate to conditions and things, I guess. It strikes me that C currently refers to available outside of school hours. The principal of King's has stated to me, I can't remember whether it was last week or previously, but his view is that it may well be possible for the turf to be used by the public within school hours, or at times other than simply outside of school hours. And so I think what it seems to me that we actually, rather than having a statement like that there now, we would be better off to have a statement which said, subject to confirmation of adequate, an acceptable level of public access, with details to be provided through C&E or some other committee once the details have been negotiated. Because the other part of that equation, I guess, is that the cost could come into it. So some facilities are available at a cost. I'm assuming here that open means open access without cost, but certainly that needs to be discussed and negotiated with the school. So I wonder whether having a broader statement in there around access and things, and a report coming back around conditions of any agreement might be a better way to cover off all of the possible conditions that might sit with that. Basically, yeah, or seeking some clarification about whether or not we do have clarity that it would be only outside of.
Well, if C were to be replaced with that council is satisfied that an appropriate set of terms and conditions for public use are included with that.
Amit, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Did you get that, Arlene?
I was working with councillors.
Okay, I'll come back to see.
Yep. Mr. McKenzie.
A couple of things. I think we need to be careful with C there, where it talks about out of use of school hours. I think that's not required. It picked up on that, and also think G around what Councillor Wilson was commenting about water and waste and council staff overall. I guess a comment I'd make is this is a council project, would be reporting back on it, therefore the whole of council would be involved. I don't think we need to go down and say actually we need to make sure water and waste is involved, and because it is part of council.
Well, I guess I just had another couple of questions, and they're probably more for Richard. Richard, obviously we're not in an ideal position really in terms of understanding the way that our network of facilities works and supports one another, and we will be in a better position in 12 months' time to be making calls around that. But you're comfortable that in supporting this project we are not we would not be compromising the outcomes that we might have around facilities management and provision into the future, given what we know about how limited our budget is going to be over the next 10 years. Would this be a priority area for investment? Have you got confidence that that will be the case?
Yes, we do. I think the types of indicators we'd look for these developments are here in terms of the demand for hockey specifically. The project itself with such a significant amount of investment coming from the Ministry of Education or a school, ensuring that the facility will be used on a regular basis, which is one of the big things for us moving forward is that use. So we do have a level of confidence that this one can stand alone in terms of looking at that broader facility strategy.
Okay. Thank you.
I would have been happy with this resolution if it was one to ask that this proposal was put in the annual plan hearings for next year. I would have been also happy if it had been in the long-term plan. I'm concerned that what looks like very conditional, and people seem to be taking some comfort for that, is not actually conditional on anything except having debt of less than $220 million. If we have debt of less than that, we have consulted on what to do with spare money, and it's to pay off debt. It isn't to increase debt back to whatever level that we might have had, and this is the intention of this is to increase debt if that level is below $220 million, and it's tucked into next year so as it won't look like we're doing anything this year. So what it does is bind next year's council to do something that increases whatever debt level we have so long as it's under $220 million. So that's binding a future council to increase debt if it's under $220 million. That's quite a different thing than saying when we're looking at our parks and recreation strategy that we would like these to be a priority, or to say that the annual plan for next year we would really like this suggestion to be in it. But it really isn't conditional on anything other than the ability to increase debt next year if it's under $220 million. And if we wanted to do that, we'd want to consult on it, and we'd want to do it by telling the people that was our plan. This is binding a future council. It looks conditional, but it's conditional on something that we have no control over. It'll either happen or it doesn't, and it's only that debt level being under $220 million. It is a seriously flawed resolution. I won't be supporting it.
all of our decisions on finance either bind, no, sorry, it's not working, either bind or don't bind future councils. All our budget considerations and decisions bind future councils to the extent that they can't change them, but they always can. So your analysis, Councillor, is completely wrong. Now, next speaker is Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Hall.
In the structure of this, can we put into the agreement that they have to look at recycling, like taking the water off the roofs of the buildings, putting into tanks and reticulating the water for the turf, so we're not draining water out of the system and not putting water back into the system?
I'll check with Richard, and would that come under G, where we'd have to, they're talking to all of the council departments about how they do it the best way anyway.
Yeah, I think that's correct. In terms of the, if this was to progress, and the council's involvement would be working through all of those options with Hockey and King's High School to make sure that it was the best solution and that any infrastructure needs were met.
Councillor Lord.
The only nervousness I have about this is if we don't get to 220 million, does that make it a dead duck in the water? And I think in view of the fact that we've had discussion, well, not had discussion, but we've heard from people around the table the amount of leverage in this, that's my concern. I don't know, can you offer a solution, Grant, or do you have an opinion on that, just so I can get my head around what your thoughts are?
No.
It does mean that. As it currently stands, if we don't meet the debt position, it would fall over. You've got under B a report from us coming back to you before the end of the financial year confirming that it is available, and you can have another discussion at that point if it isn't, presumably. But at this point in time, the indication is that it would fall over.
Councillor McTavish.
Thank you. Sorry, I have remember what my second question for Richard was. Richard, it's about timing of this. Have you had any conversations with Hockey and Kings about their time frames around this, and are we confident that the decision around funding needs to happen in this financial year?
Just question around conversations with Hockey and Kings around the timing and the need for this within this financial year.
Kings has the funding available at the moment and are ready to tap into that. Bad word. They're wanting to resurface their tennis courts, so the opportunity for them is now, as in this financial year. They're ready to progress a development at their school, whether it's just tennis courts or whether it's the bigger scope of the hockey turf.
So the tennis courts are wrapped into the same project?
Where the current tennis courts are is where the hockey turf would be located.
Oh, right, I see. So,
Jinty, sorry, so the short answer is in terms of the positioning of Hockey and Kings, in terms of their funding and the availability and their willingness to do it, the answer from them is that this financial year is when they want to progress this project.
Further speakers, well, I'm very much in support of this proposal. There's a definite need. The fact that it's a partnership, the fact that it was brought to us as a partnership is a huge advantage because, as someone's pointed out, normally we get, at the very least, asked for half of what is needed. This time we're only being asked for a third. It will have the further benefit, to some extent anyway, of freeing up use on our own fields, so there'll be some savings there. I wouldn't want to overstate those. But I think that in the way it's being funded, I think that there's perhaps a misunderstanding. This is very similar to the way we yesterday proposed to fund the purchase of the property next to the gasworks. In other words, substituting the realised value of one asset and putting it into another area, the same kind of area in the city, for the purposes of for the very similar purposes. And as regards our debt levels are concerned, if we stay around 220, we are actually staying within our financial strategy on debt. So we're actually complying with all our strategies. It's not a matter of increasing our debt, it's actually complying with them and staying within them and achieving more because of the savings that have been able to have been made elsewhere. So I think this is a great opportunity, and there was some concern expressed about the competition between schools. I would point out that Kings and Queens already cooperate to an enormous extent. In any case, they're right next to one another. They use the same auditorium and they use the same sporting field, so I don't see any reason why they wouldn't cooperate on this one as well. So, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. My problem isn't that I can't support this project. I think my problem is that I can't support this project right now. We've heard so far that we've committed our support to the development of a regional facilities strategy, looking at how we provide sporting infrastructure across the region. And we already are in the development stage of a parks and recreation strategy, which hasn't come to fruition, and yet in advance of both of those pieces of work, this sets us down the path of committing to a fairly major infrastructure project with attendant ongoing operational expectations. It is very much like the Mosgiel Pool project, but perhaps not in the way that Councillor Thompson intended. We've got a very well organised community group who have put together a fantastic proposal and come to us dangling the carrot of co-investment, which all of a sudden makes this organisation leap to attention and puts it at the top of the queue for investment from this council, which is all well and good, but again, we risk investing or prioritising investment in communities that have the deepest pockets rather than communities that have the greatest need, and that continues to concern me. I think the other thing that worries me about this is that we're moving into, I mean, it's going to be difficult enough to deal with the submissions and the reports and proposals for council investment as they stand, let alone, and we could be here for a very long time if we start banking future hypothetical money that we might have by the end of the financial year, which is essentially what this is doing. And even if there were funding available through lower interest costs by the end of this financial year, I'm not convinced that this is our number one strategic priority for spending that. This year marked the 27th consecutive year that this council was lobbied for investment in a library / now community complex in South Dunedin. We've got the Gasworks proposal, the Mayfair Theatre, the Fortune. We've had concern from our community around our investment in parks and reserves and playgrounds, to say nothing of our future needs around social housing, around investment in a transition to clean energy, around public transport, etc., etc. So while I have no concern, I mean, and that's the problem, is that I'm supportive of both the model and the project in principle, but I'm not convinced that this is the strategic priority for council investment at this point, that this motion will make it, and I look forward to hopefully having an ongoing conversation about this, be it at next year's annual plan or perhaps more appropriately during our long-term plan proceedings, ideally with some sort of regional facilities strategy and certainly a parks and recreation strategy against which we can assess the merits of it. Thanks.
Councillor Van der Vis.
I agree entirely with Councillor Hawkins. I mean, the third contribution for what looks like a multi-purpose turf, which will get a lot of use, I'm sure, is certainly attractive. But our position to do something about it is not that clear right at this moment. Staying within our strategy on debt is obviously a laudable thing to do, except that the strategy itself, I don't believe, is laudable. The strategy simply assumes that we're going to keep $220 million worth of debt virtually ad infinitum, and that we're going to stick with that 220 million, essentially irrespective of whether the interest rates are 7%, 9% or 2%. And to me, that's actually really a very unsatisfactory strategy. The idea that we don't want to increase our debt, I think, is behind it, and that is all well and good. But I think to somehow embed $220 million worth of debt with the enormous export of Dunedin dollars and paying that interest every year, and it was 15 million last year, is something that we need to be very wary of. It's like when you get into overdraft and you've never really been in overdraft, and after you've been in overdraft for a while, you just sort of think, well, I managed that and we'll just stay there. That is not a recipe for long-term success, and neither do I think it's a good recipe or even, I don't think it is a complete strategy on debt. I think it's just part of what should be a strategy. To me, our strategy on debt should be one of recognising that we don't want to exceed 220 million, but that what we do want to do is very urgently address what can be done to pay off that debt rather than just to keep paying massive interest costs forever. And to pay off that debt, although I recognise I'm perhaps straying a little bit from the hockey turf here, but I am addressing A here because that is sort of the primary condition. I think that what we really need to look at is readying Aurora Delta perhaps for sale, something that will allow us...
You are really straying well beyond, so
all
can
right.
you
So just to
get
say
back
that...
on the pitch, perhaps?
Okay. The hockey turf would be lovely, but as Councillor Hawkins has suggested, I don't think we're in a position to do it yet. I think it's just a bit early. We have these really big issues which we need to overcome first. They are kind of addressed in this motion, but I don't think addressed in a way which is comfortable or even advisable. So I will have to be voting against.
Mr Mackenzie, I understand you want to clarify something.
Can I just give some context to councillors? As part of our long-term plan, we're projected to have debt at the end of the 15-16 year at 247 million. So we're significantly ahead of where we're projected. Also, as part of the fiscal strategy, we had an objective of getting debt below $230 million by 2021, and we're going to achieve that significantly earlier as well. So.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Peat.
Yeah, I can see a lot of merit in this project as well. However, I don't think I can support it, and that's mainly because this is, we've gone out to the people with our plan for next year, and it suddenly is going to be adding 600,000 if all those qualifications are met, and I think that's something that we should have been doing before. I would rather see this park for one more year anyway, and I think that we could probably find enough support around this table, even though I'm not going to be here. We also have other sports fields expenditure to consider. We've got Football South there, we've got Otago Cricket, we haven't talked about those yet. I know they are going to be they're going to add to our, not to our debt, but to our collection of things that we would like to spend if we can. And finally, I would have preferred to see the Parks and Rec strategy come out with something like this that shows us where this fits into the context of all of the sports that we are supporting in Dunedin. We have a fantastic array of amenities here and facilities, and I think in the context of a strategy, this would have carried more weight.
Councillor Hall, I don't recall you speaking, but I got your name down. But anyway, fire away.
The one aspect we haven't looked at this is what is going to be economic good to the city if it goes ahead, and what is going to be the cost if it doesn't go ahead on the amount of international matches that can come here, the amount we're going to lose is going to be significant.
Thank you. Further speakers? Right. Councillor Thompson, your right of reply.
Can I just, sorry, we should, just briefly, I think Jendy's just making a quick phone call to see whether or not there is any room to move from the King's perspective, from staff perspective, from the partners' perspective on this project in terms of timeframes. So, sorry, I feel like I need that information before.
Look, I don't think we can set a precedent by stopping the debate.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just signalling that that's happening.
No. What, do you have a question?
It's a procedural matter.
Sorry? Yeah.
Procedural matter, Your Worship. I'm just wondering whether, if that information comes in later, and whether Councillor McTavish was indicating she would have a subsequent motion, should this one be lost, that it be put into the 2017.
Well, bear in mind that everything that we decide through this, everything we decide through this meeting is reconsidered, can be reconsidered at the end of the meeting in any case.
Okay.
So,
okay.
We could choose to have morning tea. An adjournment, seconded. Councillor Staines for morning tea. Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. We'll come back here at 1:45. Okay, we'll go back to it. And Councillor McTavish.
Thank you, Worship. Well, in speaking to the motion, I do have some concerns about just the way that it's worded, because I think it is effectively subject to a report coming back to us, which I think covers off the strategic issues, covers off the infrastructure issues, covers off the degree to which this will actually provide public access, the costs of public access. For me, there's a range of issues that still need to be worked through before we have sufficient information here at the table to sign off on this project. That being said, I do see merit in putting provisional budget in place to enable this development to proceed, should we have confirmation, should we as council confirm our position, having received all of that information. So I probably would have worded this motion slightly differently, because I think it provides, the way that it's currently worded, intimates a degree of confidence which I'm not sure that we currently have around the table. That being said, I think we have received confirmation from staff that in terms of strategic priorities, as best as we are able to identify at present with the information that we have around our sports facilities, this would be one of the higher priority facilities from their perspective. Certainly the partnership approach to this and the location of this for a piece of infrastructure in a suburb that we know has a shortage of green space, where we know there are regular flooding issues associated with existing low-lying green space. We have heard that this particular facility would be on an elevated piece of land, and that it would enable more regular use of that green space than is otherwise the case. And it is, I do have some concerns about the longer term work that's happening around South Dunedin and the context, but this is a 10 to 12 year piece of infrastructure, effectively, and that's the course of the lifetime over which I think this asset needs to be considered. So with all of that in mind, with the demographic and the facilities constraints that we have in South Dunedin, and with the context of this being a partnership approach, I provisionally do support this, subject to us getting confirmation that public access will be a notable element at sensible times at low cost for the public of South Dunedin.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, I think we've come to your right of reply.
Look, it is true that sometimes timing is everything, and we found that out yesterday with the Gasworks proposal, which in fact is exactly analogous. It is something that we did not go out and consult on. It is something that we saw as being opportune to take advantage of because an opportunity might not be there in the future, and this was a way of doing that. So sometimes timing is everything. But hockey's situation is not new. We've been told time and time again in the time that I've been on council about the fact that the pressure on their facilities is such that they're unable to meet the demand, and that's particularly the case with school hockey. And people are having to play games at more and more unsociable hours in order to try and fit people onto a facility. So it isn't that it's a new issue or one we're unaware of. What we have in front of us now, however, is a proposal that enables us with a considerable degree of community input to address those needs. Concerns have been raised about where this would sit in a prioritisation schedule, and I think there are two aspects to that. Firstly, there are other matters that we will discuss between now and the end of these deliberations, and that is why we have a clear policy that we can revisit decisions. If it becomes clear in the course of events that we are going to have some difficulties accommodating decisions, they can be revisited, and they should be. But secondly, we've been told by staff that this would be considered a high priority. It is not, in their view, something that would figure low in the tree of prioritisation decisions. Councillor Vandervis has been corrected by the CFO around the current debt position vis-a-vis where we forecast to be less than a couple of years ago. But he also says that this is about maintaining our debt at 220 million, but that quite clearly isn't the case. Between now and the long-term plan, where we were forecast to be about $20 million more debt, in fact more than that, and 2025, where we forecast to be down around 120 odd million, there is progressive reduction in debt over that 10-year period. And what we have in place is a financial policy that ensures we stick to that debt reduction. And I'm not suggesting, and this motion does not suggest, we do something to step outside of that. Councillor Peet says, that we're being asked to put an additional $600,000 in next year's budget. Well, that's not the case either. We, irrespective of the niceties around whether it's funded out of current year surplus or not, even if it weren't, we're being asked to put the finance cost of that $500,000 into next year's budget. I think the other thing that we need to be mindful of is that this is about investment in South Dunedin, and we've heard time and time again about the need for that. The sense that this community feels that when investment goes into the city, it goes in somewhere else. I think reference has been made to the long-delayed library/community hub, but that is in the budget, and it stayed in the budget over the last few years. So, for me, the key issue here is we have a financial strategy that commits us to progressive reduction in debt against a timetable. Not only are we meeting that timetable, but we're exceeding that timetable. We don't have a financial strategy that says that we have a commitment to, or that we, that if we do better than that, we can't consider that in our decision making. We are doing better than that, and this motion reflects that and is conditional upon that. It's not only conditional upon the fact we're doing better than that, it's conditional upon the fact that we will do better again by the end of the financial year than we are currently forecast to do. And if we don't, then it won't happen, or at the very best, it will end up being something that will have to be decided in the context of next year's annual plan. So I feel that those are sufficient safeguards.
Thank you. I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? No. Could I have a show of hands? All those in favour, please raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's carried. Thank you. Now we're on to sycamore tree removal. Councillor Noon.
Are you comfortable that there's adequate funding in your operational budget to give support for the State Highway 88 beautification trusts to continue their good work with the stakeholders, plus neighbours, landowners, etc., where the sycamore invasion exists?
We have got money in the budget to continue with the work that was started last year, and are having those conversations with the Chalmers Community Board and other stakeholders at the moment. So comfortable that as far as the plan goes for that sycamore work, that there is enough money to continue that. I think in the future there will be a decision to be made by council as to the level of investment for a broader program, but we wouldn't be in a position to undertake that in this coming financial year.
Through your worship, so that longer term plan, there is a plan to adopt a longer term plan, but it's not going to happen in the 16-17, is that essentially it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we should just a point, going back one to sports field and reserves, I just wonder whether we need to also cover off cricket submission on the school board, which was within that sports field and reserves set of submissions as well.
Thank you. Comments on that? Councillor Peake.
Yeah, I know we heard from Mike Coggan about this, and there appeared to be some, he wasn't quite settled on a price, but he was interested in upgrading the school board, which he described as an embarrassment, and I agree with him. I think, however, we need to know this is a council asset, as is the University of Oval, and the embankment that's being built there now is also going to be a council asset, and we're contributing to, in some smaller way, to the finishing touches on it in terms of plantings and so on. But I'd just like to ask Richard if he has any information about what Otago Cricket would like us to contribute to a new school board.
Yes, so my understanding of the proposal is that the total cost, and I can't confirm these costs, this is from the information supplied to us from Otago Cricket, is approximately 100,000 plus GST. They are proposing to raise 25,000 of that and are seeking council's contribution for the remainder.
Okay.
Approximately
so
75,000.
Should we be? I suppose the question is: should we be confirming that and holding this discussion over to later in the day, maybe until?
No, I'm quite happy to. If someone wants to move something.
Yeah.
So I've got a number of speakers wanting to speak. Are any of those wishing to move something? Sure. Well,
I'd like to ask Richard.
Okay, so let's say we'll get some quick questions to clarify, and then I'll take a motion, and then it's the basis for discussion.
So Richard, I understood that they were asking for about $100,000 plus GST. I think the figure was 103 plus GST, but I checked. I might have got that wrong, so I need to have that clarified. But there's two things. Would it affect the cricket program coming up, if we didn't have the scoreboard, I agree with Councillor Peter with regards to the necessity of an upgraded scoreboard, but will it affect their coming season? So the point is, can it remain for, can this be left in abeyance for maybe next year? And if that's the case, are you satisfied that the scoreboard that they're offering is a scoreboard that we should be putting this sort of money into?
So the answer to the first question is that the bid that was submitted for cricket in the upcoming seasons wasn't subject to a new scoreboard. So that wasn't part of the proposal put forward by Dunedin to host cricket in this coming summer and the following. That was on the basis of what is there currently. It is recognised that what is there currently is not up to standard, and that was clear from the letter from New Zealand Cricket in the submission. However, they haven't indicated that would prevent us from hosting cricket. The second point, we haven't been involved or had enough discussions or the ability to review what's being proposed to satisfy ourselves around ongoing maintenance costs, the suitability of that product. We would need, in my view, while it is certainly would be a positive in terms of the Oval and the provision of facilities at the Oval, there are still a number of questions we would have around the second-hand scoreboard and the maintenance and responsibilities that would become councils that would come with taking on that asset.
Okay. So are there any other? I sense there's going to be a resolution, but are there any other questions? Councillor Wiley and then Councillor Lord.
Richard, I guess for me, is there a time limit or time frame are you aware of in relation to the $70,000 cost for the scoreboard? Because it sounds like versus a new one is over 200,000 or 200,000 odd.
I'm not aware if there is a time limit on the offer from the current supplier.
Yeah. Okay.
Hang on. I'm just checking that you want to ask a question. I'll put you on the list.
Yeah, sorry, but my question relates to sycamores. Sorry, so maybe later.
We'll come back to that. Thank you. They'll have grown a bit by then. Councillor Lord.
Yeah, look, Richard, my question is regarding the fact that this is a DCC asset, do we have a policy? How does our policy work? Do we have an asset, we just leave it till it deteriorates, so it's unworkable, and then this is the process that they come back to us, or do we have an asset that we are mindful of, that we care about, that we update as required? Like, what's the normal policy? Because I think we have a responsibility just as the owners of that asset to make sure that it does the job and is fit for purpose.
So the normal process would be that we would have a maintenance program for that asset and ensure it was in working condition. The issue with this is that it is aged to the point where it doesn't meet the requirements in terms of what it can offer for video technology and various other components that New Zealand cricket or international cricket now expect. This would have been, or as far as the University Oval and our assets that are down there, this is one that we're aware of, along with a couple of other site screens, for example, that we will have to review or would have to have reviewed. Otago Cricket have just been very proactive in bringing another option forward to us at this stage.
And would this level of spending normally be something that's dealt with by council or within your, I won't say parks budget, but I mean within a normal procedure would something like this, like if they had to spend, for example, $100,000 at the stadium, which is an asset that's worth 60 or 160 million, would they be coming back to us for every $100,000 sign off in terms of maintenance or repair, or how does that work?
We would look to include that just as a renewal item, a line item in the budget as part of our operating expenditure.
And in this case of a scoreboard, it's not a renewal?
It's not in there currently.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Really are, right. I'm just wondering how often this will be used, and it just occurs to me when we were looking at lights, we looked at moving lights around, which are a much more fraught thing, and why this couldn't be partly funded by Queenstown and Invercargill and actually moved between facilities, because it's obviously not one that's going to be used daily. In fact, it'll be its demand, which was really for videoed events, not the spectators there. The demand is going to be limited.
So the use of it would be driven by the amount of use the venue got during the year. We haven't investigated any options of a shared resource, but it's something that we could. The feasibility of moving something of that size around and having it installed at various locations, we would need to see what the cost of that would be. They could be quite high.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Benson-Pope.
Obviously, given that the total cost of the proposal includes dismantling, this scoreboard is clearly somewhere now. Do we have any information about why the people who own it somewhere don't want it? Well, it's a reasonable question.
No.
Okay. Councillor Bezet, do you wish to move anything?
To us in the past, asking for funds for various activities taking place down there, and we've always ended up the same way, and it hasn't been. They haven't presented themselves in a very positive way, and this is another one. But I just think that there's an opportunity here, and apparently the new cost for a scoreboard is somewhere around 200,000. They're asking for 70. I've just been pointed out by Councillor Benson-Pope, and so that opportunity may disappear if we don't pick up on it. Given that they are putting substantial funds in themselves in developing the ground and it's part of our own facilities, then there's certainly a need for a new scoreboard down there. So I'm wondering if, well, I'd like to move a resolution that we do support them to the extent of 70,000. And it could be funded by way of a loan, which would mean a relatively small increase into our budget of around probably $6,000 or $7,000 a year to pay that the interest on that loan. But it would be my resolution would be subject to the staff investigating and finding out if the scoreboard is up to standard. And it's not something that another union is discarding because it hasn't been satisfactory. So, because as I say, I think there's an opportunity to do that. So I'd like to move that we do support it to that degree.
Is there a second? Second to Councillor Benson-Pope. Okay. All right. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor? Councillor Calvert.
I'd like to ask a question. Is that they presented to us something about this 103,000 or whatever, and that they would be contributing 25 or something. 70,000 plus 25 doesn't equal the 103 or something. Do you know?
Councillor Benson-Pope apparently can
clarify on the screen. Can I just read the paragraph that's relevant? They're committed to supporting the part funding of the DCC-owned scoreboard. They've sought the relevant information and quotes and have sourced the scoreboard through Strawberry Sound that will cost 70,000 plus GST, a fraction of the new cost of just under 200,000. Total dismantle, engineering, installation and purchase is around 93,000, excluding disposal and cover.
But when we talked to them when they were here, they said plus disposal and cover means that it is 103 or 105 or something. So that was the total they said they needed minus the amount they were contributing. It was the 103 or something. So it was to do with the extra, I think was to do with the dismantling and cover and other things. And so if we give them not enough...
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Councillor Calvert, I agree with you. I thought initially it was 103, but as I said before, David pointed out it was only 70.
But it doesn't matter, in my view, whether it's 70 or 103, and this sort would have to be clarified. It's still a sum that I think is worthwhile committing, given that this is an opportunity that it may not come along again, and if the unit is up to international standards, if it passes the test, then I think that we should look seriously at buying it.
So, you asked a question, and I think to answer that, so long as the resolution includes a specific amount, any difference is not our problem. It's cricket's problem. So
yes, I just needed to know that if there was a difference, that we were only part funding it effectively.
That's what I'm saying.
For what they
There's
asked
a specific amount in the
So
resolution.
they've effectively asked for 90, and we've given them.
No, it doesn't matter what they've asked for. What matters here is that there's a specific amount in the resolution. That's would be our commitment. So, further speakers.
Our figures are always plus GST. Just bearing in mind all of this we don't borrow for sums of less than $100,000, so we wouldn't put this in debt. So this would all just come back at the end of this process, so subject to the whole financial wash up with the ins and outs at that point.
Right. So further speakers. Councillor Peat.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this resolution. Our scoreboard at the University of Otago Oval is substandard. And for those of you who don't know, that scoreboard came from Carisbrook. So that's how many years it's been alive and kicking, and fails from time to time to produce anything on the board, let alone just the few bits of information you do get. It is not up to it in terms of any international games we'll get, and we've heard from Otago Cricket that we're promised some international games if we can get the capacity of the ground up to at least 6,500, I think it is. The ground with the embankment that Otago Cricket is mainly funding will produce a capacity of 10,000. So if we can get the pitch looking fantastic. We get a nice, beautiful signage up to advertise Dunedin and some big games here. We will have, hopefully, through this resolution, a scoreboard that we can be proud of. So, yeah, I'm supporting this.
Councillor Wiley.
To me, the first thing that really stood out was the fact that this scoreboard is owned by the DCC. It's not owned by Otago Cricket, but it's owned by the DCC. If we were sitting here debating a new scoreboard that was going to be $200,000, then I would be struggling with that discussion. To think that we're going to get a modern scoreboard for $70,000 that's going to tick all the boxes for Otago Cricket, for international cricket, and for other sports codes, I think is the key for me in this debate. The other side of that is that it clearly states in the submission from Otago Cricket that the improvements will also benefit other sporting groups using the Oval, in particular Otago Rugby and University of Otago Rugby. So I think that is really showing that this scoreboard is going to be multi-purpose. And again, we can't do all the other work. We've just recent 750,000 upgrades on the embankments. Oh, and by the way, we're not going to do $70,000 for the scoreboard. So, sorry, you're going to lose the games. This is it's a continual investment in the university. It's a continual investment in the Oval. So, I will be supporting this, obviously, and I see it as a great asset. And I think I congratulate Otago Cricket for actually bringing a proposition to the table that actually makes a lot of sense.
Further speakers? Okay, Councillor Bizet, you'll write a reply? You're right. So I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Could I have a show of hands on the ayes, please? All those in favour, please raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's carried.
question. I'm mindful, the original motion that I was planning to move earlier wrapped up the soccer into, and of course, the subsequent motion did drop that out, and I'm just not quite sure now where we should be best addressing that, whether we need to abandon sycamores and address that, or whether it's somewhere else.
I can be corrected, but my understanding is that soccer didn't come with a request for finance this time. They came to update us on their plans, but they didn't ask for anything.
Yeah,
so
but there's a certain naivety in being asked to provide an endorsement of support, but then also saying, however, we haven't the faintest idea whether that actually means anything.
But there's a certain naivety in us offering money when it hasn't been asked for too.
We could argue about the nuances of the...
Anyway,
pointing out.
Someone wants to move something.
We certainly can come back and tell you what the opportunities are around shared use for the King's facility. I mean, at the moment, the request for the King's facility is clearly for hockey, and it has a co-funding mechanism around it. We can come back and let you know whether there is any possibility in terms of the public use, but I expect it would be fairly restrained. It'd be, yeah.
So there is a proposal for some shared use of the hockey. I know League have expressed an interest in primary schools for general access and activity. In terms of shared use for football, the demand for football and hockey combined doesn't provide for that shared use. If there isn't the ability because of the number of hours that those sports require for that one facility to be shared use, whereas the Rugby League, who I know are a part of the submission, their requirements for use are much lower, and there is the opportunity for them to share in that resource.
Okay, so we're on the subject of the Soccer South submission. I'm more than happy to take questions in the first instance or a resolution a motion by someone. So, Councillor Wiley.
Your Worship, my understanding was that Soccer South were asking for essentially an endorsement of where they were proceeding to go back to FIFA with, and saying that the Dunedin City Council clearly supported where they were going. We weren't committing funding, but it was a case of ensuring that we stayed up on the list with FIFA and near the top of that list.
Right. Okay, well, if someone would like to frame a motion around that, I'm happy to have it put up for debate. Councillor Wilson.
Well, I was just going to put a motion, something very generic or general, like that Council ask Parks and Recreation staff to continue discussions with Football South to develop plans for their needs consistent with our strategic aims, and to report back for the 2017-18 annual plan.
Okay, so you're moving that?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Hall. Right. Do you wish to speak to it any more, Councillor Wilson, at the moment?
No.
Okay, thank you. Speakers? Councillor Vandevers.
I'm just wondering if Councillor Wilson would consider adding to her motion that we might also canvass the possibility of housing the turf in the stadium so that the stadium could get daily use as opposed to the 2 weekly that it has with the current delicate mixed turf.
I think that would be consistent with our strategic aims and therefore wouldn't be precluded.
It wouldn't be precluded. The fact that it wouldn't be precluded, I think, is great. I'm very keen to see the stadium used a lot more often. And I think that once Football South get their turf, they're going to want lights, they're going to want seating, they're going to want all the things that already exist in the stadium. A stadium which I drive past every day and see mostly unused. To me, it would be a wonderful opportunity for us to just canvass that possibility.
You may recall, Councillor Vandevers, we covered the option of replacing the turf with AstroTurf in the stadium review, and the economic cost was big, was huge, because of what it precludes from being in there. So,
yes, but in this case, it wouldn't be us paying for the turf. Mostly, it would be Football South.
No, the cost wasn't in laying the turf. The cost was in excluding international rugby and the and potentially the Highlanders, we weren't able to answer that, and the loss of revenue over time, that was the cost, not the cost of the turf itself. So, and that outweighed by quite a long margin the cost of having the turf.
My understanding is that the IRB have since allowed international games to be played on the new kinds of artificial turf, that there are now types of artificial turf which have been developed that don't create the problems that rugby used to have with them. And I'd very much like that to be looked at.
So at the moment, the issue with AstroTurf is that international rugby still gives itself the right to cancel any game within 6 weeks if it's on turf. So that was actually canvassed in the report. This is only a couple of years ago, so it was canvassed in the report, and international rugby said they reserve the right to cancel a game, which makes it very difficult to book international fixtures, and the assessment at that time from New Zealand Rugby was it would mean we would miss out on tests.
South. In essential, your suggestion presumes that we could just dictate to DVML what they do in the stadium that we've asked them to manage anyway.
No, I don't want to dictate at all. I was just hoping that we might open the discussion because I believe that it's not been correctly shut down.
There is a standing motion of council that requests that DVML report back to council on the matter of the turfs at the point at which it becomes economic. So it's not closed because we have deliberately not closed the option off.
So it's there.
And does that economy include taking into account a significant multi-million-dollar contribution from Football South?
And they said they had discussions with DVML.
Thank you.
So it's still live, it's not gone away.
Yeah, no,
Oh, follow up.
that'd be great.
Now, so this is the motion, so...
I don't want to talk to it. I think finance and everything comes into the strategic goals.
Councillor Wiley.
Your Worship, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Hall, would you be amenable to add that Council supports Football South's discussions with FIFA?
Finances are strategic goals. If it's going to be paid for by FIFA, that's another thing we don't have any control over. It's all part of that package.
I think, though, for Football South to take this to FIFA and just on that basis, just shows that there is council support for those discussions with FIFA. And I think that's, to me, is important.
It doesn't preclude it.
It doesn't preclude it, saying we want to develop the ideas.
So anyway, the question is, Councillor, you've been asked if you feel amended.
I think as soon as you add certain things in, you actually narrow it down. I'm trying to keep this as wide-ranging as possible by looking purely at our strategic goals, and the finances are covered in the strategic goals, and that is part of that package.
But with FIFA being the biggest part of this, because...
Well, anyway, let's move. So the further speakers. Councillor Thompson.
Just to raise my naivety once again, my understanding from the submission was that the discussion that was being had with FIFA included a contribution from the DCC of $1 million or thereabouts. And so I have taken from that the external funding from other sources is in a sense contingent upon that, and that was why they were seeking a formal expression of support. They were clear to say they didn't want any money in this financial year, but they would be coming in the following financial year, but they needed an expression of support. Hence my comment at the time that I didn't really see how you could give an expression of support without in fact committing you to the funding. So whilst I don't actually have any disagreement with this resolution, it doesn't. I don't think it meets any of the requirements of what was being sought by Football South, and that's fine if that's council's wish. But I don't think it will be the slightest bit of assistance to them.
Look, I've got the submission here, and all they say is we're not asking for financial support. They want to keep the channels open for ongoing communication. receive support in principle can continue. Discussion, they're going to have discussions with other funding partners, particularly FIFA, and consultation with all sports and stakeholders. We're giving them nothing here. They've asked for nothing, and just wait till the request that we're giving them to you today is played out.
Well, no, I guess I just was going to seek clarification from staff as to their understanding of the request from soccer.
Our understanding is that as has been discussed on the table, there's no request for funding. There's a request to for council to continue to support the efforts of Football South to develop their proposal.
So that would be the motion would be consistent with your understanding of what their request has been.
It would be, yes.
Thank you.
Bishop, that the wording has just changed, taking the words Parks and Recreation staff, it could be all staff, including the CEO. She didn't want to be downgraded.
Sure.
I still would have liked to see council show a stronger support for this motion, but I think this gives Football South a chance to go to FIFA and the other stakeholders and really show what we're putting on the table. But I think going forward, this is going to be a great asset for the city. I also look at the fact that if you look at Football South's growth in the last few years, especially in futsal, which is then turning into players at the intermediate and secondary school years, is really going to show that there's going to be a huge stress on the current services that we're providing for football, but also being such a multi-purpose ground. But I look forward to seeing the proposal next year, and I really would like to hope Football South have a great hearing with FIFA and their other stakeholders going forward, and we can be a part of it in the future.
Further speakers? Councillor Wilson, do you wish to exercise your right to reply? Okay, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Now on to sycamores.
I've got a confession to make. My chainsaw's not just one at the moment. My chainsaw hasn't had a lot to do lately, and I get a bit itchy in the weekends. And I know there's a whole lot of other people out there, volunteer groups, Lions, Rotary, just people with chainsaws really, who would love to get out there and deal to some of these sycamores, because there's enormous satisfaction in seeing them coming down. It's been widely appreciated that we've got much better views now travelling around that road. There are an awful lot of sycamores to get rid of. Are there any ways that we can use volunteer groups or individuals to help speed up the sycamore beautification process?
Yes, there are. I don't know whether a mass chainsaw exercise would be the way to do that. There's certainly some options for us when we've got what we're doing through the trial is establishing what the best method is, not to remove them, but probably more importantly to stop them growing back. Otherwise, we'll be sitting here having the same conversation in 5, 7, 10 years' time, and that's what we're working through on the West Harbour with the removal first, and then the application of a product that will stop them growing back, and getting some replacement planting in, so that establishes and doesn't give the sycamore a chance to return to that environment. Once we know what the best method is, the most cost effective and what's going to give us the best long-term results, there are options for volunteers, whether it be in the removal with chainsaws, the replacement planting, the dragging out of material so it can be mulched and taken away, and all of that will, I guess, be packaged up as we look at developing that sycamore plan.
Okay, will part of that package also be instant use of the firewood, because sycamore is one of those very rare trees that you can actually burn green and burns reasonably cleanly because it's got so much oil in it.
Yes, yeah, we do look with any of those removals, if there is wood suitable, we'll look for either through the community board to nominate groups, or we'll look for community groups that are local to the area we're doing the work to make that available to them.
So if I want to wade in with my sycamore, I should go and see Steve Walker at the community group, and it'll be done through that channel, do you think, or how are you proposing?
Sorry, what was...
If I wanted...
Oh, with your chainsaw?
Yeah.
Ah, right.
Would it be Steve Walker and the community group
we certainly are engaged with the West Harbour Beautification Trust in terms of their volunteer activity to do with the current sycamore removal, and they are doing a lot of work on private land. But obviously our key consideration for anything that council's involved in is complying with the health and safety regulations, and that first and foremost for any plan we develop, we need to make sure we're safe there and that people operating chainsaws are certified, the right safety measures are in place. So that does restrict us when using that sort of equipment.
So that's a no then?
It's at this stage it's a no for the council removals on council land.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I could only encourage Councillor Vandervis to take his chainsaw as he flies out of the country on Saturday and take the ones down at Dunedin Airport, which heaven knows why we're growing them there as beautification of the airport entry. And maybe he wants to talk to Richard about that, but there is some seriousness in that. I wish that we would note that our shares in DIAL, why we're growing a pest plant and encouraging them at the airport should be a statement of intent issue.
All I need is your permission, Councillor Wilson, and I think it's already been established that I'm certified. So.
Right, we're on to walking tracks. Additional. Question. Councillor Pitts.
I wondered if Mr Saunders could update us on the Cargill's trust to the Cargill's Castle to Tunnel Beach walkway proposal.
Yes, we have been continuing to work with the trust. At the moment, the focus is on securing easements over the areas that are currently privately owned that would be required to complete the track on the route that was proposed. So there is one private farm, and then there's the St Clair Golf Course who own a significant amount of land up there. So those discussions have been very positive. The next discussion to have with that with the trust will be on their vision for the track in terms of what's standard, and then the conversation around who would fund any capital development of that track.
Thank you. Councillor McTavish.
Thank you. Just a question related to the signage budgets, Richard. The review of park signs, does that mean that we're not quite sure what our assets are out there at the moment, and what, if any, maintenance budget we have in place for them?
So we have a renewal budget, but not a dedicated amount for signs. So we are able to go in where there is damage or there is need for urgent replacement. Answer the first part of that question, that there is an element of us not knowing exactly what our sign assets are. There's a lot of them, but we are finding others that aren't on the register currently, and we also know the age of them, and through discussions and submissions year on year that there's a desire to have them replaced and improved, and have a program implemented. That's an expensive exercise, and we'll need to develop that and come back to council with some figures around funding, and also some options for what the look and feel of those signs might be going forward as we replace them.
Okay, thank you.
Playgrounds. Coastal erosion, Ocean Beach investigation funding. This is Dunedin markets. GIS and Councillor Hawkins.
While it may not have been my choice of words, I do have some sympathy to the sentiment expressed with regards to the Octagon markets. I wonder if it might be worth providing some commentary in response to Mr Saxton around the proposed trials and/or interventions that we were told yesterday we'll be able to roll out in the next, or during the development of the Central City Plan, which will obviously include the Octagon. On Octagon markets, sorry. Dunedin markets.
Sorry, I'm just not on the whole detail of the submission. So these, are you referring to the availability of funding as part of a trial for the Octagon markets?
No, just that we will be thinking about both the functionality and the aesthetic of the Octagon area as part of any trials or interventions during the development of the Central City Plan, which will obviously canvass, no pun intended, the area and the concerns that were raised in that submission.
Yep.
So just put that in the reply.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
GIS imagery improvements. Information technology improvements.
Sorry, Your Worship, I missed playgrounds, I think. And again, it's...
We all do.
I know. Well, I know. Some more than others. And I just wondered whether it might be worth a comment around the development of the Parks and Rec strategy. Oh, did I miss that entirely?
No, sorry. Similar to your the previous discussion around ensuring that Parks and Recreation strategy and the ability to feed in is included in the response?
That's right.
Yeah,
Thanks.
for sure.
Happy with that? Communications. Oh, changing of the guard.
Don't discuss anything that matters.
So, Ms Graham, we've got through three of your topics without comment so far. We're doing well. Questionnaire.
No, we haven't. We haven't.
Oh, right.
Information technology improvements. Open data. Timeframes around this, Ms Graham?
It's a good question. So we're looking at, open data is complicated because of our disparate systems, but we have, as part of the changes in BIS, employed an information architect, and one of his priorities is to make sure that our systems talk to each other, and that the data is in a format that does enable it to be produced as true open data. So he's working across the systems at the moment, building a framework of the architecture, and we've signed up to the National Initiative for Open Data, and so progressing that alongside an information management plan, which one of the core tenets of that will be that everything we do has an open data platform as part of its sort of fundamental principle. But it's a work in progress. But it's top of the list. It's the priority in that area.
Can we move on from comms? Questionnaire only. Advocacy for District Health Board Services. Civic functions. Community boards.
Is this the community boards training budget one?
No, this was about why we have 6.
Okay. Where is the training budget one?
I think that comes in one of the other areas a little bit later.
Okay.
But I'm happy to talk to it now. But I'm not.
You want to write me?
Well, yeah, I sent her a question asking if we could have clarification around what training budgets currently exist for community boards and how accessible they are to them.
Okay, so there is no dedicated community board training budget, but there is a budget for training for elected members generally, and community board members when they have training that they want to attend. contact me, and then in conjunction with the mayor, we assess it and then make funding available. As far as I'm aware, there's been no application by a community board member to attend anything that's been turned down.
Just to add to that, one of the community board chairs, on behalf of the others, approached me about the same question about 3 months ago, and Ms Graham provided that answer, and it was provided through to the community board, so it was provided to that chair to share, so I'm assuming that happened.
Feedback, councillor consideration. Dog control, bylaw review. Oh, another changing of the guard.
Can I say that I thought it was a very delicately worded topic category, councillor consideration. I'm not sure if anyone else noticed the nature of some of the submissions in there, but
Your Worship, Mr Pickford's on his way over now for the regulatory.
Well, there's a fair few, so he will need to come. We might be.
He's on his way now.
Through a few of them without the need for him. Welcome, Simon. Anyway, we'll just carry on and see if there are any questions. Housing, warrant of fitness. Yeah. Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you. Again, just in the response, this might be it might be appropriate to provide a précis of the work we're doing, should there be work that we're doing through the Cosy Homes Trust, or at least Council's ambitions in that general direction, rather than focusing solely on a central government regulatory response, which is the sole comment.
Yeah, apologies, councillors. This didn't actually come to the right area when we made comment on it. And as councillors will know, that in the past, we participated in a warrant of fitness trial that basically showed the tool they were using was too rigorous. And with no houses passing, this was from voluntary landlords. We have subsequently been approached by the University of Otago to participate in a multi-city trial for a warrant of fitness program. However, that may have been superseded by the Labour Party putting up a bill on warrant of fitness into Parliament that has actually got through the first reading. So it's a bit of a movable feast at the moment, so we're not sure where to go. Sorry, I came in at the end of the question, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Does that cover what you're after? Sorry.
Yeah, it would just be good to provide some of that background in response to this submission. That would be good, and whether or not we were intending to be submitting on that bill during the select committee process.
Yes, we would be. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Great.
And my understanding is we are changing our the response in the program so that will go out.
Very good. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Liquor ban. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Yep, definitely. I'm just in terms of the narrative, we're not waiting for the appeal. It's happening. We're waiting for the result of the appeal. I think needs to be slightly amended, that narrative.
Through the Chair, yes, that's correct. We are proceeding. That work's already well underway with discussions with a number of partners. Our goal is to get that come back to the council probably around August, earlier if we can, so that we can put anything in place in time for the new orientation in the new year.
Sorry, Mr Pickford's misunderstood my comment. It's just the narrative and the response.
Yes, that's right, yes, but I suppose in a wider context, that's what we're planning to do, but I just wanted to update because we hadn't got that information when we did the response.
Parking enforcement. Councillor Lord.
Now, look, I'm just wondering, not so much about the enforcement, but the relationship that the question by Hamish Sexton came out of his thing, that the number of parking meters that are not working. Is this an ongoing problem? I'm just not sure, but I wonder if we can get a slight update on that. And if they're not working, are we planning to fix them?
I wonder if my colleague, Mr. Mackenzie, can address that. Sorry, Grant, there was a question about parking meters being out of service and the replacement of those ongoing. Sorry.
We had a submission from Hamish Saxton, and amongst that, he made the comment that a number of times parking meters are not working when he goes to use them, and goes to put money in, it says next one or whatever, and there's a degree of frustration. I haven't actually had that problem myself, but I'm just wondering, is it a legitimate problem? Do we need to fix it? Do we need to get on and do something about it?
There's a few things that happen. Firstly, if the change drawer is full, the machine comes up and says it's not working. So if you go to your nearest machine and it's not working, you don't have to go to the machine down the row and put money in. We've got a record. It's recorded electronically when it's out of order, when it's not able to be used. So that's a record that we keep. You might get a ticket if the parking warden doesn't notice that it's out of action, but you don't have to pay it, and you can write in and just say it's out of action. But you shouldn't get a ticket. Hopefully those systems work. Occasionally that falls flat. Also, we have had some issues with we've been pretty keen to move away from plastic-backed rolls to paper rolls, and there's been issues in humid weather with those sticking and not feeding out properly and things, and that has caused, but I think those issues are resolved.
Yes, they are, and we're also looking at this, the idea of the poetry on the back of the parking dockets, so that'll be one thing we're considering as part of that rollout as well.
Probably I don't think this was so much about not wanting to pay or wanting to get off a ticket. It's just about whether they are working. So have we not got do these things fill up with money faster than we can get round and empty them?
These sit in Grant's area, so I'll let him give you.
All right, so on a daily basis, and I actually get emailed it because I'm so interested in parking meters, we actually have a list of those machines that are down. So they're the highest priority of machines. Like today there was 3 at the start of the day down. Generally we have about between 1 and 2% of machines down. So if Hamish is finding that he hasn't been able to find a parking machine, he's very lucky, I'd suggest. We do have, as the CEO commented, we do have particular times if we have overcast weather and it gets damp. So if we have a wonderful week of drizzle that us Dunedinites love, that was sarcasm. Anyway, what happens is that one is the battery goes low in the machine because it hasn't had the sun, and 2, the machine's designed to have a plastic coated paper that's not recyclable, and that paper can, because we put it with just normal recyclable paper, that paper can jam, and that means at times we have spikes in the number of times you have a machine out, but overall it's between 1 and 2% of our machines that are out.
Councillor Calvert. Righto. Councillor McTavish.
Well, just to clarify, Mr. Mackenzie, the comment that you made about 1 to 2% being down at any given time, is that based on public complaint, or do we have some more sophisticated mechanism of telling whether or not machines are down?
More sophisticated method. We actually get the machines actually communicate back, so we've got a
magic.
It says through, here's the machine, so it actually then creates the work program for the guys for the day, because they know they have to get to the red first, then the orange, and then do the preventive maintenance.
And that the feedback provides advice not just on whether or not it's not working because of humidity, but also if it's just the credit card function which isn't working.
So it provides back with the machine is, it provides back whether the machine is working or not, but there'll be, for paper, for instance, the roll of paper is that big. Once it gets to a certain level, it then says, actually, hold on, you need to get in there, but there still might be 200 tickets left on the roll, so they'll leave it for a little bit longer until they know that.
Appreciate that. I was just more thinking it's definitely not the case that a machine wouldn't be working for credit card functions, but working for everything else, and we wouldn't know about it.
We would know.
We would know.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Simon, are you able to elaborate what you were talking about for the poetry?
So this is an initiative that sort of came out of it's part of the exhibition that we had, or when we had the Vogel Street party, there was a parking meter that was dispensing poems. So the idea that came out of that was, can't we do that across all our parking meters? So we're investigating, and have got to the point of design, and are working with the, I can't remember what they're called now, the Writers Poetry Collective, collaboration, to identify a number of poems that we can use and print them on the back of the tickets, so they're pre-printed. And so as well as the information about put this ticket the right way up on your dashboard, it has a poem. So tying in with our creative arts and culture strategy. And it's just a nice way of getting poetry out there. And it was well received during the Vogel Street party, so we just thought it was a good idea to adopt as an everyday thing. So we're going to trial that very, very soon. So we've got some designs, and they'll be appearing on a number of parking meters very soon.
Okay. Adrian and I attended a brief workshop with NZTE. We were asked to go and have a look at a couple of things that were happening with that workshop back middle last year. And one of the things that came out of that was in relation to the parking was we don't pay, there's no paid parking on a Sunday, but would there be ability for charity groups or non-profits to say, have the machine on a Sunday and have their, whether it's SPCA, night shelter or whatever, any money that's deposited in the machine on a Sunday would get up a receipt, thank you for donating to Night Shelter, thank you for donating to this organisation, etc. Is that a relatively straightforward thing to do and a possibility?
Rob, would I like to answer that?
Just dying to get into this. From a practical sense, no, because effectively what that would mean is that we'd actually have to empty out the tins, change the rolls, change the receipt that you're donating. So from a practical sense, very, very difficult for us to do. The big issue also we have on Sunday is enforcement as well, because you'd then have to put enforcement on Sunday.
Donation, so. Okay. I just understood it was everything was remotely done through the parking machines, and that changing the printing on the...
No, changing the printing is problematic. So the issue with the poetry, we actually have to get that printed onto the paper before it actually gets put in the machine. So it's not like it prints on both sides. It's actually just going to print out your ticket on one side, and then the other side will have some wonderful poetry.
Okay.
Okay, we're moving on to the next thing on this list is agenda item 12, which is page 64, looking after arts and culture, and it calls on us to consider the level of funding for Aotearoa and City of Literature for the draft annual plan. I'm intending to stop for lunch at midday, and I think that this may take a little longer than that. So can I suggest we move down to some of those other items after the reports? Bernie, and I'm just not sure to what extent we'll be able to deal with those if we haven't dealt with the reports earlier, and I'll be guided by staff on that.
Your Worship, I mean, we can pick up on library resourcing, if that would suit you. Yep. I could talk to some of those things in the South Dunedin Library and so on.
Okay. Well, my suggestion is, since we've only got 6 or 7 minutes, we do those, and then when we come back after lunch, we go straight into the bigger reports, which will take a little more consideration. So we're going down to libraries resourcing. That's what Mr. Pickford has suggested. Are there any questions on that? Then South Dunedin Library. Stained glass heritage.
In terms of the commentary in relation to these before it goes back to submitters, we won't be simply stating that all submissions received support the development of the South Dunedin Community Complex. We'll be saying the South Dunedin Community Complex is budgeted, it is in this year of the plan, over the next year we'll be doing community consultation, here's how you can find out about that, etc., etc. Is that right?
Yes, we can do that. This was a really brief one, but essentially that's the state of play, just giving people an idea of where we're at with that project. So we do have, I think, 150,000 from 16-17 for the detailed designs, and obviously that community consultation, which is the way you start, I guess, with this project.
Yeah. And similarly, in relation to the resourcing, I know that some of the comments that came back were flagging up issues around the standard of the library, quality of carpets and various other different things of the central library. The answer to that would also mention that that's works programmed, it's in X year, etc.
Yes, we can cover that off, and I think some of those also allied to that were probably some developments since these comments were done were around the Waikawaiti and Blueskin Bay libraries, asking for extended opening hours and some service centre operation, which those are now about to be put in place, because they're just small adjustments to the hours and at a very, very minimal cost. So those are actually going to be implemented from 1 July, I believe. Yes.
Stained glass heritage. Toitu Taga Settlers Museum entry fees. This is a Mahori Classic Council, Calvert.
This has unusually in the comments that we're making back to people or suggested we do, staff recommendation is that what we intend to do with these comments? We intend to put staff recommendations and comments we're giving back to submitters, or?
Jane. To answer your question.
Yes, that is the intention, that we'll prepare a document for access to for the general public and also for the submitters. So the staff comments and recommended actions are the basis for covering off the submission topics that aren't reported on.
In other places, we have staff will produce a report on, or whatever it is, not a staff recommendation is that we do something in the comments. It seems to me unusual.
That was the recommendation that the staff made, given in 2014 the review was underway, and there's a number of there's a large number of activities that have happened since the long-term plan when we had the discussion around the entry fees question. So the donation boxes, for example, have been shifted at both the gallery and Toitu and made more prominent. The other thing is that we've got a significant amount of fundraising that goes on that perhaps isn't that visible through, and there's a major announcement of a new purchase, the gallery, for example, which will be announced soon, when the majority of that has been externally fundraised. So the question around fundraising and donations for those cultural services, when we looked at that as a whole, the recommendation from staff was that there wasn't any further review of entry charges. That was just
the reason for that, there was a whole, so I was in charge when we did that piece of work in 2014, and there was a set of circumstances that were in place that meant, so we had trialled entry charges, and what it had resulted in is fairly plummeting lack of numbers, and in fact we'd ended up in one small museum, we'd ended up with half the number of people through a compulsory charge, and the total amount we raised was about the same as when it was a completely voluntary donation with a donation box at the door. So because we had half the number of people, in actual fact it was clear that that just having a gold coin cost to come in, a charge, was enough to halve the visitation. Added to that, in a city where you have more than one museum, if all of your museums don't agree to charge for entry, then all you'll do is mean that people won't visit Toitu, they'll go to the free museum instead. And Dr. Griffin was clear that he wasn't willing to charge for entry. He has special areas where you pay to get in, and similarly for some of our exhibitions we can and have charged for entry. So the point from the staff is none of those circumstances are changed. We could pull that report up again and put new dates on, but we would expect we would come to exactly the same conclusion.
Sorry, the question I was asking wasn't whether what staff recommended in 2014 and why, and I'd be more than happy for that comment to say council reviewed entry charges to Dunedin, whatever, and at that time staff recommended such and leave it there. I think it's a different thing saying the comment now is that staff recommend something when in other cases the comment now isn't a staff recommendation. So I'm happy if it says, connects it back to at that time.
That's reasonable. I will change that.
Councillor Wiley.
Yeah, I actually went over and reread the report from February 2014 that was submitted to the Finance Committee when that was presented. And a lot of it dealt with early data from the late 1990s and early 2000s when entry charges were in place. I think the quality of the museums are dramatically different to what we had then. But the feedback, the question I would have is, has any data been done with, when I visited the Auckland Museum, they have Auckland residents for free, New Zealand residents with donation, and yet an adult was $25. Did that, obviously they're charging, and in some cases charging quite a bit.
We did talk to Auckland Museum at the time that we did our report, and the reason we were able to do that is that we had a person working for us at that point in time who had worked at Auckland Museum, and so she helped us with that report quite considerably. Auckland Museum isn't in the position where Auckland Museum is the major museum in town, and so if they charge, and people don't have another museum to go to. Here we have two museums. The experience out of Wellington, where they have a number of museums all in close proximity. Te Papa says we will not charge, therefore all of the Wellington City Council museums immediately know that if they charge, all that will happen is people won't go to their museums, they'll go to Te Papa. So that's a much more close alignment in terms of a situation to Dunedin, where we have the major museum, the big Otago Museum in the middle of town says they won't charge. So we know that if we start charging and that was the advice from the Wellington Museums Trust, if we start charging for our smaller social history museum, what will happen is people will just not visit, and we will have spent $35 million on a new museum, and we will reduce museum visitation. So that was the best advice we received at the time, and that was done after the Toy 2 in response to the fact that we were spending on Toy 2. It was done around the existing facilities. If anything, the facilities at Otago Museum under the new management have improved considerably in that time, and that makes that problem more difficult, not less difficult.
But I think the quality of product that we're putting on the table, when I visited compared to Auckland Museum, I looked at. The other side of that is when I see the Otago Settlers Museum or Toitu attending Trends, and I'm trying to work out what are they actually presenting at Trends, because they don't sell anything as such, or their revenue that they're generating is very minimal.
So they've always been part of Trends, and the local Tourism Dunedin were always very keen for them to be, and Enterprise Dunedin still are, because they're selling the entire city offering. So part of the reason that cities still continue to invest in things like museums and art galleries is to try and create a city that has a broad enough set of offerings that you encourage people to come to town and then to stay longer. So I know one or two of our host people get a bit upset that they feel like they're competing against ratepayer subsidised things that in fact they even have to pay rates for. And the conversation was had in the preparation of that last report. The reason that you do these facilities and that councils spend money on them is education for your own people, but also to act as a group and attractant to people to come to city, and therefore to provide a tourist revenue stream, or to encourage a tourism revenue stream to those non-council owned facilities.
Right, we can come back to this if we need to, but I actually have an engagement that I have to get to, so we're breaking for lunch now. We'll be back.
Your Worship, tomorrow, would we break at midday as well? And why I asked the question, the consent hearings panel needs to meet with John Saul. He has a tight time frame tomorrow, but if we could guarantee a 12 o'clock finish tomorrow for lunch.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you very much.
Right, I'll move that we break for lunch. Second to Councillor Staines. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. We'll get underway again. Now, just so that everybody knows, we will proceed through with the enormous number of responsibilities that you seem to have on your plate, Mr. Pickford. But we won't. What I want to do today is to get to some of the economic development stuff, because some of the staff are not available tomorrow, and it would be really useful to get through. So we'll get through a fair few of yours, and then we might jump across and do economic development and then come back. So we'll see how we go.
Yes, that's fine.
Your Worship, what does that mean that we're skipping? Because I might not be here tomorrow morning. So, well, I'm not going to be here tomorrow morning. I'm going to be...
Well, it depends how far we get through everything, really. Yeah. But we'll go through, I was going to go through, right through to Keep Dunedin Beautiful, and then stop, go forward to supporting economic development, tourism, etc., do some of that, and then come back to the ones in between.
Okay. Just thinking that it would be helpful if we did C&E matters while I was here, but...
It would be.
It's only Ryan's report we have to do.
Is it? Well, you mentioned that you wanted to do in context.
All right. Ryan's off to trends, and it is only Ryan's report that I'm keen
we'll
that
come
he's
to
here
Ryan's
do,
report, do that, and then carry on, and then we'll get it all done. But it is really in everyone's hands, and for how long everybody speaks. Right. 2GP. Oh, you wanted to continue? Right, you haven't stopped yet.
I thought that's why you had lunchtime for.
Thought you might get Daddy a system.
Simon, in Phil Dowsett's presentation as the, what's his role? Otago Early Settlers, Otago Settlers Association, he talked about staff resources are also constrained and a stress on staffing. Were you aware of that? Or?
Through the Chair, we are at the moment reviewing how we currently do the rosters at Toitu, and we've been doing that review. Bernie's done it through the libraries and has been very successful in identifying more efficient ways of working. So we're doing the same thing at Toitu. I'm not aware of any staff issues. I mean, staffing is obviously always one of those issues we look at. We look at obviously feedback from staff, but we also consider things like sick leave, whether there's an issue emerging through that kind of management monitoring. So in short, no, there isn't any issue that I'm aware of or that Bernie's aware of that's been highlighted to us, but I guess it's we are looking at more smarter ways of deploying the resources that we have, because we are conscious that the facility's relatively new. It's still bedding in to a certain degree, but we want to make sure that we're not overstressing the staff, but we're also there to provide a service to the public. There's no issues at the moment.
Okay. When he talks about the visitation numbers going from 180 per annum up to 300,000 per annum, do we know what percentage of that is roughly from out of Dunedin versus local?
Sorry, we don't have that information to hand. I think they do collect some kind of statistical information, but I don't have that information, sorry.
I guess the additional question I'd have after that was, when you see cruise ship days, do you see an increased volume of patronage?
That's certainly true. It's definitely weather dependent as well. If it's wet, people come inside, which is great, so we love the wet weather. And we see that across Toitu and the Art Gallery, which is really good. And having Wi-Fi and especially gig speed Wi-Fi also encourages people in there too.
Okay. And is there any discussion taking place in the sense of a Dunedin cultural package? You know, bundling up the Otago Museum, guided tours at Toitu, Chinese Garden, the Art Gallery in Ulverston?
Through the chair, there's a group of representatives of Dunedin arts and cultural institutions that have meet roughly every quarter, and that group is currently working on a promotional package that will tie together all of the key cultural institutions and encourage visitors to also visit others. So that work's being done through council staff involvement at the Otago Museum.
And that will be a fee, a revenue generator, and
at this stage, through the chair, the work is mostly around promoting the existence of the other sort of visitation sites, but certainly it could just be a starting point for developing packages around tours. Just attracting people to the institutions is sort of seen as the first step, and then we could leverage that at a later point.
And working with the growth in the cruise industry.
Absolutely.
And generating more spend out of it. Okay.
2GP. Councillor Hawkins. I'm getting ahead of myself, am I?
That's right. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not interested in relitigating the entirely sensible decision of this council to not charge entry fees to our cultural institutions, but I am interested in helping them raise more money. In an increasingly cashless society, are we actively pursuing modes of fundraising, whether it's text-driven a la City Gallery, where there's a sign on the wall saying text whatever the number is to make a $3 donation to this gallery's cause? Because I don't know if a donation bucket in the physical sense is going to capture all of the available financial support that our community and visitors may want to offer.
Through the chair, that's an excellent idea that we haven't picked up, but it's certainly something we could explore. We have worked on repositioning traditional donation boxes, and certainly the revenue from donations at Toitu has been increasing. Revenue from donations at the art gallery, however, CAM reports is basically static, but CAM has been very active in soliciting donations and community business support for other aspects of the gallery operation, particularly collection acquisition.
So we can leave that investigation in your hands. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Are you saying that you have done some work on rearranging collection donation boxes, and what you've done now is what you intend to do?
Through the chair, it's a starting point, and we're sort of always on the lookout for ways that we can improve that, and certainly I'll pick up on Councillor Hawkins' suggestion and any other suggestions on how we can make those donation boxes more visible and more, I suppose, more effective to solicit those donations. So we're happy to do that.
But you're currently happy about what you've done?
Through the chair, I probably wouldn't say happy, but it's a start, and it's just part of an ongoing process.
What's the next then?
Just to add to that, I think to round out the answer to that question, I think we have worked hard to do the basic things about getting coins out of people's pockets into donation boxes. And I think there's some excellent suggestions, other ways, using more technology we could do. However, I do think that the big dollars are probably more likely to come from working with benefactors and potentially businesses to generate probably larger sums that would actually make a difference. I think looking at Dunedin Chinese Garden, we got something like $6,000 donations, which, I mean, $6,000 isn't a small amount of money, but it would be great if it was $60,000 that we could find a corporate sponsor to contribute. So I think that a big focus for Bernie and the team is to, in the future, and part of the reason we have this collaborative group working together is to identify those opportunities. And Cam has been very good at the gallery in identifying where we can identify sponsors for purchases of large artworks, for example, and we'll continue to make that a focus. So donation boxes on their own are great, but I think the answer is probably bigger than that.
2GP. Do we still have a quorum? Biodiversity funding. Stretch your legs anyway.
I've got a question on the biodiversity funding
Right.
matter. It's just in relation to the maximum amount that can be allocated through the fund, which currently sits at 5,000. It does seem to me that this might need some revision, and wondered what the timeframes or what the process might be for that. In the same way that the Heritage Fund doesn't have a specific cap for what can be allocated between projects of various different importance and magnitude, it seems sensible, in my view, that we would recognise that natural heritage has the same highs and lows in terms of, or same magnitude of importance, or not.
As noted in the staff comments, that the idea of increasing the amount is being considered by staff. In terms of the process, we'd have to seek advice from the governance team as to the process for getting that approved.
Okay.
Yeah.
If staff are actively looking into it already, then there's no need for us to move a motion in that regard. Is that right? Or
sorry, it's been flagged that that's a possibility to look at that. So I'd say rather than being actively looked at the moment, it's been identified as a possibility. So perhaps useful to have that direction from you.
Okay. So it would be in the form of a report. That's not don't want to be adding to workload unnecessarily. Yeah. But would that be the way to approach it?
I'd suggest so, and relatively straightforward report at that, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'd flag, Your Worship, that I'd like to move that we request a report back assessing the merits of raising the limit, the $5,000 limit currently imposed on funding through the Biodiversity Fund.
Raising or reviewing?
Well, I don't think we want to reduce it.
No, but raising assumes that it'll remain finite.
True, reviewing, yep.
Right. So is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hawkins? Have you got that, Pam? Would you like to?
Yeah.
Just give.
Equal to 16.
Right, I'll get you to speak to it. Right, it's been moved and seconded. If you'd like to speak to it in the first instance.
Well, I think I've said
It'll be up in a minute.
most of what I intended to say around it. I think as we have a heritage fund, not that I sit on it, but my understanding of it is that there is flexibility within that heritage fund, depending on the magnitude or the importance of the application in front of the panel. They have flexibility in terms of their ability to grant money, and I know that, having sat on this a number of times, there have been situations in which we have received applications for protection of natural heritage, which is really significant in magnitude, and the fund has, the panel has felt constrained in its ability to consider those applications in line with the merit of that application. So that's why I'm moving this. Obviously, it doesn't make the change today, but just requires a report back looking at the merits of the change.
Further speakers?
And sorry, Your Worship, I think we need to change raising to reviewing. as you suggested, merits of reviewing.
Reviewing
Well, sorry, maybe just reviewing. I do have a seconder.
Yep. Right.
Sorry, we need to get rid of that staff report back. Reviewing. So just getting rid of assessing.
No, report back on the merits, surely.
That's a report asking for a report.
Yeah. Just getting rid of on the merits of, I'm really sorry about this, I should have.
Reviewing, I see, I got you, yeah. Right, Councillor Noon.
And get rid of on as well, Pam.
Without preempting what the outcome of this is going to be.
Reviewing, just take that right.
Without preempting the outcome of what this is going to be, I think it's a good idea. From time to time, well, I have sat on the Biodiversity Fund committee, and from time to time there have been exceptional applications that are sort of larger than the run-of-the-mill type applications, and the committee do have limitations, and I think this would allow that discretion to apply in, I don't know, special circumstances or whatever. And we've been talking about opportunities during the last day and a half or so, and it's those opportunities that do pop up from time to time that do warrant a greater level than just the 5,000 grant limit to be made available for those particular applications.
Councillor Vanvers. You might have to...
There was a use that the 500 cap did have, and I found it also when we were involved with Heritage Fund, and that is that it got away from the idea that the DCC was going to completely fund something, and that they could be supportive and help encourage other funders into a certain area. If we head in the direction of not having a cap, and I think a cap is actually a very helpful thing, there are certainly very large projects which you couldn't by yourself then authorise as part of the fund, as Councillor Noon has suggested. But then there's the temptation not to really look around and see who else might co-fund these things as well. To me, the $5,000 cap is a positive in that it doesn't just prevent a certain small group running away with some fairly expensive project, but it encourages greater buy-in from other funders. And for that reason, I would be hesitant to want to change the $5,000 limit. $5,000 is actually a pretty substantial shot in the arm for anybody wanting to do a project. And if the project really is that much bigger, hopefully it should also attract other funders or other interested parties to make the shortfall. So I'm just a bit wary of, changing something which may, in fact, even have a counter-intentional effect.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Noting that I understand that this fund also has a 50-50 requirement, I will support the motion because it has been the same for a considerable amount of time. But as we come into the effects of the 2GP or the district plan as it is, and I don't want to go into predetermined decision, but there are substantial bits of land in order to get the action and the better benefits you get will be about the bigger projects. And in order to encourage that, then doing it in $5,000 bites is actually counterintuitive. But the application process is so long-winded and so it's one of the hardest applications you can write. To do it every time for a $5,000 grant is actually really, really difficult. To do it once for a substantial project and to get the project actually up and running is by far the better outcome. And so, if anything else, I'd be saying, can we change the application process because it's so fraught, it requires a lot of work. But doing the $5,000 limit has not been increased or inflation-proofed for some time. So I think it needs to be considered, and what the outcome is the bigger projects, which will make all the bigger difference in the biodiversity. So I'll be supporting this.
Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And in seconding this, I would note that we're not being asked to make a decision about whether the limit is going up or down, just that we should ask the question about whether that should function. And I have some questions around how this fits in our greater grants funding picture as to, well, if we do it for heritage, the Heritage Fund and Biodiversity Fund, why set limits on small events and community grants, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm comfortable with asking the question and bringing back something that will inform a more robust decision. So that's all that this resolution is asking for us to do, and so I can support it.
Councillor Calvert.
I can support this for some of the reasons mentioned, so long as the report also addresses, and I presume it will be able to, the general idea of whether this is intended to support 10 smaller projects or fewer bigger projects, because it's a different thing you do when you just target a more limited number of bigger projects. So I would like some sort of comment from the staff with that report as to whether 10% of the fund is an appropriate thing, because it heads for, 10, no more than up to 10, well, whatever. Could be more than 10, but 10 $5,000 projects. The other caution I would put on it is that, comparing it also with Heritage Fund and things, if you have a bigger amount of money allocated to a particular project that you support, that will be likely to encourage people to come back and say the fund needs to be bigger, because now the lion's share of the fund has been taken up with one or two very worthy grant requesters, and so that may put pressure on the size of the biodiversity fund if we look at bigger chunks at a time. So it would be useful to me if the report also addresses the likelihood of that happening, of putting pressure beyond the normal pressure that we have on all these sorts of funds by allowing a bigger chunk at a time.
I support this. I take on board the comments that Councillor Vandervis made about the virtues of a limit, but I note that, and that's one of the reasons I've suggested the word reviewing, because it may be that they come back and say, yes, there's merit in a limit, it just should be bigger, a lot higher. So I think this gives us the opportunity to take on board all options and the pros and cons of them all, so I can support this. Councillor McTavish, would you like to exercise your right of reply? Okay, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So that's biodiversity funding. The last one in the section is Central City Plan Octagon. Nothing there. Okay, now rather than go back to those rather large ones, I said that I would cater to economic development in that one report. I think that if we could do it now, I'm sorry to disrupt you, but we get it out of the road and then Ryan's freed up and not wondering when we're going to do it. And I take it this is page 123. I think that's what I heard before.
Yes, so if we could not make a decision about the outcome of this, so that you're talking about the economic development, all of the various bits of that in the round, but Ryan has to go to the trends show. So this is time to question him on his report.
Right. So
that
we can
tomorrow.
note the reports. Yeah, so could you identify?
Yes, page 123, item 18.
Gotcha. Additional funding request for city marketing. And so, councillors, we will be asking questions here and we will note this And that is what we'll do today, and then when we canvass the other reports or the other submissions, we can make a decision in the round. So open for questions of John and Ryan, and welcome, both of you.
Thank you.
Councillor Law.
John, can you just give me an idea of the city marketing? How does that mostly work? I just noticed that Richard Roberts was quite supportive of that. And is that often, or is that, I should say often, always, what percentage of that 300,000 would you co-partner with someone like the airport to do to increase the value of it?
So we would look to execute a number of campaigns with that funding. So what we've tagged here is $100,000 increase in the New Zealand market and $200,000 for Trans-Tasman. We would, as we have done with a number of campaigns this year, look to partner with the private sector, including the airport here in New Zealand and other local operators. The ratio can depend on the type of campaign you're running. So in the NZME New Zealand Herald supplement that we did a couple of months back, that was at a ratio of about 3 to 1, so $3 for every dollar that we invested in that. The Where the Wild Things Are campaign that we're running currently with the East Coast of Australian market in mind is at a ratio of about 2 to 1. So there's definitely leveraging from other partners.
Can you just give me an idea of some of those other partners, just so I'm not that sharp?
Yep, so the partners predominantly, particularly with the Connecting Dunedin campaign into Auckland, have been Air New Zealand, the Grab a Seat in particular, and also Dunedin Airport, and they've been significant partners. They've been contributing way in excess of just a dollar value. There's a lot of other leverage that we can get through their particular channels that they can give us access to that we wouldn't get even if we could pay for them. But also we've been engaging with local operators. So the Where the Wild Things Are campaign has 10 local tourism providers contributing $2,500 in cash, which gives them some additional benefits with that particular campaign.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is what's included in this paper as advanced as the segmentation of the target market in Australia is at this point?
Yeah. So we have just received updated market segmentation from Tourism New Zealand, from the Sydney office, which we will now use moving forward for campaigns such as this. And that's part of our South Island International Marketing Alliance work with Tourism New Zealand and Christchurch Airport. So we have significantly more detailed information on the Australian market now than we have had, and that was given to us 2 weeks ago.
For example?
For example, Tourism New Zealand have a very large social media and website engine now, and a itinerary planning software on their site, and so they can track interest shown by visitors to that site that have visited other pages, and then they can position itinerary suggestions for those site visitors around what they've looked at. So, for example, if someone's been looking in the coastal area, their search engine can actually, while they're sort of searching the site, monitor what they're doing and develop an itinerary based on the pages they've visited that would suit what they've shown interest in. So, for example, with that particular campaign, which we're already partners in, they'll be pushing the south-east coast of New Zealand quite significantly in the next financial year because of the fact that Central South Island and Southern Lakes are experiencing capacity issues. So we're going to be at the forefront of that campaign, and that's quite detailed in terms of the sort of research Tourism New Zealand can provide us compared to what we can access ourselves.
So you now have an idea of who the active considerers are and what they look like to the same degree as you do for your domestic market?
Yes, yeah, we have a lot more detailed information, and that gets updated quarterly by the international officers across the globe, including Australia. So every quarter we get an update on the market dynamics and how that's changing.
You can break those figures down considerably if you're prepared to pay for it, but we try to get access to the affordable data that helps us to segment the markets that we're targeting.
And can I just get an idea of what? So this report is requesting funding for a project from Enterprise Dunedin. You also have the option of presenting to the Grow Dunedin Partnership to seek project funding for projects. Lucky you, 2 avenues. Is this not something that could be considered through that forum?
Yeah, so this current financial year, we've had 3 applications go to the Grow Dunedin Partnership for funding campaigns that we would like to be able to use this additional request for funding for. They are the Auckland Herald supplement that I've talked about and you've all seen, the NZME campaign we ran. We will be bringing a full report back to Economic Development Committee on the success of that campaign. There are 2 other campaigns that have also been funded by Grow Dunedin partners, and that is because the proposition that was put to them was accepted by those partners, but we can't guarantee that we'd be able to receive that funding on an ongoing basis. And that would severely limit our ability to take the options around some discretionary projects that we haven't had funding for in this current year.
Which is a long way of saying yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Vandervis.
You've mentioned the northern capacity issues. On Radio New Zealand today, Tourism New Zealand said that it is now going to focus its whole budget simply on spring and autumn because we just don't have capacity now, over 3 million tourists heading to 4 million. Does that apply here as well? And if it does apply here, you suggested that we're getting some funding because of general capacity issues up north. Does that mean that all of these objectives are going to basically aim at the off-season?
Correct.
And that you're not going to be aiming for the central season at all?
Correct.
That's correct, yeah.
You've said in your report, it's quite a detailed report on page 125, in terms of messaging, you've mentioned seasonal and city-wide spread.
Mm-hmm. So that sort of refers to the fact that we'll be spreading that within mind of what you've just mentioned, seasonality, so spring and autumn in terms of seasonal and across the city, not just within the CBD or Otago Peninsula, but Chalmers, Middlemarch, and as far down as Waihola. So it's about creating itineraries that get people out to explore those areas.
And I was just wondering why you weren't a wee bit more specific in your objectives and strategic relevance and highlighting the fact that we really do have a capacity issue in the high season.
We probably don't have a bigger capacity
to the same
issue
extent.
To the same extent, and certainly in February and March, those are the critical times right across the country. I would suggest that certain iconic operators in Dunedin have that capacity issue in those 2 months, but that's not necessarily across the board for all Dunedin operators. So.
And the big influx of Chinese tourists that we're expecting through Queenstown, are you expecting many of them to come here, and are you factoring that into your seasonality as well?
Yes, we are, and it's not just Queenstown. Most of that Chinese market's going to be driven by the direct services that are being brought in through Christchurch Airport, so we see that as being a significant influencer in the number of bed nights that we'll get in Dunedin. There is also growth in the Auckland market, and that's, I guess, because China has seen New Zealand as a destination that is desirable from a visitor point of view, and I expect we'll see significant increases in the China market.
Just one final question. Given that we may, and hopefully will, with the extra cruise ships coming and the massive increase in tourism that we're getting anyway, that we may actually have severe capacity issues, is there any thinking along the lines of getting the City Council to facilitate a greater number of people taking up B&B type accommodation, even if it is for specific events like perhaps, Fleetwood Mac or whatever? is there an initiative being looked at that the City Council could facilitate? Because I know there are a lot of big old houses around Dunedin that could easily take a lot more people if that was able to be promoted.
I think we'd get into a little bit of trouble there with our commercial operators by sort of suggesting that we were going to advocate that. Certainly channels like Airbnb and couch surfing and websites like that and Book a Batch, which all cater for that market. So it's sort of really an individual private residents' opportunity to use those channels, but that's not something we would advocate.
So even if we had an extreme shortage, it's not something that you would look at?
We would assess the market in terms of where the demands are, and if it looked like there were increasing pressures on accommodation, we would put that information out, hoping that the private sector would respond to that, which they generally do. We are very aware of the impact of major events on the city when it comes to accommodation through the eyesight and the role it plays in finding accommodation. And to date, to quote our manager, they can always find you a bed. It may not be your first choice of where you would ideally like to stay in the city, but you will get accommodation. And we've never found that we've had an issue where we cannot accommodate somebody through the events we've had to date.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Noon. Councillor Calvert.
I see that you've got measures of success, which of course is good. However, they're described as being defined as the activity plan is developed. And I'm wondering whether, if you're asking here for funding, you might have also said what the measures of success for that funding would be. I mean, you can develop it, and so then you have the funding. It's sort of...
I understand.
Back to front, in a sense.
So what we can do at this point is benchmark where we are, and we can do that around a lot of the high-level statistics available at Commercial Accommodation Monitor, the International Visitor Survey, the Domestic Visitor Survey. What we can't do around an individual campaign without knowing how much funding we have access to and how much we can then take out to our partners and build around a campaign is what we would set as targets for any particular campaign. For example, if I only have $100,000 to use instead of $300,000, then I can only go to the market with that and the partners with that. So my targets for a $100,000 campaign versus a $300,000 campaign would be completely different. So until I know the funding that I have and take that to the table with the partners and know how much more we can spend with them and know how much media contribution we can buy, then it would be inappropriate for me to set targets which might be miles off.
Yes, although you have set a target for what you want, and it could have been connected to, if we get this amount of money, these would be our targets.
Yeah.
I'm just...
I understand where you're coming from, but we have to take this as a collaborative campaign across the entire city with key partners like Air New Zealand and the airport. So until I could make some calls ahead of time and say I might have this much, I might have that much, but I'm going to end up with a Mickey Mouse figure for you, which we'd rather just not present until we know what we're dealing with.
Is there an intention to end up with stats that will tell us if there's an increase, if say there's an increase in tourism, how many of those came as a result of at least having seen something or having made contact with, or as a major reason for them something that connects it, because tourism could keep going up and it might have nothing to do with you, or not go up and it might, you might have done very well, but...
Yes, I understand. So I guess the key thing there is again, we leverage off our partners. So for that sort of information, with our MOU with Air New Zealand, for example, now we have access to data that we didn't have access to before. So I can tell you, for example, the last two campaigns we've run with them in market in Brisbane have shown a 22% increase in bookings for one of those campaigns in 2015 and a 26% increase in bookings on that route because of those sales that we've run with Air New Zealand. So we can definitely say this stimulation in the market has caused these increases in actual bookings to Dunedin.
And that would be
Yeah,
useful
and
to-
again, we can back that up with overall data, and you're quite right in saying, tourism's on the increase and it will be on the increase. The key thing to remember with this money is we have to be at the table to retain and build our market share. If we just sit back and do nothing, we will have market share eroded by other regions.
It is worth bearing in mind there too, if we're working with partners, commercial operators, likes of the airport and Air New Zealand, they also want to be able to measure their return on investment. So we're very keen to make sure that we can tangibly see the effect of any campaign we're running.
And we've been hearing from some tourism operators that then they would like a sort of a tourism, an updated visitor strategy developed or something, and aren't really feeling that our people are doing what they would want done, whether they're right or wrong in what they want. How much are we going to make sure that they are feeling that the spending is in the place that they would want?
So the visitor strategy has come to an end of its life, and we are reviewing currently a new plan which will sit within the economic development strategy. We anticipate that work will be done this calendar year and will involve consultation with all of the operators and other strategic partners that we have in the city.
So when you came back to report on some of this, it would say that we did do what those people wanted?
Absolutely. It'll be a comprehensive plan which will involve the industry.
And lastly, increased student registrations. What's I presume the Uni and Polytech are on board with those things? Are they? What involvement do they have? Because it seems to be really more their area than ours.
For marketing to students specifically, is that what you're referring to?
Increased student registrations, yeah.
Yeah. We're looking to align our messaging more closely with the tertiary sectors in particular, and they've got a number of changes that they're going through at the moment around their marketing teams, but we would be looking to make sure that we're aligning all of that with increasing student numbers, which is obviously their core business. Yep.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Look, I appreciate that these are long gestation, these plans, and at times what we're looking for is predetermined right at the start. Now, you've just said that you're only looking, I think, to answer to Councillor Vandris's questions, probably for the spring and autumn markets. And the question is, in light of what is predicted to be a very mild winter, and an opportunity there to look at a South Island products where we're not at capacity, I think, in winter, are we?
No.
How flexible we could be to give an alternative to people coming south who may well be disappointed by other the lack of snow.
So, although we're focusing on this particular money around spring and autumn, doesn't mean that we don't do anything else for the rest of the year. So, in the background, we're constantly working on campaigns at the moment where the Wild Things Are and Wild Winter in Dunedin is running. Previously, we've done Curious and Beautiful Winter in Dunedin in previous years. So each winter we do run a campaign. One's currently running to help us lift the winter season. In addition to that, our business events team are actively bidding for conferences in the shoulder and winter seasons. So at the moment we're working on 4 bids for the next 2 to 3 years ahead to bring business to the city and business events to the city in the winter.
And in addition to that, I guess what we would look to do with any additional funding is to have a certain amount of it as discretionary to be able to seize on opportunities that if, for example, we do have a mild winter in the South Island, that we could be marketing into Queenstown, for example, to bring those visitors that have gone into that market expecting to be able to ski, not being able to do so might have an interest in our wildlife products. So we would look to adjust any campaigns we've got around some of those factors as well.
Given that, and I'm glad to hear that you're quick at foot enough to do that, that would also mean some operators getting back up to speed because a lot of the transport links miss in winter, but you're quite convinced that the operators would be able be that mobile as well.
Yeah, look, I'd like to think that if we saw the conditions changing, we could pull a campaign together with some speed, but also have some key measurables that would attract co-investment from some of the other private sector operators.
Thank you.
Councillor McTavish.
Thank you. And thank you, I assume, Ryan, for the detailed responses that you sent through to the questions that I asked. I just had a couple of follow-up questions. Really delighted to hear that the DCC strategic framework will be considered as you develop the tourism framework for the city, and just wondered in practice how that will work.
So the key thing is for us to sit down with the policy teams and the comms and marketing teams to go through that process as we go through the process of consultation with our industry sector partners. And for example, I have a meeting with Liz Knowles next week when I get back from Trends about how we're going to start that process.
So does that include the strategy partners group, the strategy leadership group? Is that what you call
Yes,
them?
it will. Yes,
It
definitely
will.
will tie
Yeah.
into that.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why we're proposing to put the review of the plan under the economic development strategy, so it links to all of the other strategies of council.
Yeah, okay. And I guess slightly more broadly than that, also delighted to see that you are planning as part of that engagement, or part of the planning, some engagement with potentially affected, or with our community, and specifically with highly affected communities.
Yes.
I guess that's great, and I wonder whether some direct engagement with our arts community on the arts and culture front with iwi to understand what their needs are from a Māori perspective when it comes to tourism, and also with perhaps some representatives from our conservation sector, from organisations with an environmental focus, might also be worthwhile to ensure that we have the full picture of what our community's ambitions are around tourism wrapped into that conversation.
I can assure you that we want the consultation on our visitor plan to be as comprehensive as it can be in terms of its engagement with the whole community.
And that's what you'll be talking with Liz about,
Yep.
Is that right? Great. I guess the final question, you've got some, you refer in your answers to some research available around arts, culture, the environment and sustainability relating to visitation that can inform the work that you're doing. What we found in the development of the environment strategy and probably also the arts and culture strategy was that having an advisory group of people that were involved in research in the broader sense around the topics that we were considering was really helpful in informing the approach. And I'm really heartened to hear that you're keen on taking a research-based approach to the development of this work, but wondered whether you had given consideration to some sort of external advisory panel of people involved in that research that could then feed into your outcomes.
Yeah, absolutely would like to consider that. I think we will be looking for an external group to be monitoring the progress of the whole plan as well, so that will incorporate the statistical measures.
Great.
Yeah. Which will be across the whole of community.
Yeah, so that would encompass people from all of those strategic aspects.
Yeah, so for Greater Dunedin Partners at the moment, a lot of the work streams that we have through the work that they do involve committees that will represent their particular sector group. So we would look to adopt the same model, subject to Greater Dunedin Partners agreeing to that, which I think they would be pretty receptive to.
Thank you.
Okay. That's... Oh, Councillor Wild.
John, and when we look at programs come and play, like for example, NZME turned up on your doorstep and said, let's do a program into Auckland. What was the time frame around that?
The time frame on that one was relatively quick. I mean, we had a lead time. We wanted to particularly place that at Christmas. So I think we started on that campaign late October, early November in terms of pulling that together, which is a pretty quick turnaround in terms of getting out to the to those interested parties that might have wanted to support the supplement, which we got considerable support for. The turnaround was pretty quick on that, though, to be fair, and we would like longer lead time for pulling some of these campaigns together. Often what we do get, though, is an opportunity that drops into our lap that we want to make an instant decision on, and those do come along often, and if you don't have the funds available to capitalise on that, then it is a little bit more restrictive. And we've had several of those this year that we've positioned to grow Dunedin partners to be able to secure additional funding to make them happen.
And you said earlier that with the NZME campaign that it was for every dollar that the DCC spent, there was a $3 from the community. Yeah, approximately.
I think our total costs for that campaign were around $15,000. I understand it was well over $100,000 of campaign contributions from other parties. So, yeah, 3 to 1 was probably conservative on that.
Are you also seeing that with the busyness of Auckland, Rotorua and Queenstown, that the especially Australian market are looking for, I hate to use it, second-tier destinations to come and spend time and spend money?
Yeah, they are. The Auckland campaign that we ran was researched before we did that, and it showed that there were approximately 150,000 people within that catchment that had an interest in visiting Dunedin. So we based that campaign on visit because we knew that we would attract additional passengers to fly to Dunedin for those opportunities. And yeah, so that was well researched, and I guess the support we got around that was based off the fact that we knew there was a demographic that were looking to come here. Whether they'd class that as second tier,
I was thinking more the Australian market.
Australian market, probably, to be fair, more so, yes. Yeah. So we'd have to be quite targeted into the Australian market.
There is definitely indications from Tourism New Zealand that the overflow capacity issues in other regions are causing spillover into Tier 2 destinations. And it's not just Australia, it's countries like Japan, Korea and Southeast Asian countries that are now not particularly enamoured with going to the icon destinations because of the volume of traffic that's going in there. So we will see a certain amount of overflow that we can then look to grab our market share of.
And when we look at, say, the $100,000 for the New Zealand campaign, that adds more flights into Dunedin. So that obviously benefits our own residents and the business sector and the community, the student market, everybody.
Yeah. So the campaign dollars won't add more flights. Those flights have been announced, but they will help fill the capacity and create the demand, which in fact, keeps those flights full. At the moment, the loadings into Dunedin Airport domestically are around 80% plus on a large number of flights. I think it's dipped slightly over the March period, and I'm talking to Richard about that, about why, but up until that point we've been sitting at 80% loadings.
Okay, and then last week Norcom Barker, when he was asked in a question from Councillor Vandervis, was that there were great returns, and he was quoted saying up to 60 to 1 from spending.
So specifically referring to the International Marketing Alliance, we are a partner in with Tourism New Zealand and Christchurch International Airport, and that was in reference to the Australian market campaign that we recently jointly did with all the South Island RTOs.
And in a question that I asked Norcom last week, that he said the Larnac Castle spent in excess of $400,000 marketing the castle and Dunedin as a destination. And, and just talking to some of the others I know in the tourism market, we conservatively looked at the figure excess of 10 million of what was being, and a lot of that was about generating not just a one night, but multiplying to 2 and 3 nights.
Absolutely, and all the operators are from Dunedin, so that every time they market themselves, either nationally or internationally or in Trans-Tasman in Australia, they're talking about Dunedin, they're placing imagery about the city, they're talking about experiences that visitors can have in this city. So we couldn't do it without them, just like we can't do it without our our transportation or medium partners like Air New Zealand.
So they're dramatically investing in the city and we're putting some money up, but they're really...
Absolutely. To quote one of the local hotel owners, he says you don't go to a city to stay in a hotel. So their marketing effort is around promoting the city, knowing that they will pick up the accommodation component of that.
Okay, I don't have the stat in front of me, but Bill had talked about a ripple effect of the dollar through the community and the tourism dollar. Can you...
If you look at the answers we sent to Jinty,
Yeah,
that graph's there.
It was quite small.
Yeah, sorry.
We could get an increased enlarged version.
Yeah, I can get an enlarged version for you. But essentially, that's $82 million a day across the country in tourism visitor spend.
Yeah.
And that's spent right across the community, from the obvious tourism operators through to service stations, dairies, supermarkets, museums, art galleries.
Yeah, and the number of jobs in Dunedin related to the tourism spend.
I'd have to go back and research that through our bill statistics, but it is, from the last report we got, it is the fastest growing sector in our community and is showing a lot of opportunity for economic growth. So the growth we're getting in GDP and employment numbers relate heavily to the tourism sector.
So I've got those stats here at 6.1% of employment in Dunedin's directly related to tourism versus 5.3% nationally.
Okay, and essentially the $300,000 is just trying to add a little bit more to telling the story to get people here and to stay an extra night, extra 2 nights and really experience the area.
And also to pull all our partners together, the operators, the different sectors, business, education and tourism, so we can all speak with the same voice and the same message and therefore have a far greater impact than we could by just spending that money alone.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Are there any other reports or submissions that you wish to, or Ryan in particular, since you're going to be gone, wish to be questioned on or speak to?
No, we do appreciate
That's great.
Jumping ahead of the queue.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
Thanks.
Right. Now, councillors, we return to the report looking after the arts and culture. That's agenda item. Sure. Right, okay. Now, Pam's just informed me that she's having some gremlins in her system and she's rebooting Word, so ignore what appears on the screen because we've
just had to recreate the resolution because Word crashed at the time when I
that's
put
right.
it back in.
So it's not relevant.
Can you just make sure that you're happy with that resolution? It's not exactly the same, but...
Can you just check that?
Am I checking this motion?
Sorry. No, the reason is that the Word program crashed.
Oh, I see.
And Pam has had to recreate the resolution from memory, and she's
right.
asking for you to check it.
Yes, no, that's fine. Thank you.
I'm glad it wasn't the hockey one.
Right. Now we're back, councillors, to agenda item 12, as I understand it. Looking after arts and culture. Kick off with questions. You're confusing me now. What? I stopped. Yeah, I stopped there, and we did that, and now I'm going back because we haven't done these ones here either yet. Yeah. So it's all those arts ones that we stopped just before lunch. Welcome back. Questions, councillors? Bearing in mind that we're simply noting all these and then just deciding on the funding a little later. Councillor Vanders.
On page 67, it talks about the advantage of option 1, increasing the funding. Increased level of funding provides more capacity to build relationships and increased partnerships with the community clients and stakeholders. That's all very well, but we've heard that all before as well. Is it possible to consider some really hard-nosed monetising of artistic output in the city? 67 of 144.
Well, in a way, your question is a suggestion, isn't it?
Well, I'm just wondering if actually, if staff see the potential for simply selling Dunedin culture in a really hard-nosed business-like way. I mean, this capacity to build relationships and increase partnerships is, I'm sure it's all, you know, it's all well-meaning but it's been done before, and yet we haven't seen the really large financial returns from the arts in Dunedin, and I think we have all the talent and all the product here largely. We haven't really seen the returns that you get in other parts of the world. And I'm wondering if a more monetary focus is something that you would contemplate.
Through the chair, I think this strategy is a really exciting one because it does bring into focus the creative nature of the city that we have and celebrates that. And I think it does provide some really strong actions in there to generate economic benefit for the city and for those artists that are so prominent within Dunedin. We have done a lot of work in this area in terms of actually working up the strategy itself, and I think it's and that's why we've got economic development with, I've forgotten the chap's name, Anthony Decker, working on that. Sorry, Anthony. Recognising the importance of that economic arm of what we're trying to do here. So I note your comments, Councillor. I think this bullet point was just trying to point out that that without those partnerships, without those working closely with the community and the stakeholders, we're not going to get very far. And I think that's all that was trying to say. But we really do believe this strategy is all about building economic benefit for the city and recognising that it can be a real strength for us.
Councillor Peat.
Thank you. Just in terms of the allocation of 245,000, of course, in the long-term plan that's going ahead, I've never really understood exactly how that was accounted for in terms of spending on human resources or other items.
So the Chair, we have about 125,000 of that is basically salaries, and so that's with Craig and with Anthony. The majority, the balance of that is for projects, and so we've broken those into various actions. But I guess as we move forward and as we work with Creative Dunedin Partnership to identify what specific actions there are going to be under that and specific projects, that will develop and grow. If the council were looking to revisit that figure, I suppose the key thing for us would be those salaries would be we need people to do deliver on those actions and to work with our stakeholders. So those really are the very bare minimum. We do need project budgets, but we recognise that it is a significant investment that the council's making in this strategy. So I don't know if Bernie wants to comment any further on anything specific out of that funding.
Through the Chair, in the report that went to Council in January, we did provide a more detailed breakdown of how we were intending to allocate some of that funding to specific actions within Aratoi. We haven't similarly done that for this, not wishing to preempt the Council's decision on budgets going forward. But if subject to Council decision, what we would do is we would break down whatever budget was allocated to Aratoi into the specific actions linked in with the strategy, and then that would drive the work plan over the forthcoming 2 years.
I suppose just to add to that, I mean, the key one, I suppose, is the Urban Dream Brokerage, which is the first project we've kind of kicked off as part of that strategy, would be fair to say. But as Bernie said, there's probably more to come as we firm that up. So those actions 1 through 10, which I think I sent out as a separate email, sort of have those highlights in there as the action plan.
Councillor Calvert.
I'm just struggling with connecting a financial cost to a particular outcome. I'm just sort of looking at these options and the disadvantages and advantages, and if the figures in there were 100,000 bigger or 100,000 smaller, would the narrative be precisely the same? Where I'm going with this is, what is it we would lose if we allocated less budget? What would we gain if we allocated more to a... There's sort of just no connection here between this spend and the advantages and disadvantages, costs, benefits. I mean, in general, I can see the point of, if we've got a strategy, we should start looking at how we activate it, but I'm just not feeling that connection. So when Bernie said that it depends a bit on how much money we have, what we might do and things, I would have liked to see, this is what you'd lose if you didn't do this, or this is, you know, these are our priorities, so that if you gave us that amount of money, this is where we'd go, and if you gave us a bit less, this would be our priority for the thing that we'd most give up.
So, Councillor, what part of that's a question?
Is there any more ability to just say, if you gave us that amount, there would be advantages and disadvantages, and if you didn't, would it change anything?
Through the chair, just referring back to the breakdown that was provided in January, certainly the intention would be to continue the Urban Dream brokerage, subject to available funding, because we've really only just started that part of the process. As Simon referred to earlier, 125,000 of the 245 is relating to staff salaries, so that really is the core. Without the staff to be able to progress these things, we wouldn't be able to progress the actions within the strategy. Over and above the staff salaries, as Simon referred to, we have a number of allocations broken down for project areas, both within the economic development sphere and as well as the community arts sphere. So if we had less funding, we would be able to do less projects. One of the projects we would like to continue is the Urban Dream brokerage, and we have other projects that we have in the pipeline that we would like to progress. One project that is in this current year that will be essentially completed with the funding that has been allocated is the development of public art framework. Now that's reasonably well advanced and is close to sort of wider consultation, and there is no funding earmarked for that in future years in terms of the policy development. So they're the sorts of things. Des could give more information on the economic development side, and Cara could provide more detail on the community arts side if council would like that.
Okay. Welcome, Fraser.
Thank you very much. I'm not Des. I'm the new Economic Development Manager, Program Manager with Enterprise Dunedin. So
welcome.
Thank you very much.
We confiscated Fraser from Oamaru Council.
I'm delighted to be here. Just from an Enterprise Dunedin perspective, obviously we're very supportive of the role that Anthony is playing, and just returning back to some of the early points around the monetarised outcomes that are associated with this project or this proposal. We're being very clear that we want to focus on around the GDP growth for the city and around jobs. So from our perspective, in terms of Enterprise Dunedin, that's the key focus of what we're looking at. In terms of a baseline from when we're starting, Bill has provided some information, and as a sector in itself, they indicate that it's roughly around $94 million in terms of a baseline starting point, with a 3% growth at the moment. So these are giving us a baseline in terms of some of the matrices that we may use in terms of actually pushing forward with this project. We believe the role fits in with a key part of the economic development strategy in terms of the compelling destination for the city. And we're beginning to develop the priorities because Anthony's only been in the position since February in terms of what we'll be looking forward to go for 16, 17 forward.
Right, so that's good because you've moved down, I see below the report, there's a couple of 3 other topics and you've moved into those very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Before we go on to City of Literature Implementation Funding, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Actually, I'm not sure who to direct this, probably maybe back to Bernie. Fraser, just stay there though. When we had the Otago Art Society present, one of the good news stories I thought was the amount of art they were selling to international visitors. I think seeing our, the local artists and the local environment being on walls around the world, I think would be a great story for people to come and visit in Dunedin. But I think it's even better giving that opportunity for local artists to sell their product. Is there other aspects of that happening? I know the woodturners, for example, have the little exhibition every year in December for 2 or 3 weeks. Is there more of that happening?
I actually may have to defer that one back to Bernie if that's, or Des.
Through the chair. A number of projects we're working with here. We've got partners. Anthony's working very strongly with the Otago Chamber of Commerce, working with some of the companies to try and bring them up, develop themselves and look at a self-appraisal system. So working through that, we're also working with the Otago Polytech and secondary schools, because at the moment there's no channel for the creative sector through the tertiary sector. So what we're doing also is looking, the schools are all on board with this. If this occurs, this will probably be the number 1 in New Zealand. So there are a number of projects. It hasn't been there long. There's a number of things we've got going, which I think are going to add some real value. And I think what we're after at the end of the day, Councillor Vandervis, is to increase the GDP, increase the money in the pocket of those businesses, and that's what really we're after.
Cara, did you have something to add? You look like you...
I was just going to also say that Anthony's also working with their idea of increasing cultural tourism creative product. So I mean that's also something that he's decided to do, which links back to the conversations around the Art Society and how we can promote local artists and local work.
And when Transforming Dunedin was here, I asked them a series of questions, and one of them was about getting the artists, and say for example in the Octagon during cruise, where those that wish to could sell their items and promote their items.
I think that's part of the work that Anthony will be doing when he's focusing on creative tourism. I mean, he's working with Eyesight and the team in Enterprise to make sure that it's quite an inclusive conversation.
I guess it's a challenging time because you've got some great new staff with some great knowledge and coming to the table, yet we're at a bit of a catch-22 with the dollars.
Yeah, it's just the beginning for us, which is why we think it's really important that we see continuation of investment.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Just one further thing through the chair, that there's been quite a lot of research done on this around the world, particularly by a person called Richard Florida, who's written a number of books, which demonstrates basically there's a great connection between creative cities and economic development, because what it does is basically attracts a lot of talent. Thank you.
Righto. That we appear to have done those first 3. So the City of Literature Implementation Funding, probably we can go to now.
I just
Councillor McTavish.
wonder whether it would be possible, Mr. Pickford, to get the update that you sent through to me, to all councillors, around the City of Literature funding?
Yes, I can briefly speak to that as well if you wish. Shall I do that? So the question that came up yesterday about the $14,000 shortfall, we have resolved internally. It arose because of I guess a miscommunication around the intended carry forward. So we have talked about resolving that in August when we do the carry forwards. And that accounts for the $14,000 differential between the $50,000 and the 30, whatever it was. So that will be resolved carry forward time in August.
Okay. Nothing more on that. Supporting arts and culture. That was that must have been a submission. See the submissions. Right. Right. Well, in that case, we'll move down to Dunedin Heritage Fund report, the budget, which is item 13 on our in our agenda, page 76.
76.
In our agenda.
90, oh, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, there's a number of folders with different numbering. Yes. Right. Welcome, Glenn. We'll kick off with anything you want to kick off with. Questions, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Well, as people know, there's an issue in relation to the normal cash support of the Heritage Fund, which came from the need to trigger other funds for this restoration job. So I wonder if we could just ask Glenn to explain what has happened and what the Heritage Fund decided to do to ensure that that project proceeded and the consequences for the fund's wider activities.
So when we sat down with the diocese to discuss how we could potentially get this project off the ground, one of the things that became quite clear is that in order to tap into the most amount of potential funding that we could, we had to split the project into a number of stages prior to it leaving the diocese's hands and once it was in private ownership. So there's certain grant schemes that are only available to public organisations. So lotteries, for example, won't give to private owners, so it was thought best that this first stage of work in terms of getting the building watertight again was best to tap into the big lotteries funding. But in order to secure lotteries funding, you need to raise a third of that yourself. The diocese has currently just been finishing off another very large project in St Patrick's Basilica. So we looked to try to help bridge that gap between what they could raise themselves to raise the 1/3. Once it transfers into private ownership, there's a number of other potential funds like New Zealand Heritage New Zealand's Heritage Incentive Fund, which is actually only available to private owners. So really what we're trying to do is give this project the best chance of financial viability by spreading it and targeting the different grant schemes that we could. So we were basically trying to secure that first stage to enable a big grant application to lotteries, which went in. We haven't got a decision back from lotteries, or diocese hasn't heard back from lotteries yet, but I do understand they were unsuccessful with Otago Community Trust, which kind of made our $100,000 that much more important again because they didn't get anything out of the Community Trust.
So that's the start of the story, and because of that contribution, a large one, given the welcome increased 2 years ago fund, we know the sort of impetus that we're seeing around town, and thanks to Glenn's activities and that of Heritage New Zealand and other developers, you've only got to look at this morning's ODT to see yet another great bit of progress revealed. The pressure on the fund is greater than ever, and the fund is compromised by the fact that we've had to commit, we felt, to get the Priory running. So really, I'll move in due course that we consider an injection of some kind in the wider wash-up. I'll do that now if you want me to.
Well,
unless
I think
people want to ask Glenn more questions.
I think it might be as well. Then we know, I mean, it doesn't have to be, I'm happy to have questions after that, but I think we've crystallised something.
Well, why don't I do that then? That might save time. That we...
so it's pretty much in line with the recommendation?
Council consider, well, it was also the submission to the annual plan that had a missing nought, that we consider a contribution of 100,000 so that the fund is up to funds and can carry on with the wider work.
And that funding to come from the realised assets as was with the previous?
Quite relaxed about that being part of the wider conversation.
Yeah. Is there a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Noon. That's good. Do you wish to speak to it?
Just briefly. We all know the success of and the importance of heritage preservation, and I think we've actually got amazingly good results from a comparatively small amount of money, but a toolbox of support via the rating system and a mixture of grants and loans, and it's very effective. And people, owners and developers appreciate, even though they're only getting a bit of a small bit of help for what are often enormously expensive projects. The city is showing its bona fides. This is a good example. That building has been a thorn in our urban side for far too long, and I'm really pleased that the diocese is actually moving on it. I don't know what their original intentions were, but one can only speculate. But the likelihood now is we're going to have that superb building in an amazingly important location, restored and with appropriate reuse, and I think that can only be good. And the consequence of us making the decision in the Heritage Fund to use a large amount of our funds to kick it along is that we are constrained in helping the less equally important but less high profile projects, and that's why we're asking for a one-off on this occasion for these reasons.
Councillor Thompson.
Unfortunately, I wanted to ask a question of the CEO, but she's disappeared. I'm supportive of this fund, but I was wanting to ask the CEO whether, in fact, there was a possibility, I believe there might be, that $100,000 could be allocated to the Heritage Fund in this current year from the projected cash surplus in the current year, thereby taking it out of needing to be addressed from jiggery pokering with the rates issue. And
if that were possible, that would be...
I know it's all our money, Councillor.
We'll see if the CEO can be located.
Yeah, thank you.
Simon.
Through the chair, we did investigate that possibility, and we did discuss that with the chief financial officer, who said it was unlikely that there would be funding for that. But I would defer to my chief executive to confirm that. But that we did investigate that option primarily. That was our first thought.
Okay, well, we can come back to the answer.
Yeah, all right. Well, it may be better to actually get the CFO to come and answer the question.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Councillor Peck.
Your Worship, I just have a question of Councillor Hanson Pope. Could I ask that?
Sure.
Yeah. I just need a bit more clarity around the outcome. This is a very worthy cause. I don't underestimate that. But I'm just wondering, in the end, we're trying to make this place waterproof. That's the first goal, as I understand it, and maybe Glenn can help us with that as well, obviously. And then maybe would it be the diocese offering it as for development to somebody to take it over as for apartments, boutique apartments, or whatever else? Is that what?
Yeah,
could you
so
just track it through.
Yeah, sure. So the plan is to get the building to a point where it is watertight, and the biggest risk item that most developers would look at is the roof, given the unknowns of what might be uncovered once you start pulling off some of the slates as well. And they have had three groups, actually there's probably a fourth now that's indicated interest as well, that they would be looking to go through a process of disposal once that process, once it's fixed up to that point, that a developer, they'd on-sell it or lease it on a long-term lease to someone else who will complete the rest of the work. So the idea was to address what is the big issue that will stop most developers looking at the building, and that is the water egress at the moment, the problems with its roof and some of the structure around that roof level, and it was really to target that area so that it became a more attractive proposition and financially viable for someone else to take it on, because at the end of the day it is going to be an exceptionally expensive project for someone to take on, and we've already seen one developer be unable to complete the project when they started. Yes, yep.
Councillor Calvin.
It'd be great to have that building up and used for something better. What I'd like to know is, do you have any idea how much the roof is going to cost? What's the...
So the quotes they've had on it, and that they based it on for their application, was around $800,000.
So it's either the case that they couldn't sell it now unless 800's spent on it, or that the property, or that the property's worth at least 800,000 more once it's got its roof fixed.
That was something that we traversed with them, and we sat down in a meeting with Otago Community Trust. There was a perception that they didn't want to be seen that they would put, that other funders would put money into it and then the diocese would sell it at a considerable profit on that basis. So they had written in an agreement to the funding application that they put to Otago Community Trust that if they made any money over top of a certain dollar value, which was basically a recoup of it was a low land value, that they would return those monies back to the funders, because they certainly didn't want to be seen to be benefiting from it.
Is that an option for us as well? Could we, effectively it's sort of the opposite of an underwrite, isn't it? A loan, which since they're intending to sell it to someone else, that we could have back for reinvesting in our heritage fund in the future, because it's really just, this is effectively a short-term financial issue that the Catholic Church has, that they hope to get back that money, or there's no point doing it. Mm-hmm. And whether it's 700 or 800,000 that they get back when they sell it, it's assuming it had to be 7, then you'd have usually thought that the Catholic Church might be able to spend the money hoping that it would more than get it back. If it wouldn't more than get it back, I'm just trying to figure out how this finance is working.
We've already given them we've already committed to the grant, so that would be something we'd have to go back and look at whether we renegotiated the terms of the grant. I don't recall that we stuck any such impediments on it in terms of, if they sold it over a certain value for the purposes of our one. But I think
yes, it's all right if that's done and dusted, then that's sort of the answer is that I wouldn't begin to try and
unravel that one.
Unravel that.
Yep.
But I was just wondering whether that was an option. So that's all done. It's just that we're now then short of money for other things, because we've done that without actually necessarily thinking much about whether we could have done it as a loan or something.
That wasn't something we considered at the time. The one thing I would say is that there's the potential that if the lottery's funding wasn't successful, they may not need to pick up our grant. So the 100,000 that we've allocated may not be required at this time if they fail to get the lotteries grant, because they won't immediately be able to go ahead and do that work. They'll have to go back and apply it again at a later date or strategise some other way of achieving it. So there is a potential that if there was additional money given to the fund, that we may not actually need to pick it up. But we won't know that, unfortunately, until after deliberations as well. Yeah.
Councillor Noon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm a member of the committee that made the decision, and I suppose the way I see it is that the opportunity here is for council, I suppose, to endorse in a way by replenishing the fund, which we now find, and we certainly knew when we made the decision, allocating 100,000 towards the Priory meant that we were going to have to prioritise in the future, to the extent that once again we may miss out on some grand opportunities. And I suppose reflecting on the discussion we had at the committee table was that this building is in a high profile location close to the CBD. It ranks probably in the top half a dozen heritage buildings close to the CBD. Amazing streetscape, huge potential. And you talk about accommodation, what better location you could have. There's so many pluses. We just cannot afford not to see this building reused. It's sat idle for far too long. So I really see the council here now giving the green light to additional funding to ensure that other projects that come past the committee over the next 12 months will be able to, have due consideration and support if they meet the criteria. And the other big important part of this is to maximise that external funding. So it is once again very much a partnership, making a little bit of money go a long way.
Yeah, sure.
The comment that Dr. Hazelden made really, in terms of the picking up of the fund, would make it sensible to include a qualification on the motion that should the 100,000 already offered not be taken up.
Yep.
If required.
Yeah, that's what you. It's essentially if required. Yeah. Okay. No further speakers? Councillor Benson-Pope, there appears to be no further speakers. Do you wish to exercise your right of reply? Oh, right. Sorry, you're right.
So when Glenn originally came to ELT with this issue and what the Priory would do to the Heritage Fund, we were pretty amenable to try and find a solution. And what we had said at that point is we would look at coming to council with the end of year surplus. But because our current position is that we're not forecasting an end of year surplus, the suggestion was for Glenn to come here to put it in front of you to consider alternative ways of funding it. And I'll now let Mr. Mackenzie tell you what they are.
While we spoke back yesterday that the council was not from the surface point of view, we've got very little wiggle room. We've also pointed out, is it on?
It doesn't seem to be.
It's on, but it's not.
Can you yell in it?
No, it's on.
I think that's the first time Lee's given me anything nice. Bloody hell. I just haven't recognised him yet. All right. Sorry, Councillor Vandevers. I've thrown myself now. All right. So what we've spoken about is that our financial performance is going to be very, very close to budget. What we're forecasting, and as Councillor Thompson has repeated on several times this morning, I've guaranteed that we're going to be wrong. And I now feel guilty for guaranteeing that it's going to be wrong or different from that number. But what we have got is, from a cash position, we are in a better situation. And we've spoken a bit about that. We've assumed that we're going to get to debt of about $220 million at the end of the year. but there could still be some more wriggle room there. And in particular, and that's why we've had the resolutions this morning about the hockey, and there was also the resolution yesterday for finance to come back with the options for the Arthur Stone building. So what I could suggest for an activity like this, which is a one-off type of activity, that you could actually fund that from this year's effectively cash surplus that we would be running. And that's what I would be suggesting for it. Because it is only a one-off activity, it's not going to add to ongoing operational expenses, and it's quite exceptional circumstances as well. Not for increasing the rates from that sense, but it's exceptional given the development that has happened and the large amount that has gone to the one particular heritage rebuild.
But all of these come back to look at the impact of them on the rates in the round at the end of this session. So
Correct.
They all get to be weighed up against each other at that point.
Yes.
Can I just clarify that the cash surplus is money that we've already rated for? It's already cash that we have from rate.
Correct.
So it's not affecting. It's running money we've already rated for that we haven't used.
Yes, that is correct.
Right. Okay. Councillor Calvert.
Can I ask, Grant, then, could we use that money, or is there any else that we can use equally for anything else we're thinking of doing? Which we could describe as exceptional.
No, that's not an appropriate question at the moment. We're talking about a specific project, and obviously in principle we can, but I'm not going to get into a whole lot of other subjects at the...
Sorry, obviously there's 100,000 that Grant has said. Is there more than that?
That wasn't your question.
No, in this pot that we could either allocate to this or something else.
All right. So what I've been thinking about for the last couple of days in consultation with the CEO is we've been looking at the activities that we've put out for consultation and how we might be able to fund the majority of those. And it'd be fair to say that there's some that I think, in my view, if you're going to use cash surpluses from one year, I think there needs to be some quite strict criteria around that. One is that they need to be, it can't be for ongoing operational type activity, because that then has an impact longer term. And they tend to be, I would also suggest, for project type based activities. So if you look at this particular one, I think that fits this criteria. There's probably some others that are in the annual plan consultation document that fit that criteria as well. You know, I could possibly argue that the Gigatown, the $250,000, meets that criteria. It's for a short period of time, it's for a discrete amount of work, and then after a certain amount of time, it's gone. I think there's the food resilience is for a one-year impact as well. Once again, it's for a discrete amount of work. You could say that as well. So I think there's possibly a couple others that could meet that criteria.
Sorry, I was asking how much there might be there that might... So...
Well...
Not what we might do with it, which was...
That was your original question.
No, it was, the question was, how much is there?
No, the original question was, what other things could we use this for?
No,
precisely.
yeah, I mean how much...
Now you've asked another one, we'll get Mr McKenzie to answer it.
How much is there? Well, it's probably the most obvious one is the cricket lights, where we've allowed for the $1 million for that, which has an impact on our finance, but has a positive impact on the cash flow because we're not paying that money out. So that is one area, but I wouldn't want to be using all of that. But as I say, in my view, it needs to meet those quite strict criteria about what a particular project could be.
How much?
There's $1 million. Yep.
Right. We've still got this on the table. I'm just, before you exercise your right to apply, I'll just speak to it briefly. Sorry. Councillor Lord, you wish to speak?
I just wanted to ask the question, is the wording of that right, is it really to support the Priory or is it to support the Heritage Fund because the Priory's already been used?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, up there it says this is to support the Priory. Now, I thought the idea was...
It's to support the Heritage Fund to make up for what went to the Priory.
So I just would have thought you don't need Priory in there, but it's red here. It's not red herring, but it's semantic. We've already supported the Priory. This is to replenish the fund.
No, can I just clarify there? The reason that if required was put in was because... No, just a minute. The reason that if required was put in was that the picking up of the fund by the Priory determines whether this will be needed. So that's why it's probably prudent to leave the reference to the Priory in there, because if the Priory doesn't pick up the 100,000 that came out, then we won't need to put this 100,000 in. Yep. So, no one else? So look, I see this, I know that it's making up the amount that the Priory used, but effectively it is, in a sense, retrospectively funding the Priory, because that's what justified the need to put the money in. And I see this as a very similar opportunity to what we had yesterday with the gasworks, or the property beside the gasworks. And I see that regardless of where the funding actually comes from, for me, this is about utilising funding from realised assets around the city's fabric, built fabric, and putting it into another part of the built fabric of the city, an incredibly important part. And I would further note that in addition to the advantages of renovating the Priory, it could have the knock-on effect of enabling redevelopment of the whole precinct, and there's a number of ideas around that. But in a sense, the dilapidated state of the Priory has held back the vision for that area, and it could be considerably better than it is. So this could have a precinct benefit as well as a building benefit, so I think it's well worth investing in. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Just very briefly, I mean, I'm sure we would have preferred not to have come asking, cap in hand, if you like, but this is such an important landmark. It led to the decision that we made with the consequences that we've explained. So I'm pleased to hear people being so positive about this, and I'm sure a community that we know really values the jewels in our crown will support this entirely.
Okay, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So we are down to... Right, so we've done the actual Heritage Fund budget. So there's a submission obviously below that on Heritage Fund, and then another on Heritage Reuse. Heritage Streetscape. Keep my head down. Harbourside Development. Well, on my... Sorry, the page numbers aren't on there for me. It's the bottom of this page of this document, but the page numbering is different on the different groups. So, 99. Sorry, I can't hear you. Right. 99, did Councillor McTavish?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry, I forget which submission it was that raised it, but there was a submission which raised ecological enhancement of the harbour area, and the response associated with it was similar to the bottom paragraph here, which just talks about harbour access and the Parks and Reserves work, or the Parks and Rec strategy and sporting action plans focused around access. Now, sorry, this isn't Parks and Reserves, and maybe I should have raised it at the time, but in my view, and certainly in the answer that came through from staff, it appears that the harbour plan is being couched more widely than just access issues, that there is scope for consideration of wider values and enhancement of wider values rather than just recreational access in that harbour plan. And yeah, just seeking confirmation that that is the case and that that can be included in the responses to submitters on harbour related issues.
Yes. Yes, it is intended that the scope of the plan be wider than harbour access. There was a draft scope done some time ago before the work was put on hold pending the completion of the Parks and Recreation strategy. So I think it's fair to say that we'll be once we start this work again, we'll be rescoping.
Councillor Benson-Park.
I'm just wondering if we know we've had one meeting of various parties involved in the area, ourselves and Port Otago, Chalmers Property and the Regional Council. Do we have any intelligence or recent information about what they might about the Regional Council, I was going to say, about their intentions in terms of their office building or the timeline for that decision?
Following that meeting, so work's begun, so which Nicola is spearheading around gathering all the various plans and so on from the various parties, but that's as far as we've got, to be honest. So, but that work will ramp up now.
And in a related area, are we aware of any activities of Chalmers Property in respect of freeholding or any developments that they're proposing in the area?
No, I think it's fair to say the work's about to begin rather than the work's begun. So we haven't had those initial conversations yet.
All right.
Any further questions on that? Right. Can I move over to the next page? Then is the report 14, looking after the environment. That's agenda item 14 in our agenda papers, page 81. Any questions? Councillor McTavish.
Thank you. My question just relates, Nicola, to the response that you sent about the provisional 150k that we inserted for the Te Aotearoa initial year. I guess it strikes me that the project budget, the three items which have been highlighted, don't necessarily actually align very well with what we heard from the community they were most concerned about, with the exception perhaps of the biodiversity baseline project. So we had very strong message from our community through the feedback on the plan, on the strategy, but also through the annual plan process, that in fact emissions reduction is pretty much the highest priority for the community in this area. And it seems missing to me that the budget doesn't include anything for implementation around that work. So no compactive MERS funding, no funding for advancing existing strategy, existing plans at a greater rate of knots, etc.
Okay. Through the chair, I can reassure you that that's because that's been funded from elsewhere. So, for example, there's the climate change budget, which is separate to this money, so work's being progressed under that budget. The compact of MERS is being progressed through savings on our energy budget and through some other funding which the CEO has accessed. So those priority elements are being progressed, and the elements that are itemised under this heading are the next level, if you like.
Okay.
So the priorities for funding will be the flagship projects to be developed in partnership with other stakeholders, and the baseline work on biodiversity, off the top of my head, are the two big items.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Any further questions on that before we go on to coastal erosion? Councillor Thompson.
I've got the responses that came back to Councillor McTavish's question around around the 150K. But I have a sense that quite a bit of it is around funding to plan as opposed to funding a plan. And I guess I'm really asking the question, if there were not $150,000 in the budget for implementation in the current financial year, what would we notice that was different at the end of that year?
There was not. A key element of the funding is a coordinator to work with other partners to get them on board to progress these actions. I guess it's like a lot of the other projects that are within the policy team's work program, is that there's a lot there, and unless you have a dedicated person, a bit like the Grow Dunedin partnership, the economic development strategy, which has a person to progress, allocated to a particular work area to actively progress it. So I guess I suppose what I'm trying to say is that a core element is the staff resource to progress the work, and then there's specific funding for things like the biodiversity baseline, which are spent on a particular project.
Yeah, okay, well, anything else would be a comment, so I'll leave it. That's the only question.
Anything more? Can we go on to coastal erosion? Why did it need an analysis? Councillor Wilson.
Since this was being put on the annual plan, and it was done at a relatively knee-jerk process during the January meeting, has anyone done any work into considering whether or what can be delivered in the 75,000? We did get some submissions suggesting that more would be needed. Has there been any work in that respect?
Yeah. I'm afraid we really need Richard Saunders over here or Ruth to talk to these elements. I mean, they overlap with our work area because they need to dovetail with the 2GP and the planning work, but they really need to answer that.
So what does that...
75.
Look, this was done on the hoof really at the January meeting. We put in a placeholder. There were some submissions that said that for 75,000 you're just not going to get the work that needs to be done. And I just want to understand...
Oh, this is the coastal erosion.
Yeah.
Sorry, yep.
Yeah, sorry, and I just want to understand...
Right, so, can someone give Richard a call, see if he is available, and we'll go on to the next one in the meantime and come back to it.
That's absolutely fine, thank you.
Andrea's dealing with it, right. Groundwater and sea level rise. Looking after the environment, that's a submission on the funding, I guess. And to our implementation funding. We'll keep going. Climate change consultation. Consultation processes. Not quite sure what that's just generic. Dark skies. Councillor McTapp.
Well, the staff advice here is acknowledging that we could pursue through the International Dark Skies Association a formal designation under their accreditation system. And it's recommended that we resolve for the panel to consider this and recommend a way forward, given that it's simply resolving to send the issue to the Dark Skies Advisory Panel for consideration and a report back. I'd be more than happy to move in that direction.
Okay, so you're moving that it be just referred to the advisory panel?
Yeah, that the issue of formal designation through the International Dark Skies Association be referred to the Dark Skies Advisory Panel for consideration.
Right. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Staines. Do you wish to speak to it any further?
No, I just would like to hear their views on it.
Yeah, hear their views.
Yep.
That's why. Send it to them. Any other speakers? I'll put it all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And at that point, I'm going to move that we adjourn for a cup of tea, because second to Councillor Staines. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Get carried. Righto, councillors, we are down to general comments, of which there are probably one or two. Oh, now, where were we with, what was it?
We did dark skies.
Dark sea, but what did we get Richard for?
Coastal erosion.
Yeah, coastal erosion, Richard. So there was some, I think it was Councillor Wilson. Do you want to repeat your question now that we have Richard here?
Richard, we put on the 75,000 as a place setter in January to start doing this work, and I just wanted, and there's been some submissions suggesting that more money would be required, and I'm just wondering, in your perspective, understanding the issues of council-owned land in Dunedin, do you think 75,000 is sufficient to do this work?
From the scope of what was discussed in January, we're comfortable that is enough for us to identify that council infrastructure potentially at risk and identify some options and bring something back based on that.
Partly the other question for this, and it's not just in this situation, there's other work that we were also doing in Ocean Beach where we talked about collaboration with the MFE and Otago Regional Council. Have those discussions about that funding or resourcing for that work in partnership been, or I presume you've had those discussions or some discussions, and are they amenable to working with us on those issues?
We've certainly had some discussion with ORC, and they are, and sharing any information they've got that'll assist with this. I haven't to date with MFE, but that's something we can investigate with the broader work that's going on.
Right, is there anything else on coastal erosion? Thank you, Richard, for your trouble. Right, we're moving down to general comments. Late submissions, we've dealt with late submissions. Unless someone wants to reference them specifically. Well, yes, that's what it'll be. It won't be the process, it'll be what's the content. Smoke-free. Councillor McTavish.
He's gone.
That should bring him back.
I sent through a question about the smoke-free stuff. They basically asked for two things this time around. They asked for reappointment of a staff resource onto the smoke-free committee or smoke-free meeting group. And the second thing was that we consider inclusion of the smoke-free policy for the Octagon in our smoke-free policy. I guess the question that I sent through was around how far we've got with our existing smoke-free policy implementation before we go adding a whole range of other things. But I don't think I received an answer to that.
Sorry, I don't have an update from that matter.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure whether it sits with Richard or where it sits.
Yeah, so it's it was referred through to PARS, so you do need to get a response back from Richard.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't, yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't raised by Smoke Free in their submission, but it's probably a question for yourself and the Chief Executive. Is it something, or would it be worthwhile when, say, Mayoral Forum or CEO's Forum, i.e. in a regional sense, Otago-wide, raising some of the issues that Smoke Free are trying to push locally? I mean, they beaver away and working with local authorities, but I'm trying to think of perhaps another way to help coming down from the hierarchy rather than them working up, or I suppose both lines of attack may be more effective. It was just a thought.
I think that you make a good point. I think both at a Otago level, but also we're getting, just in the last month or so, there have been a number of communications from other cities and other parts of the South Island, but also Wellington, where there's been suggestions that there are things that the cities could work together on, and not so much in implementing anything, but forming common cause on and coming to common conclusions about. So this might be one of them. And the most recent one was begging, whereas some cities have a particular policy on it, and other cities are saying, "No, that's terrible," and a few of the others are saying, "Well, why don't we, as you know, Wellington, Christchurch, Dunedin, and maybe a couple of the other South Island cities get together and form a common policy." These are just suggestions, so nothing has been decided, and it certainly couldn't be finalised. But it's certainly this. If you think about consistency across our various communities, just as we talk about freedom campers not recognising the difference between council boundaries, not knowing what the rules are on one side or the other, equally it would be better to have, if you're going to have rules around smoke-free, it would probably be better to have them consistent across the island, so it'd be worthwhile talking about.
Well, can I
Sorry.
sorry, maybe a question then for the Chief Executive in the absence of parks. So is it possible to appoint someone to re-establish the staff link that used to exist between the Smoke Free Coalition and us?
Yep. I look, how much was that, like, you know, was it work or was it discussions or was it policy setting, do you know?
Well, we asked whether...
My understanding it was attending the odd meeting, and I'm not sure whether that was monthly or
Yep, we'll do that.
bi-monthly or whatever. So more discussions, rather. It's just a link person.
Yeah, no problem. We'll do that. We'll appoint somebody and then we'll come back here depending on what comes out of that.
Yeah, and the broader issue of smoke-free Octagon, can we get a report back or some form of update as to where we're at with the existing policy, so that we can then decide whether or not we add further things to the work program or not?
Yep, we'll come back with an update.
Thank you.
Sustainability. City beautification.
I have one here, and it's just a correction to the comment. Paul, I think that the way that this happened was the civic grants morphed into the city service and project grant pool, and the committee simply didn't fund the baskets. Was that not correct?
Can I actually remember the details? Sorry. Yeah.
So
I think it had dropped to a level where it was becoming difficult to run, and then that may have been your memory was a bit more than likely better than mine.
Yeah. I think it probably just needs to be amended. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm just wondering if this should be sent through to Simonetti, who I think is championing to tidy up this CBD in a different sense, and I'm sure that he would like to assist this. I mean, I'm just wondering if that's an action we should be taking, given his public release on work and what that city, the centre of the city looks like. I'm sure he can find sponsors for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Disability Issues Advisory Group. Graffiti. Councillor Benson Pope.
I think, as council knows, we increased the amount of money time dedicated to working at the scourge, and I think that's appropriate at this point, and I think we should see the results of that and find out whether that's enough. Probably not, but it seems to me that the most important thing is coordination across the organisation, and I know that's what the staff member is focusing on. The other material that was distributed to us was about public programs to target graffiti, alert people and educate them. What capacity do we have to add a dimension like that within existing resources to the armoury?
Because I'm not aware of the extent of the public programs and education, I'm not sure. We extensively use Task Force Green to do some of the actual removal type thing, or removal full stop on various places. I'd need to go back and check with the person who's going to be doing that if that's a possibility.
Well, I'd appreciate that if we could do that, because there are some quite extensive programs. I don't know how effective they are. I bet they're a lot more effective than no programs, but operating in other centres where the problem is much greater than here. That's not to say that we shouldn't deal with our problem. But it's also, a lot of them are also web or text-based, phone-based, and I'm reminded of the comment that Councillor van der Vis made a while ago about encouraging, not encouraging complaints, about facilitating complaints and tracking them and managing them through systems like that. And those systems apparently work really well in Christchurch anyway. So it would be good if we could have, and I'll ask in due course, a report to a committee about that, please.
And that tracking of complaints is exactly what that position we want them to do,
Right.
is to track it and identify where it's happening, what's happening, those sorts of
Thank you.
activities.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. Is it just in regard to the responses, there was, and I forget who Mr. Pope was speaking on behalf of at the time, but there was some confusion around the current rules around graffiti removal on heritage buildings. And while I've sent that to him directly, that clarification, if these are going up more widely, that might be useful, because it seems unlikely he's the only one with that misconception. So if that could be added into the comments, that'd be good.
Okay, Councillor Calvert.
Further to the problem of graffiti on heritage, and by which I mean in this case unpainted, say, brick buildings, is there any chance that staff could make inquiries as to what sort of coating may be able to be put on, and I'm talking about see-through coating, coating rather than paint, on such buildings which would allow graffiti to be removed from them? Because it seems to me that there's some chance that we could, without altering the look of buildings, provide advice for our people on what would allow them to be able to take graffiti off buildings, because it's sucked into the brick and masonry, I presume.
My current understanding is that we have methods to protect painted surfaces, murals and those sorts of things. I don't know about that. I'd have to investigate that, get staff and others to investigate it.
I'm not looking for a whole orchard of work to be done, just that it might be worth being able to just send out something to people.
Yes.
Okay, well, that takes us on to Keep Dunedin Beautiful. And their basket funding.
Two separate. This one is to the people who wrote in saying that they missed the baskets.
Who was that?
So that's a slightly different category to the other.
Yeah, the two.
But yeah, I think we need to flesh out the response bit.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll move on to the report. Item 17 in our bigger agenda, page 91 in that agenda, supporting the community. And again, we'll note this, but I'm opening it up for questions or whatever.
I have a...
Councillor Calvert.
I wonder whether in the comments below this it might add that we're aware that other sources of funding are becoming more limited, especially those as a result of lotteries related activity, just because it's something that's quite clearly causing an issue, and for us to acknowledge it might be useful.
Well, I just wondered, we're on the report, aren't we? Are we on the, yep. Paul, I just wondered whether you've put out the call for applications to the City and City Project and Service, you know what I mean, fund, and appreciate it's early days, we're only, 10 days in or something, but is there any indication how we're tracking in terms of application numbers this year?
Generally, in this case, we don't have a method of tracking the indications, and like annual plan submissions, most of them come in on the last day. I've had 4 inquiries, but that's about average to what I would normally expect. And discussions with separately with 3 of the existing people who are getting grants to assist them on their applications. Yeah, but I can't give an indication that's higher or lower. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Small events, that's small events grants fund. Support for place-based community groups.
I know the answer here, but I just want to ask it for clarification. This excludes all the community board areas, does it?
In the original report, the suggestion was not to do that. So it was that the community place-based groups often work across a community board. Green Island will be one, for example, which actually cuts into 2 community boards. So we can't exclude the community boards. It would not be appropriate.
Actually, though, that's precisely what we asked for in the report, wasn't it, and what wasn't delivered in the report?
The report asked to look at areas that weren't supported by community boards, and so we came back and said there is a level of support needed across the city, and the difference in reality is that there's a $10,000 worth of funding that community boards can give out to support their own communities, but we can't dictate on where, a group says we want to set up what their geographical area is. So it would be difficult to say we exclude
I can see your difficulty, but that wasn't what the report we asked for, but it was the report we got, wasn't it?
Can I answer that? Can I just clarify that the staff understanding was that the focus was to be primarily on support for place-based groups. So, as Paul said, if a group was developing within an area, had a real community focus, and it happened to be within a community board area, the intention was that they would be supported through this fund. The grants or the money that community boards can give out to people within their area are really for different sorts of things than this place-based support. So, yeah.
Yeah, quite happy with that approach. I just wondered though, does it require extra staffing to handle this?
Yep. Yes, it is intended that this be facilitated by a, can't remember, it's we called it either a community facilitator or a community activator, but the navigator, sorry. Yeah, that's right. But the idea is to assist those, facilitate work, help enable those place-based groups.
Supporting the community. And then on to youth participation funding. Yes. page 104.
Do you want to say anything to introduce this?
Questions on that? Oh, Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just with regards to the $10,000 to contract a facilitator, I know that it won't be paid out at an hourly rate, but what is the expectation of time commitment from that contractor for that remuneration?
Talking with the existing person who's doing the job, she's saying it's between 5 to 8 hours a week to support the young people.
But the current job isn't, my understanding, isn't the job that is being proposed for the forthcoming financial year, or is it?
My understanding is a similar position. Yes, it's to support the youth council and to mentor them and to keep them flowing on. Is that not?
Is that similar to the remuneration that is currently being paid for that job?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the remuneration is both that person's hours plus there's meeting support and a number of, hire and a number of project things as well. That's where it adds up to the 20.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Task Force Green. Sister Cities.
Sorry, just a question. That report, the youth participation funding update, that pertains to $10,000, which is currently not in the plan. Are you wanting to come back and address quantums later, or are you wanting to?
Since it's not even tentatively in the plan, it's not going to get picked up in any proposal that comes to us to how to allocate some money. So I'm perfectly happy to take a resolution now to put it in on the same basis as all the other resolutions that we've had.
Yeah. Well.
Or not.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. I mean, I'm happy to move either now or later.
Well,
but I'd like
look,
to move at some point.
Move it now.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're
so
moving
it's the recommendations on page 104.
Second, Councillor Hawkins. Do you wish to speak to it at this point?
Only that I think that this is effectively a compromise solution whereby half of the existing youth budget is going to be applied to this position ongoing to enable it to continue. Obviously, MYD are in such a state of flux at the moment that it is impossible for us to get any clarity around funding out of them at the moment. And the conversations with the Otago Community Trust are that the clear signal is that whilst they're happy to fund projects, and they've indicated a willingness, for example, to consider an application around a project which the Youth Council themselves have identified, they will not fund salary. So this $10,000 here is what would be necessary to continue the facilitation role with the existing facilitation role that sits with the Youth Council. And I think if we are to have a Youth Council, then that role is essential. So either we have a Youth Council and have this position, or I think we, our Youth Council would without wanting to be impending doom or anything, I don't think that the Youth Council would be able to continue in the way that it has to date, and certainly the indications from previous experience would suggest that it would be difficult for it to maintain any momentum at all.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'd like to take this opportunity to publicly thank Anna Parker for the work that she has done in activating the Youth Council. Some of the work and some of the thinking that they have done collectively has been very impressive, and it's a no small part due to the work that she has done, and also Michael Lofiso from the community development team. The demographic breakdown in the submissions that we have received during this annual plan process show a gaping hole among the younger residents of our community, and $10,000 is a very small price to pay as an investment in trying to redress that imbalance. And I would also like to take this opportunity to implore staff across this organisation to make greater use of the resource that we have both in the Dunedin Youth Council and the Youth Action Committee. Their input was sadly lacking from the development of this consultation program, and it's comforting to know that that will be corrected for next year's annual plan process. But this is a two-way street, and we can't wait for them to come to us. They are a very smart and capable and driven and ambitious group of young people who have plenty to offer this organisation, and you know, not just helping redesign the teen space at the library, as noble a project as that is for a group of young people to offer advice on. So yeah, a very small sum to address a very large imbalance in our city's democratic processes, and I implore others to support it. Thanks.
Well, for my part, I'll be supporting this. It occurs to me that if you look at what council does by way of support for various age demographics in the community, we probably put or forego more than $10,000 allowing over 75-year-olds to park for free than we put into the anything for youth. We have representation on age concern, more than one representation, because I'm the patron and I think Sir Calvert's a representative on there. So I think that we should be thinking about, sorry? I think we should be considering the emphasis, and there's nothing wrong with any of the things I've mentioned with regard to older people and their engagement with us, but it is remiss of us if we do not endeavour to engage the next generation of voters, with whom, if we don't engage, we won't have them as voters at all. So I think for the future of our representative democracy, we have to get young people engaged with this organisation and with their community in general. I think this is a very, very small investment in that. I noted that in the interactions I've had with the Youth Council members, they've been dead keen, really energetic, really inquiring, very innovative in some of their ideas, but they need just a little bit of support and facilitation to do things, and this is what this is designed to do. So I think it's a pittance, really, but it's something in recognition of our responsibilities in that area. If there are no more speakers, do you wish to exercise your right of reply?
Well, just your worship, Councillor Hawkins actually jogged my mind that I think it's worth mentioning here that one of the key focuses for the Youth Council that they themselves have identified is civics education. They're really keen on that. They're really keen to get into schools and explain what council does and how young people can engage. And it seems that to me that the whole city stands to benefit from that as an outcome. So this budget would assist them to do that this coming year and ongoing. And yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We'll move on to Tourism Baldwin Street, I think. Task Force Green, I think I've mentioned that and I didn't get any bites. Sister Cities didn't get any bites. Tourism Baldwin Street. Councillor Benson Pope.
Well, just the toilet issue in Baldwin Street again, I think, given the relief we've had, sorry.
I can feel emotion coming on from you, Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you for your assistance, Lee. Given the news we had about Municipal Lane and the savings there, I'm assuming, and was some comment made yesterday about when we're going to be able to do the business in Baldwin Street.
Right, well, in the absence of Mr Taylor...
Yeah, so Kevin said this was on the top of his list.
Right, thank you.
And to add to that, I received an email from a community member lamenting the lack of facilities in that area, so I referred it to Mr Taylor, and he came back with a very comprehensive response which reassured me and the community member that things were moving. You'll be pleased to know. Okay. Right, here we go. Welcome back, Fraser. Twice in a day and the first day. It's great. Right. We're on to tourism generally. Anything on there before we move on to supporting economic development? Right. This is agenda item, well, this is a report on number 17 in our big agenda on page 111, is it? Yes.
Sorry, Your Worship, just in relation to that tourism answer, I think it probably needs to be rejigged a little bit just to represent the full range of inputs that are going to be received. Because I think if I read this as an industry stakeholder, it would seem to me that there was a significant, that the industry sector input was effectively the main contributor to this Destination Dunedin plan that's going to be developed. What we've heard this morning or this afternoon from Ryan is that there are going to be a wide range of inputs to that, community input, expert input on environment and culture, and iwi input, and I think that needs to be reflected so that the stakeholders understand that, the industry stakeholders understand that.
Yep. And I think further it should be referring to a visitor cohort, not a tourism cohort. It's broader. Okay. Supporting economic development. Questions on this? Councillors? Councillor Lord, and did you?
It's probably a question I should have asked last week, but when John Gallagher came and spoke to us about Gig City, he made the comment that 64 or 65% of the city was enabled and 24% had actually picked up. Now, the last figures I heard that there was something like only 700 people connected to the high-speed internet. Can you give me an and that was some time ago, so I'm not thinking he's wrong, but can you update us on that?
I can't give you the accurate figure, but I do know that it's in the thousands, not the hundreds. I think it's sitting around about 4,000 connections currently. I can get you the accurate figure, though. I'll circulate that. Yeah, we can circulate that. Yeah. Yeah.
Councillor Staines. There you go.
Now that I've got a microphone. My question is around the Gigacity budget line, and it's a question around whether, really from your point of view, if $65,000 of that 250 was allocated as a line within the Greater Dunedin Partnership, where an application would need to be made, and that application would need to be for a project that was going to have a economic benefit, because that's what that fund is. Does that have a significant impact on the projects that you see doing over the next 12 months? So that would mean that the actual amount going to Gigatown funding would be 185, with 65 sitting in the Greater Dunedin Partnership budget for an economic development project based around the Gigacity.
Shouldn't have an impact. It shouldn't have. No, we don't believe it should have an impact.
Councillor. Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Right, then we can. Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, just one, and apologies if I just couldn't find a response to it if it's been pre-provided and pre-circulated, but there were a number of submissions around the major events plan and what the objectives of that were, largely indicating support for a plan that would help develop local events rather than purchase in events or attract events from outside, and it could be the brevity of the consultation document allowed for that ambiguity where there may not have been. But could we get some clarification around what that plan is in that regard?
Sure. So plan's probably the wrong word to have been using in that. What we're anticipating doing is looking at how we can resource more adequately the potential for us to be able to attract and grow events to the stage where they are contributing an economic return to the city. Currently, we do that as a very small percentage of the work that Enterprise Dunedin undertakes in terms of event bidding. We believe there is an enormous amount of additional events that we could be either attracting into the city or working with other local organisations within the city to be promoting the growth of. So, for example, it might be a national mountain biking championship that could be run in the city that we could be out there actively pursuing and bringing into the city, which we currently don't proactively do. We would work, obviously, with local organisations that have got an interest in that space, but currently we're not resourced to be able to do that.
I mean, you said attract and grow, and I guess that is the tension between whether the plan is to try and attract things or to grow them, which would be the local end of that scale.
Yep.
So how do you see that in terms of the priorities of your team?
So that was where the planning side of this comes in, that we would look to work with the major events review to set some criteria for the sorts of events that we would be looking to attract, whether they're national or local, so that we would have a basis for making those decisions. That, of course, would be something that would be subject to council's input into, and the first bit of work is to actually scope that out and look at where those opportunities are. So that planning work, we believe, needs to be undertaken before we look at how we might resource it. That's trying to, I guess, at the moment we're trying to capture all of that within a budget line.
So this will follow the review of the festival and events strategy?
It will run concurrently and be heavily aligned to that review. Yeah, absolutely.
Enjoy that dance.
Yes, thank you.
Can I just tease that out a bit more, because I was interested in the concerns expressed by some groups, particularly the arts group, about the difference between growing local events and attracting events. And I wonder whether the line between them is as clear anyway as it might seem. For instance, Fringe Festival is developed here, but it has local acts and it brings in acts. If the BMX club have a championship here, they have local riders and they bring in riders. So to what extent, I'm interested in what percentage of the events that you see there's potential, and you may not know the answer to this, but are in that category where they're both local and with the potential to grow in stature and numbers,
I think it would be a combination of both, and there's got to be a level of local interest before we'd even pursue some of these opportunities. Generally, you've got to have a passionate group of people locally that are wanting to host these sorts of events at a national level. There are opportunities that we've had come across our desk in the last 12 months that we haven't been able to pursue due to lack of resources, and not just resources of council, resources of the particular organisations that are looking at whether they could host a national event. And it's not, I'd have to say, we're not looking at all just sporting events. These could be cultural. The Edinburgh Tattoo has been mooted previously in terms of how could we be leveraging off that as a city. Currently, we don't have an enormous amount of resource to be able to investigate those options. We certainly would be expecting that any event that we would be looking to either bring to the city or to grow would have a full analysis done on it in terms of what the benefits would be before we walk down that track.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor McTavish.
Thank you, and thanks very much again for all of the answers to my questions. I guess a couple of questions that flow from this. Are you confident that, given your ambition to develop, and I understand now the relationship between what you're intending to be the major events plan and the community events plan, and effectively they being the replacement for the festival and event strategy. The query that I have is around the funding in this financial year, this coming financial year. You say that the funding that you're seeking really is for implementation of that plan once it's developed.
Probably partly planning and then implementation, to be fair.
Right.
Yeah. There's a lot of preparatory work we need to do before we would engage whatever resource we need to be able to action that. So that I would anticipate will require some coordination alongside and alignment alongside the review of the strategy.
And what you're envisaging effectively is that Tammy and the new events person that would be working collaboratively on the strategy review.
Absolutely. The best way I can describe it is we would be selling the opportunities, and Tammy's team, the events team, would be delivering on the promise that we've made. So there would be, I guess we're out there pitching and bidding, and then we've got to actually deliver the events as a city.
Yeah.
So a clear delineation.
Yeah. So that's delivery.
Yep.
What I'm trying to understand is over the next year, what resource will be needed to effectively do the plan development, to take the strategy that we currently have and turn it into your two plans.
Yep.
And how that's going to work from a resourcing perspective.
Well, at the moment, we don't have any resource, which was why we're asking for some budget.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure whether Tammy's area does for the work that she's looking to undertake.
Yeah, so Jinty, I'm about to take the existing 2009 to 2019 festival and events strategy, and that will become two plans. So that will become the community event plan and also the major events part of it. And part of the major events plan has bidding in it. So that's why the alignment with Enterprise Dunedin needs to be done really carefully, because the two areas do work very closely in terms of events that we support and run, in terms of a forward focus as well, in terms of strategically thinking 2 years down the track. So both departments need to work on that together to get the alignment right.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. The other question that I had was also around the plan. I guess looking at Aratoi and what that's seeking to achieve in terms of alignment of venues and that sort of thing, the work that's happening around that, the work that's happening around or will happen within our the other arm of your EDS work around your tourism visitor strategy work. How do you see all of that working together? Because it strikes me that there are a whole load of interrelated issues also in Te Aotearoa, the fact that we've got visitor capacity issues in some of our hotspots. I forget the terminology that you used, Ryan. Those all surely feed into what is in effect an events strategy. And so concurrently we have about 4 different streams of work happening, all of which need to talk to each other, all of which need to feed into something which is kind of a cohesive plan and narrative for the city. How's that going to work?
Well, I guess those plans definitely need to be aligned in terms of their objectives, but the practical side of it will be that, to answer your question about the pressure on some sectors of our community, to answer that, we wouldn't be looking to bring events into the city that would detract or make that worse. So we would be looking to work to address opportunities that would see the city be able to realise that extra capacity that's available at times of the year when we're not busy. And you've heard from some of the operators in the submission process that would say there are a couple of really big pressure points, particularly around January, February, but for the rest of the year they have a lot of capacity to be able to deal with additional visitors to the city. And events do bring people into the city. You look at Masters Games, some of the other major events that we currently fund and support as council. They are significant economic contributors. We believe there are others that we haven't specifically gone and sourced or engaged with at a national level, or international level for that matter, that could be a real contributor to our community, but would have to be done in alignment with our tourism plans, our, the strategies we've got around how we align that to the pressure on
and I guess
environment.
That's what I'm asking about, because from a funding perspective, the decision that we have to make around the table is we've got a range of these different funding requests. They all speak to each other. Somehow they all need to connect, and the timing needs to be right with them. So, you can't be implementing, you can't have someone going out there and receiving events until we have a plan in place. You might have infrastructure issues that will impact on your ability to deliver on your events, on your ultimate events plan. You might have marketing that needs to sit alongside that, which also, so, and maybe this, I don't know, that maybe this is more a question for you, Sue, but in terms of the timing, it seems that some of those things need to come first before we can deliver well on other things, and that might influence our decisions here around what streams make sense to fund first, or which are your priority streams.
I think we've got an understanding that under this major events plan that there could be some room for us to delay that until some of that other work is done.
Right.
But it would be nice to have some budget to be able to get on with that in this financial year to align, make sure there is that alignment, and to be looking at what resource commitment we might need to be able to realise that.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Councillor Wiley.
John, if you had had this already in place, this funding from last year, how would that have assisted the Wild Dunedin Festival?
As an event, it would have provided some resource to work with the committee. We're always very keen for the community to take ownership of events, and I think the committee that was formed for that have done an excellent job. So the person or the resource that we might have around that would be to support and enhance the work they're doing. We've utilised some staff resource to be able to do that, but not to the extent that we would like to, and that would be a very practical example of the sorts of things that we'd be wanting them to do.
Okay, not that I'm aware of it yet, but with the Invictus Games going on in Florida, if we were wanting to get the inaugural New Zealand Invictus Games off and running, would this play a role as well?
This role would evaluate the opportunities around that, and I would like to think that if there were significant opportunities there, we would bring that back to council for decision making.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Down to the main questions. If I didn't have $790,000, which possibly I don't, of other people's money, have you got priority spending in that, or would you take some off each, or would you delay some, or how would you deal with that? Let's just say
that is a tough question.
I had $150,000 less.
Yeah, it's like trying to pick which one of the kids you like the best. It's pretty unfair to do that, but yeah. I think, given Councillor Staines' earlier question around the Gigatown Fund, there's a potential for us to take some of the request for funding out of this budget and into the Grow Dunedin Partners budget. That's something that would be a sensible option from our perspective. The discussion we've had around the events plan could be delayed, deferred, or postponed, and that would be another option. But other than that, we would struggle because there are enormous pressures on our portfolio, as I think you've seen through submissions, and the desire for the community to want to invest more in economic development. So we're trying to balance those community pressures with your spending pressures.
would you, that's sort of in the first year, would you have the same thought in the second year, or?
I think by the second year, potentially the Gigatown one could carry through because it may be at the stage where that project is well through the implementation of the Gigatown. So that would be subject to review. The rest, I think, would be pretty much gearing up and showing you some good returns on that investment.
Councillor Staines.
John, just going back to the events plan, and it's been touched on by Councillor McTavish and by Councillor Calvert, just the timing of that and the implications of that timing with budget. So, you know, if we were aiming to have that plan completed by the end of the financial year so that we're ready to crack on with the new strategy and the new plan in the year after that, what sort of budget, so you know, looking at the 100,000 that's in there, what sort of reduction to that would you consider necessary to do it to get the plan within the 12 months?
I believe we could trim that back to $50,000, which would give us the ability to start looking at what resourcing requirements might be required early next calendar year, and that would enable us to tie that into the planning work that's being done by Tammy. Okay. That would be a sensible time frame.
Okay. Right, we're on to the report on additional funding requests for City Market. That's the one we're on? No, we're not.
That was the one Ryan presented to earlier.
That's the one Ryan did, that's right. Gigatown increased spend, well, we've referenced that. Is there anything else on that? It's been coming out. Supporting economic, now these are submissions, I think. Yep. City marketing increased spend. Energy plan delivery funding. Food resilience funding. Major events plan development. Sorry?
Sorry, energy plan delivery.
Yes.
There were a number of submissions, and it doesn't really, I'm not sure if it comes under this or something under else, so I'm going to raise it now, and that's electric vehicles. We were challenged by some people to probably walk the walk rather than just talk the talk with some of the stuff, and my understanding is from questions that I've posed, and I'm happy to pose them now, what cars we have in the fleet that would be suitable for consideration for electric vehicles.
Yeah, so I asked Reece to come back to me and let me know. The DCC fleet's got 113 vehicles, which includes the buses, 48 cars, but some of them are 4x4s, the scooters, utes, vans, big trucks. There's about 20 cars in that mid-range vehicle area, which is like Mitsubishi Mirage, Toyota Corolla kind of size, the same similar size to the Nissan Leaf, that have daily use ranges that are that are doable with a fully electric vehicle. So we could make a commitment to replace those vehicles with fully electric vehicles. At the moment, the way the replacement plan is that all of those would be, they get replaced every 5 years. So within 5 years, all of those 20 will in fact be replaced, either with something like it, or they could be, those 20 are all suitable to be replaced with second-hand Nissan Leafs, which are being imported by a local importer, and they've got sort of 3,000 to 4,000 kilometres on the clock. In terms of the cost, there would be a bit of work needed because they are more expensive in terms of upfront purchase. So we'd have to do a bit of jiggling of budget between our capital purchase budget and our operational budget. However, the total cost developed. So this is what Reece has gone away and done today. The total cost, assuming a 7% cost of capital, and their lifetime cost, they tend to be easier to fix. They're less moving parts, and they, of course, they use electricity, not power, not petrol. The total cost is 21 cents per kilometre over that 5-year life cycle, as opposed to the cost of a Hyundai, a Mitsubishi Mirage, or a Holden Barina, which are 22 to 24 cents per kilometre. So the net cost over the 5 years would be ever so slightly cheaper. However, we would have to add, at the moment, we've only got one on-council charging site, which is in the basement, so we'd have to add some more of those, but we will have to in time. So we could actually do that within existing budgets.
The next question is that an operational one, or does it require us to pass a motion to effect that change?
Well, we can do it operationally, but I mean, I think it's a nice thing to actually pass a resolution to say that you want it done, but we can just make a commitment to doing that with those 20 mid-size.
I'm very happy to move accordingly, because I think it is.
The other thing is the reason that they also end up cheaper is that they hold their value better. So you do, although you pay more for them at the beginning, you get more for them when you sell them even 5 years later. So that's what contributes. All of that comes off independently assessed, not just wishful thinking by my staff.
Right. I take it you're moving something, and Councillor Hawkins has said he'll second it.
I'll
sure.
Put the motion.
Well, can I just go? Councillor Staines had his hand up to ask a question or say something, and then I'll come back to the resolution if you'd like to write it.
Just in terms of the kilometres per day that was used to assess those 20, what sort of kilometres per day did you set the threshold at?
Sorry, Chris, I don't have that here, but I know that Reece made some calls to the Leaf guy about what they do, so it's not having to charge during the day.
Yeah,
so.
It's just that Nissan have announced that the 2017 Leaf will go from, I think, currently they do about 130 kilometres to a charge. They will move to 220 kilometres.
So a lot of our use is going out, coming back, going out, coming back. So you charge
back.
them in between as long as you charge them.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Right, now, I've got a resolution on the books. I've got and I've got Councillor Calvert wishing to, do you wish to speak to the resolution, or do you want to ask a question?
I'd like to ask a question, I think. Or maybe I'd like to ask something of the mover. I'd quite like the information Dr. Bedros is giving us, which informs us to be attached in some way into this resolution, so we can see what we were basing our resolution on. Okay. Just so as if somebody finds our resolution in a written form, it comes up with here's the reasons why we supported it. Sort of
based on the accompanying report, for instance, that sort of terminology. Yep, that's fine. So, Councillor Wilson, you have
that the CEO adjusts the council vehicle procurement plans to ensure that the DCC owns 20 fully electric vehicles within 5 years and reports back annually on progress towards this target and on the petrol carbon savings achieved each year. I actually want us to be in this position. I just want to talk to this briefly because the government is moving to do some bulk purchases of this. I know the University of Otago and the Otago Polytech are interested in looking at bulk purchases, and we actually have to be in that place where we may get those opportunities to do that. The other part of the motion that I want to put is that the council agreed to, I'll send this through, that the council agreed to cooperate in sharing EV, GPS and other data with the University of Otago and Otago Polytech to assist in their research on EV use, because I think we want to be transparently obvious what we are doing to test the market, really.
At the moment, there isn't bulk purchasing available, so for the first year or two, we'd be restricted to what's available locally. As I say, they tend to be these second-hand leaves with about, or leaves, I don't know what you call them, with about 3,000 kilometres on the clock. But I imagine in the next couple of years that position's going to change substantially, but in the short term, that if we're planning to have, I think the plan is about 4 of them get replaced a year, roughly.
If we had a lot of leaves, would we have a branch office?
It might be a money tree that someone was talking about yesterday.
Right, Councillor Hawkins.
Just to attach a report that's Dr. Bedros will yes.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. A couple of questions. I mean, ultimately, we're looking at, from a cost perspective, that's the maximum cost if we were to replace all of those vehicles now, given that it seems likely that between now and 5 years from now, the cost of replacing them could well be lower than that. it seems likely that it seems more likely that their price will track down than track up over the next 5 years. Is that not correct?
Yes, although the council procurement policy generally has us purchasing new cars, because our experience state generally is that becomes lower cost for us. At the moment, these are second-hand, so we're starting off slightly lower than a new cost. So at some point in time, that will adjust itself. I couldn't quantify now, so I can only give you what Reece has given me based on today's data, but that's correct.
And out of the fleet of 113, 20, there have been 20 mid-range vehicles identified. Has any work been done in terms of reviewing how many more of our vehicles could be served by a vehicle? I mean, obviously, we're not going to get a Leaf to be the book bus, but although some kind of upgrade of its fuel source might be useful. But has that work been done?
Not yet. We were only asked to do this work yesterday. So to be fair, we only did it this morning. I know that parking wardens have had discussions about electric scooters as an option, and I think they even trialled one or two, and I know they're trialling a couple in Oamaru. Outside of that, these are the 20 that at this point have access as having appropriate the type of daily use where they can come back and charge up. They don't need to be utes. They don't need to be so for now, this is what Reece has identified today as being the ones that are most likely. I imagine this work is going to gain pace over time.
It's telling that work hasn't been done until yesterday or today, because I would have thought that it would be an obvious place to start were we to have people actively looking into options around investing to save, particularly in the energy area. Do we not still have a budget for such work, and where is that work at?
I think you're aware that we do, and that work is not particularly quickly progressing. That would be fair to say. There's numerous conversations going on about how we progress that work and how we get it kicking along. I mean, part of what has just changed in the very recently has been the local importer of the second-hand Leaf vehicles, and the price of them suddenly means that this does fit within existing budgets and doesn't require invest of new money. It can be done within existing budgets. So that's kind of what's shifted it in the last, or quite recently actually, since some information that Councillor Staines brought in.
And is that money, which it seems like it will be unspent or largely unspent in this financial year, is that being carried forward into the following year?
The fleet purchase budget for this year is exhausted, so we'd be starting that.
The investor save budget.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope. I can. I shouldn't have changed that rule. Councillor McTavish.
Thank you, Bishop. Two questions. So, do we have a staff travel plan as an organisation?
Sorry, I don't know. Well, we have got some work in terms of reducing flying miles, but outside of that, I'm not sure. I couldn't answer that off the top of my head.
Okay. Is there a risk that this motion, as it's currently framed, locks us into the purchase of 20 vehicles which we may not need, in the sense that if we have a decreased need for vehicles of this size, and or we move to a regime where staff are using bicycles more, and or we move to a regime where staff are encouraged to use buses more, or work from home more, or whatever the answer might be, that...
There's a report here for an annual report back on progress towards the target. Realistically, if we get 5 of them and nobody uses them because suddenly everyone's cycling to work, I think our annual report back would say we've got 5 of them and no one's using them because we're cycling to work. Can we please not buy any more?
Yeah, I guess thank you, that's helpful. Where my question really was going was, if the intention of this motion is to try to reduce our emissions as a city, then there may be, or may there be other ways of achieving potentially even greater outcomes for reductions in our fuel use than this particular approach.
Yes. But I was asked to do this one, so
yeah.
You can, if you want to ask me to do a different one, feel free.
So is there currently, within the work that we're doing with CMARS and our internal energy management and emissions reduction work, is there a piece of work that is looking at our vehicle fleet and travel planning and things more generally, so as to ensure that we are planning proactively around this stuff?
I would say that this is a fairly base level expectation of signing up to things like CMARS in terms of reducing our carbon. That's why that's in this report, so that we can talk about this as a specific action to reduce carbon. But I would expect that CMARS would expect us quite actively to have a carbon reduction policy or work in that area that specifically reduces carbon. I mean, one of the key emitters for us is around staff travel and fossil fuel use, and flying in particular.
Thank you.
Speak up. That was a dud, I think. The light goes, but nothing else.
Screwed my life, really, isn't it? A couple of things I'd say. First of all, to Councillor Hawkins' question about the fleet, a couple of things you need to consider here. We've got to have the fleet that's appropriate for the use. A Leaf or electric vehicle is fine when you run around town. I'm fairly sure we don't want to send some of our water and waste people out into the middle of deep stream when it can only do 150 k's and actually get stuck there. So we've got to make sure that the vehicle is fit for purpose, and also the health and safety requirements are fit for purpose for the vehicle as well. On the issue of the size of the fleet, or are we looking at a fleet on an active basis about have we got the right number, which is actually coming down to the efficiency of the fleet and also how much we're using, we've been actively reducing the size of the fleet. So if you go back 2 years, the fleet was, we were at about 122 vehicles. We'd lost a few. So the fleet has gradually come down, and we've got some plans to reduce that further within council to actually make the better utilisation of the fleet overall. So you're getting a better utilised fleet. The other thing that we're also considering is when we're looking at that replacement of the vehicles is the fuel efficiency of the vehicles that are getting replaced. So if we've got a vehicle, the book bus is a great example, but a very expensive vehicle to replace, its fuel efficiency is not particularly good. It just about needs to tow the petrol tanker behind it. That's an opportunity, once again, where we actually look at this and say, actually, hold on, what is a better fit for council, as long as it's fit for purpose, and we can get a better outcome for the city overall.
Thank you. And as part of that ongoing work grant, do you consider wider possibilities? So rather than just saying, can we get away with 5 cars rather than 6 cars? Do you say, could we get away with 4 cars and a couple more bikes, or 4 cars and a policy around bus use? Or is that not something that comes into your equation?
It hasn't to date, because there is still demand from within the organisation to use the vehicles. Now, if that demand changes, we then might look at it. And I guess, you know, the electric bike, I don't have the usage statistics on how much that is used, so I can't comment, but that option is available to staff. So
I think we might need to look at our CMARS obligations around that, but thank you.
Thank you. In this context, I recall hearing a news release from the Minister, Bridges, about bulk purchasing of same. Is that real, or is it imaginary at the moment? Do we have any information?
We will expect to liaise with them. I just don't know the timing of that, so I wouldn't want to say we should not do anything until they're ready to do that. We also do get to use bus lanes for free.
We need more bus lanes.
In an electric vehicle.
Let's put in some bus lanes. Yeah.
Councillor Kelly.
The piece I wanted to...
Sorry, I'll interrupt. The other, if central government is going to do a bulk buying initiative, I would hope they'd do it through the all-of-government pricing. So currently, these vehicles aren't part of all-of-government, which is one of the reasons why you have to go second-hand, or apart from the fact the importers stop bringing them in new. But if they're going to do bulk buying, I would hope they do it through the all-of-government contract, which then means we actually get them at very, very reasonable rates, which is why initially when we looked at this a couple of years ago, it was not actually viable to do it from a cost perspective, because the purchase price was so high compared to the all-of-government rates. So, but the second-hand options are more viable.
Councillor Calvert, back to you.
The C that I would like to see added to this is that Council notes Dr Bidrose has advised that these resolutions can be carried out within current operational budgets as per the report provided.
It's not a report, but
it will be. I'm hoping it will be some detail.
No, I mean, I really would request that we don't get made to write it into a report, but I have forwarded the details through.
When
so
I say
as per
report,
the details provided?
Just details would be fine.
Good. Councillor Wiley.
So, what is the new price for a normal replacement car, like a Mitsubishi Mirage or something?
15 to 18,000-ish.
Okay. And I'm looking, like Councillor Benson-Pope on Trade Me, 2015 Leaf is $33,000.
So they're selling locally for, we can get them for about 28 and a half.
Okay. What's the, you said the per kilometre mileage on a Mitsubishi Mirage, is that till the 22 cents a kilometre, or did you take all the vehicles?
So that 22 and 21 cents a kilometre is done using an independent piece of kit that you use to assess whole of life costs. So you put in the purchase price, the likely sale price, the registration, the user charges, the petrol versus power, and all of that together, and the cost of capital. So we've assumed a 7% interest charge on the additional purchase price because it's over and above what we would have paid for the Mirage. That then spits out the detail from Reece, which says 21 cents a kilometre for the Leaf, 22 cents for Mirage, 24 cents for the Holden Barina.
Okay. Seeing how Nissan are pulling the car off the New Zealand market, has any discussion taken place or planned to take place with the Drive Electric chairman, Mark Gilbert? Because I would think he's probably the best place of knowing what's happening with the electric car market going forward.
Since yesterday? I mean, more longer term, we've had numerous conversations with the various EV, there's been quite a bit of publicity around the electric vehicles over the last 2 or 3 weeks, and with putting in the station and so on, and certainly it would be fair to say that the electric vehicle providers are very keen to encourage us to play our part in purchasing. So you see some of our CCOs have started to, like Delta, for example, now has purchased. So,
Yeah,
we have had conversations over the last couple of years with various of those. I don't know that man in particular, so I don't know who Reece has talked to, but I know he has those conversations.
I would just like to think that he seems to be pretty much in the centre of this space. And knowing he was ex-BMW, he knows his car industry very well, that we would be finding out what he sees in the market going forward.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. I've never, I look at the charging station. Who pays for the power that goes into those charging stations?
For the one in the basement where I plug in my car, the council does, except that I mostly plug it in at home, which means that I do.
Yeah, and the one at in the Philil Street car park?
Right now, that is paid for by Delta. So, but by and large, what these do over time is they transition to being coin operated.
Okay, so I guess then we start getting into a fleet of vehicles, then obviously we'd be factoring the cost of electricity into the 21 cents per kilometre.
Of course.
Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm not sure whether Councillor Wilson has moved these three and you've got a seconder, but I just wanted to make comment with where it will go.
Yeah, we're in discussion.
Oh, sorry. With regards to, I'm quite relaxed about A and C. With regards to B, I'm just mindful of what we've been told by the Chief and a number of the general managers, the work overload, I suppose, for staff, and we've already got an existing Dunedin Energy Leaders Forum, which includes the two stakeholders, well, in fact, the three stakeholders mentioned in B, and I'm just wondering why we need to actually have that ignited through this process when we've actually got a group of people that can actually discuss and tell us or sow that seed for that information to come back. I mean, that forum is there for that purpose, I would have thought. Surely we can put this on their agenda for their first meeting. Look, I'm just mindful of the staff workloads. Simple as that.
Sorry, to do what?
To do B.
Okay. The energy.
Oh no, we can share that information. We collect it all now. So we have an e-road. We have a GPS in the front of every single vehicle. We'll certainly put them in these. Every vehicle we own, we collect that GPS data. It comes to us monthly. That's not a difficult thing to do. Sharing that data is not difficult at all.
So the staff time involved in collating that data is...
We don't collate it. It comes to us already in all sorts of tabular form.
Thank you.
I just also note that the university and the Polytech, I think it was the Polytech, but they were all in the room, approached us about cooperating on the ownership of electric vehicles, say, 3 or 4 months ago.
Yeah, and we already said we would help them in any way we could. So.
Right. No more. Councillor Wilson, you're right to reply. Oh, did you want to? You spoke first. Yeah. Oh, you asked questions, right. You can now speak in that case.
I won't take long. Councillor Noon will be happy to hear. Look, we've made a commitment as a city to reduce our carbon footprint through the Compact of Mayors and through CMARS, and we know that a large percentage of our carbon emissions as a city is through transport, so it makes sense for us to show some leadership as an organisation in making this small gesture towards a lower carbon transport fleet. I would love us to have an efficient and reliable public transport system one day that allows more of our staff to move around the city in that regard, rather than having to take private vehicles, but currently, sadly, that isn't the case. So the best we can do is within the fleet that we have to do the jobs that we currently need to make them as low carbon as we can, and this is a small step in the right direction. Thanks.
Councillor McTavish.
Yeah, thank you. I fully endorse the motions up there, and with the proviso that Chief Executive will be reporting back. That being said, I have gone back to our emissions management and reduction plan adopted in 2015, and action number 14 on that is, as per integrated transport strategy, implement projects to improve resilience of transport and travel activities, including travel planning and investigating ways of maximising the fuel efficiency and low carbon options of the DCC vehicle fleet. The action is associated with city fleet, finance and transportation, and was to be completed in 2015-16. So it would be great if we could get, I support this as an initial first step, but I think that we need to be taking a more holistic approach to the work around our city fleet and look forward to that work progressing in tandem with this motion.
You spoke. I thought everyone was speaking. Anyway, I'll put you on. Right, that's fine. I'll put you on the list. But Councillor Staines is next.
I fully support these resolutions. However, I hope that we don't just look at the fact that there is an agreement for 20 electric vehicles. This area is moving very quickly. Commercial vehicles are now starting to appear overseas. The range is going up. The latest lithium-ion batteries are extending the range of these vehicles significantly. As I said, Nissan Leaf is going from around 140 kilometres to 220 in the next model. So I think as a council we should be able to move more of our feet into the electric area, and you'll be able to join me with my new electric car.
Councillor Calvert.
These resolutions seem to me like a win all around, and I'm looking forward to the reports back from the CEO about how this is all going, and I am hoping that they will also include comments about stewardship, product stewardship, right to the end of the getting rid of the batteries of such electric vehicles.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
I like the intention of this, but I'm not going to support it. When I see that Nissan had pulled the vehicle off the market, I struggle with the fact that if they had seen it was going to be something that was going to work in the industry in New Zealand, I thought they would have supported it a lot more. I also think we need a little bit more information on about where the electric car market's going. Thank you from the cheap seats.
Order, please. There's one speaker at a time.
The key that I look at is we need more information on this. To just pull it out of the hat and just say, let's throw this on the table, I struggle with big time. I think over the next 12 months, I think, yes, engage with some of these other groups, see what other councils are doing in this area, but it's a case of, again, packaging it up as a unit, I think is going to make a lot of sense. But to just sort of drop it and say, let's do it right now, I struggle with that big time. I don't disagree with it, so I'm not going to vote against it. I'm going to abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
I was just going to sit quietly by, but as usual, I'm roused by strange statements. Look, this is a very small step, but it's about sending signals. And I just in response to Councillor Weil, I can't remember whether it's Finland, Sweden, or Norway, but one of those Scandinavian countries, if not more than one, now has national policies in place to have entirely electric vehicle use over, and I can't remember the time frame. One more speaker, and I would have got it.
I think it's Holland, and it's 100%.
Yeah. So there are a number of countries that are so far ahead of us, and in a country where we have such a high proportion of renewable electric energy sources, it seems slightly shameful to me that we should be so far behind some of those countries that, in fact, in some cases, have much lesser natural resources to provide that. So just, in response to the question, until you can see where this is going, I'm telling you this is where it's going, and we are just making a very, very small symbolic step. There's nothing wrong with small symbolic steps, particularly when
you're in positions of leadership and you should at least have some, make some attempt to lead.
Right, well, I'll come back to you. I'll just note that I'm fully supportive of this. I think we should have been looking at it perhaps a little while ago and a little more comprehensively. But I think that it is great to be in a position where doing the right thing is also doing the best thing financially. It's a bit like divesting in fossil fuel extraction. You get both for your decision. Excellent. Councillor Wilson.
I'm sorry that I didn't speak to this strongly enough, obviously, for some councillors, but thank you for all those that have supported this motion. This is, if not, is under economic development, because when these dollars are saved, they will be used within the economy here. And it is the way that the electric cars work, it keeps the money in New Zealand, which is absolutely fabulous. While you've got fossil-fueled vehicles, all of that money goes offshore. So the savings that can be made on these vehicles, and we can lead the way and show how we're doing it, and that's why B is important, that you can show that these things are happening and the savings that can be had, then you will get better investment. You get better usage, you will also get investment into parking lots, which will also have electric charges, and you can park your electric car for slightly more, but you'll get charged up at the same time. All of those things require a set level or a certain level of investment and number of electric cars to happen. It's happened brilliantly with the rapid charges now throughout the country, that you can go from the Northland to the south with electric vehicles and get those charges, but we need the next level of investment to happen, and we need to help lead that way. But it will be a huge economic drive, and I've got no doubt that that's why it's been invested so widely around the country, around the other parts.
Okay, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Sorry? Division. That's the first one.
You'll need to yell. Oh, sorry. Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Bazette.
Aye.
Councillor Culver. Aye. Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Hawkins.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor Tavish.
Aye.
Councillor Moon.
Aye.
Councillor Pete.
Yes.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah.
Councillor Wiley.
Abstain for more information.
And Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
And me.
Yes. Right. Carried with one abstention. Okay. Right. Councillors, we have only a couple of the submissions to consider. There at the bottom of the page, economic development grants, funding and economic development initiatives. Are there any points to be made or questions to be asked on those? Okay. There are none, so that it wraps up the submissions. I'm going to call a halt to the meeting, adjourn the meeting now, because the rest of the meeting is consideration of the wrap-up and of the whole budget, and we're not going to start on that now and only a quarter of an hour. So, Councillor Lord.
I just want to notify that I won't be here tomorrow because I've got to attend a funeral of a friend down south, and so by the time we get back in the afternoon, probably not much point coming back. It's a late morning funeral, but if you do happen to carry on to Friday, could someone let me know? Thank you. Sorry for that.
Regrettably, I'm also unable to make it between 9 and 10:30 tomorrow morning. I have a prior commitment that I can't get out of.
It might still be going. All right. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting till tomorrow morning. All those in favour? Sorry. Second to Councillor Staines. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.